I think that intro music really adds a nice touch to the stream, making it sound almost like a real news broadcast. All I need is a studio and a $30,000 video camera and a few editors and a couple producers, and it'll almost be like a real news show. Oh, someday. We just have to get ourselves 1 million viewers, make some money, and it'll be so good. All right, well, on today's broadcast, we're going to be covering the PR response that Linus Tech Tips put out to respond to the expose that Gamers Nexus did, exposing their, frankly, awful tech video practices. And we're also going to be covering a video of Destiny ambushing strangers outside of a school with his prepared, I guess, debate arguments about wokeness, and a video that Asmongold put out saying, I got canceled. You know, obviously he didn't get canceled, but that'll be one of the videos we cover, and then a couple other random ones if we run into more time, and don't end the broadcast before that, but let's go ahead and get things started. Let me get things switched around. Switch to this view. And I'm going to start recording this one. Let me get the game loaded up here. Hopefully the effort I've made on balancing audio levels has improved things a little bit. Still going to be a while until I buy a house where I don't have to run the fan to keep cool. But I think I've improved things at least a little bit. At least I hope it's better. All right, there we go. Let me start recording, and we'll start this video.
I think Luke put it best at the roast a few years ago when he said,
Why the f*** are you here?
that's a two-part answer. I'm speaking today because of the recent community outcry demanding change. I'm here because I agree with the community. We do have a lot of work to do. Before we talk about that, while I wish us on better terms, I just want to say I'm very glad to meet you all. I have spent the last couple decades on the corporate side, but my educational background is in computer science. My first role in the tech industry was as the writer at NeoSeeker. My history building gaming PCs goes even further back, to when I built a Celeron 300A rig because everyone assured me it was guaranteed to overclock to 450 megahertz. I guess my trip didn't really get the memo. In any case, it feels really good to be back on most days. I'm only 6 weeks into the job, but in that time I've seen a lot. I've looked at some budgeting, some team building, and operations. But my main focus has been to be a fly on the wall and gain an understanding of what's going right and what's going wrong. There's a lot of both. I've asked the team to unflinchingly address both the concerns that have been raised and how we intend to fix them, with the money we'll make from our sponsor.
Just kidding. I was asked for unflinching.
Whoops.
And here it is.
Yep, that's still not working.
Linus is a human gas molecule.
Why is that button not working properly? I'm going to have to close this other program just to get the button to respond to the window I want it to.
Telling him for.
There we go. Well, first things first. I mean, this PR response is a good idea. Definitely better than the response that Steve from Gamers Nexus addressed in the previous video. If you haven't watched that, go back and watch it. Because that response was basically saying, it's everybody else's fault, it's not my fault. You guys are wrong, and I feel like this is definitely a much more prepared, PR company. Just we want to cover our ass type response, and I get it, but as long as Linus is still the owner, none of this stuff is going to matter unless Linus changes.
for years, and I've been telling him for years. Staying relevant on YouTube.
And you guys even saw in the initial video that Gamers Nexus put out how he covered a whole bunch of different people, including Linus, saying, we wish we spent more time on these videos, but have they stopped rushing videos out? No.
YouTube is hard for everyone, but we aren't fighting for survival anymore, and we don't need to run at this pace. In fact, in some ways, it's our efforts to keep doing more and keep doing better that have created our current situation. My background is in managing a pharmacy.
Keep doing more, yes.
Matter a lot.
Keep doing better.
Basically, I agree with the community, so I'm putting my foot down. Effective immediately, all YouTube video production is on pause.
Okay, so you're putting your foot down, but you don't own the company. Linus does. So is Linus going to step back and not be involved in the company anymore? Is he not going to make decisions anymore? Because that's where your problem is.
And our teams are going to be spending this entire next week focusing on long-term workflow changes to make our content better in a lasting way. This means for the first time in over 12 years, LTT will be missing not just one daily upload, but many. But improving to the degree that we want and need is going to take more than a week. So I'll be working with Taryn and Colton to manage our sponsor commitments and the financial hit of both this housekeeping week and a reduction in our LTT
Oh, they're taking a whole week off. Wow.
upload schedule, at least for now, while we get our house in order. But before anyone gets concerned that we're going to cut investments into the well-being of our personnel and our future capabilities, I can assure you that I've read the criticisms that we weren't willing to spend $500 to test a product, and as the one that manages the finance, I can tell you that couldn't be further from the truth. Linus made a clear and egregious judgment error regarding retesting a product he felt was impractical.
No, he really didn't. Linus said that he didn't do anything wrong, basically. That's the impression that I got.
That was wrong, and I've told him so. He allowed his personal feelings on the matter to cloud his judgment. And I want to stress that our organization is committed to our ongoing investments in making our content better. And we will do better, as a team. Why don't I let our chief money spender take it from here?
Hi, I'm Gary, head of labs. First off, we've made some mistakes.
Chief money spender? That's a bad point of view. Sounds like the point of view that a lot of large companies have about groups that create their products. They're money spenders, whereas sales and marketing, those are the ones that bring in the money, so they're the most important groups. It's a terrible way of looking at things.
Too many. We're hoping that it's how we deal with them moving forward that will define who we are. And regardless, it's clear that we need to serve you better. So our team will be spending our week publishing living documents for our testing standards and opening them up to feedback from the community and our peers in the industry, should they wish to participate. We will also task part of the team with going back through every video with labs data to ensure accuracy, make full corrections, and if there are any fundamental issues with the workflow design or results, pull or replace that video outright. I don't agree with every criticism that's been leveled at my team, but for my part, I need to own what we've done wrong and lay out our action plan for how to move forward.
Do you have an example of some criticism that you don't agree with?
Before I do that, one point I do need to address here is that Linus misspoke when he said we retest for every video. We retest for every project. When we use the same data for our RX 7600 and RTX 4060 Ti videos, we knew in advance that these cards would release 2 days apart and designed a broad test suite that accounted for all the numbers we would need to make those two videos and ran everything at once with no BIOS or driver changes. In fairness to Linus, the project to video ratio is normally 1:1, but the devil's in the details. Now, let's talk about what's coming. We will release our current Mark Bench harnesses as open source items so that the community can audit the code around our test integrations. We will do a vlog style video on Floatplane about our testing from start to finish so you can see how the sausage is actually made. We will open a new community forum post asking for transparency suggestions, and more importantly, we will follow up. We will start placing our testing project number in the credits, so we are always open about the data set that was used for the benchmark results. And there is a lot more still to come, ranging from test variation percentages per workbench to each benchmark we utilized in the videos, among others. It's going to be a busy week of not making videos.
Well, see, one of the main differences that I've always seen with Gamers Nexus is, you know, it's not about keeping track of the parts and all this other shit and making a log of how you did the tests and all this other shit. It's that they know what they're talking about. They're aware of all of the different things that impact their tests, and they make sure to account for those things. That's the main difference.
Same goes for us. I'm James, head of the writing department. We are extremely grateful for everything the lab has done and continues to do to make our jobs easier. But the actual testing is not the biggest source of our recent struggles. It's the human factor. There have been times when an internal video review caught an incorrect graph, resulting in new versions of the graph being created, only for those new graphs to not be put in the video. Just about every error that has appeared in a video in the past year has directly
I like the videos that he's in. He's pretty funny. Well, not like a stand-up comedian level funny, but funny. Funnier than Linus.
resulted in a process change designed to prevent that specific issue from ever happening again. But this kind of problem pops up, create a new process, whack-a-mole, isn't working. We'll be using our time to take feedback from our team on all of our processes and comb through all of our pending projects for areas where we can improve as we move forward with our reduced upload schedule. You'll see some of these videos go up during our time off. We already have multiple videos that are scheduled for release, but my main message to the team is that we want to spend this time working on inter-department communication and cleaning up our house. What we won't be doing is sanitizing things too much. We know that some of our best videos are centered around Linus and other members of the team just goofing around with tech and having fun. That is not going to stop.
There's nothing wrong with doing that. Nobody ever complained about you guys doing that.
But others, like GPU and CPU releases, certainly require all the rigor we can muster. Those launches don't happen as often these days, so it will take some time before you see the full payoff of our continuous improvement. But it has already started happening. Not only did the community love our 4060 review, but our team found it less stressful to put out. Have we had a flawless victory? No. But since these last reviews, we've onboarded a dedicated visualization person whose full-time job it is to create graphs that are correct, digestible, and accessible. We've done serious development on our automatic specs database thing so that our visualizations pull the correct info in every time. And we'll soon be announcing the details of a new crowdsourced fact-checking system for both LTT and Tech Quickie so that our content's correctness satisfies even our most discerning community members.
I'm Ed, head of our production team. We have some of the most comprehensive documentation and processes in the company, from automations to keep project information accurate to communication procedures to standards for how loud videos can be. Those systems have helped with the video edit side of things, but I've seen some examples where we've failed to see the forest for the trees and allowed well-edited but erroneous content to slip through the cracks. So for our part, we'll be spending our time looking at how we can improve communication to help the team address anything that seems off as soon as possible. A personal task for me will be putting the finishing touches on some cool ways we can make small edits that avoid the slapdash text on screen corrections whenever possible. As for how we catch those bugs, that's not my department, so I'm throwing it over to Nick.
Yeah, so catching the bugs. And making sure that you're not putting out misinformation. Much, much more important. But I'd also be concerned about how these guys aren't exactly addressing the fact that they're just so concerned about getting the video out every day. Or getting them out as fast as they possibly can. Rather than being concerned about the information that they're putting out.
Hold on. I'm mostly on the product side. LTTstore.com. What? Somebody had to say it. But the theme of today's video is transparency and accountability. You might not see me in video credits, but I still serve as a last line of defense in reviewing most LTT videos before they are published. I typically check for security links and inappropriate or NSFW jokes, but there are times when I catch a factual error or a weird graph that doesn't really tell the full story. To be clear, we also have checks for technical aspects from our writing team, and in some cases, the lab, but our processes for ensuring those checks happen and following up these findings haven't been perfect, and our corrections are often made quickly. So while we take this time to reflect, I'll be focused on helping build a set of guidelines for our pre-release reviews and trying to set up a system that allows our team to take a finer look at every aspect of our videos, every single time. And maybe with time, everyone here will be so aligned with our mission that my input is no longer needed, and I can focus my full attention on making little widgets that you don't need, but definitely want, like this retro-themed screwdriver.
Errors in our supporting assets like tables and graphs chip away our credibility. So continuing to improve our process issues to minimize errors will remain a top priority under my leadership. I guarantee there will be future mistakes. We are human. But next week we'll be creating and publishing a clear policy for correction handling, and I'll be working with the community management team to be prompt and transparent with corrections that are as visible as possible.
Now, is that correction going to involve saying, we didn't make a mistake, like Linus loves to do, or it's not our fault, or it's someone else's fault, rather than just owning that you made a mistake, making sure that it's prominent and people are aware of the mistake so they don't, just assume that what you guys said initially was correct and never even find out that you were incorrect about something?
I think what happened with the Polish mouse is a perfect example of the kind of breakdown that should never happen again. Last Friday, Linus was notified of the issue a couple hours before the WAN show, where he discussed the errors of the video on short circuit and apologized unequivocally. But while we recut the video to remove the
Unequivocally? I mean, I haven't seen it, but I find that hard to believe.
misleading information, no one closed the loop and dealt with a tone-deaf and frankly unapologetic correction in the pinned comment. Our mission is to get the information to the community, which includes having a degree of humility about our mistakes, even if it makes us look less than perfect. The other side of my job as CEO is keeping the lights on, ensuring our staff is well taken care of, and putting dollars into some fun stuff, like watering and cooling a PC with a pool. And that's through sponsorships, affiliate programs, paid subscriptions, or merchandise sales. One thing that's not negotiable with me, ownership, or the business team on sponsored content is we need to maintain control of the creative. I was on a call with a potential partner recently. They asked for a cream puff piece. What's a cream puff piece? That's when they're like, how much money do we have to give you just so that you tell the story that we want? Before I can jump in and say anything, just because I'm in shock at this point in time, Nick turns over and says, no, absolutely not. I started laughing a little bit. I just said, hey, Nick, there was probably a better way to handle that, where we could just soften up a little bit.
So you're more concerned about saying things softly to people that want puff pieces than you are that not doing puff pieces? That doesn't sound good at all.
But the truth is, I don't disagree with them. We've had many rocky periods with sponsors where they're not happy with the content or the conclusions, and because they couldn't affect the editorial bents. This has and continues to have significant negative impacts on revenue. I think we're pretty transparent on how, where, and why we make our money. And one of our strategic pillars is to make sure that we can maintain editorial independence. This has included on multiple occasions saying goodbye and good luck to sponsors ranging from thousands of dollars a year to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, over remaining independent and doing right by the LTT community. While we were deciding if we were a good fit for each other, I was very pleased to see the integrity of the team here based on the deals that these guys have walked away from. I think one thing that we've done a poor job of, however, is publishing these standards where a community can see them. That's something I'll be improving upon.
And so will I. I'm Colton, the head of business development, which includes departments like HR, procurement, logistics, events, and sales and marketing. Sponsorships specifically are an area where Linus has more limited oversight than he used to. And in my opinion, we haven't done a great job conveying that. It's up to my team to vet incoming sponsor requests and deal with issues that you, our viewers, have with our brand partners. One way we do that is using our LMG sponsor discussion subforum on linustechtips.com to create a dialogue between our business team and the community. It's obvious from some of the issues we're seeing that we need to be more communicative when we're actively working with brands to rectify issues. Most content creators can attest to the fact that brands sometimes take forever to respond to messages or address problems. A perfect example is Anchor not removing Linus Tech Tips from their Amazon pages, even though we've been asking to be removed since our partnership with them ended months ago. We work hard to push for accountability, but we also understand that these businesses are either large with lots of moving parts or small with limited resources. So things can take time, but you shouldn't be waiting in the dark. It's critical for us to get the sponsorship piece right because real talk, you guys are the boss. If you're not happy with brands we work with, you won't engage with our sponsors and suddenly we won't be able to support all the cool stuff we're currently able to do. Moving forward then, you can expect weekly updates in the subforum on issues that need addressing, and we'll also include an up-to-date list of product verticals that are off limits for our channels. We hope this will enable us to make better calls consistently from here on out, all while maintaining our long-time commitment to transparency. Finally, I want to apologize to Billet Labs for auctioning off their monoblock at LTX 2023. Our processes failed when I was selecting items to include in the charity auction, but then it was compounded because when the issue was brought up to me via email, even though I replied 2 hours later apologizing and offering to pay for the component, I forgot to actually include our contact in that email. So it went to our procurement team instead of Billet Labs.
The thing that bothers me about that is, how do you take a company's prototype and even think that it'd be okay to sell it at all ever in the first place? Is that not espionage? Am I wrong? Is that not what espionage means? Selling technological secrets of a company? Is that not espionage?
Side note, that same team, God bless them, didn't ask our event team who won the silent auction items and proceeded to email everyone asking. We don't need any of that. Certainly not for tax purposes. I clearly need to spend some of my week training the team, unless I actually get fired for real this time. Moving forward, we'll be implementing a more rigid process for separating items that need to go back and which ones we'll be holding onto for future testing.
This might ring a little hollow, coming from one half of the WAN Show team that brought you Trust Me Bro and the privateering incident, among others, but we need to be better about our communication. Now, I have no intention to kill the silly humor or be less open with people. I don't want anything to be less fun, but we do need to be respectful and conscious of the impact of our words. We should be proud of the work that we do, but we shouldn't negatively compare ourselves to our fellow tech reviewers. When issuing corrections, we need to apologize. We need to respect people's time and their money. I said after the last round of this that you don't win by screaming loudly or dramaing hard. You win by fixing problems, improving, and becoming a hard target. We're still f***ing up a lot, and we need to own that, fix it, and move on, not be defensive or shirk blame. That being
Wow, it's almost like he's actually addressing the problem.
said, I'm not really on the production side of things these days. What my teams and I are working hard on is to support the other teams in other
He said hard on.
ways. Reintegrating it to LMG has been somewhat terrifying. One of my team's jobs is to take over management of the infrastructure, and while I have brought an experienced team member into the fold, it needs a lot of work. So far, we've mostly just been focused on documenting what we even have, and most of our initial steps beyond that will be improving overall stability, rather than flashy video-worthy projects. Any production interruptions due to shoddy infrastructure add additional burden to the other teams, and our goal is 6 nines. We will also continue to
The hell does that mean? 6 nines? What?
maintain and develop our inventory system, which, with better processes, should be able to help keep things like Billet's prototype from being mishandled, misplaced, and misused in the future. And the foundational work we're doing on reliable data management and storage should enable teams like the editors and the engineering folks in the lab to move faster and more confidently with lower risk of errors, thanks to new tools like our specs database. Among my other unmentioned and unrelated responsibilities is keeping Linus from driving off various cliffs, which I have failed at a number of times.
And let's face it.
Oh god, here it comes. The main problem himself. The guy that acts like he can do no wrong. Gives excuses like they're candy. and acts like everything's fine. Don't worry. I can just keep being silly guy, right?
He's gonna fail again. Hey, it's me. I'm Chief Vision Officer now, but realistically, I'm not gonna be able to hide behind my recent demotion here.
True, because you still own the company. You still are the boss. You're the one in charge. Even if there is someone else that you're calling a CEO, you're still the owner.
I was the one at the head of the company for each and every mistake that our community has rightly brought to our attention. And once again, I made things worse by allowing myself to respond emotionally. It's honestly really hard.
Well, I mean, you were responding honestly in that response that Steve of Gamers Nexus ripped up and called you out on. So, just because you had PR look over and help you try to make a better response doesn't mean that we shouldn't listen to what you said previously.
When people take an internal process error and then they run that all the way to Linus is a thief and wants to auction someone else's intellectual property to the highest bidder, or...
See, now you're acting like you guys didn't commit espionage. You freaking did. And you're acting like people are just exaggerating what you did. You have a prototype that was given to you without the permission of selling it, and you sold it. It's freaking espionage. Why can't you own that? It's a really fucked up thing to do, is to take someone's prototype technology and just give it away to somebody else without permission. That is espionage.
accuses me of trying to brush something under the rug just because I do think it's important to get all the details before declaring me to be a low-down liar, straight-up piece of
Oh, you're not? You're not a low-down lying piece of shit? Because I'm pretty sure that acting like you did no wrong when you did wrong is a lie, is lying, you know? When you act like you didn't put out bad information, when you have put out bad information, when you know you don't put out corrections when you should be putting out corrections, that's fair to call you a liar.
We were slow shipping back the GPU that Billet Lab.
No, you weren't slow shipping it back. You didn't ship it back. You frickin' auctioned it off. And you decided to argue about the semantics of the word sell versus auction instead of owning the fact that you committed espionage.
Lab sent us. There's no way around it. That's our bad. But the delay in communication, the one that prompted the post that you guys just saw, it was less than 2 business days.
Why are you continuing to make excuses? This segment completely points out that this entire fucking thing is nothing but a PR job, because he's still, even in the PR job, making excuses.
The second
He's not owning his mistakes.
that I was made aware of the situation on the 14th, I emailed Billet Labs and I explained what happened. I even included Colton's attempt at apologizing and offering, no questions asked, full compensation for their stated value of the product, which happened.
Which Steve addressed in your written apology, which you guys didn't actually do. You didn't offer full compensation for what you did. You asked for a price list of how much the part cost. That's it.
Happened on the 10th.
That doesn't account for the damage you did to their company. That doesn't account for the leaking of their technology to third parties, because that's a huge expense. The fact that they no longer have that technological secret because it's out at other companies now.
Before we were under any pressure to do so, and without Colton even bothering to check with me or Yvonne before just saying, go for it. He knows that our internal policy is to do the right thing. So, he tried, bless him.
Too bad you don't follow that policy.
I guess his job is safe for another day. And I'm sorry, I guess I've actually gotten a little bit emotional here again, so I'm gonna stop there, because whatever's
Because the more you open the mouth, the more you prove that you're a lying piece of shit.
being said about me and whatever's being said about the team should never have allowed my feelings to distract from any valid criticism of our work.
But yet it's happening again right now.
My decision, for example, to not bother retesting the monoblock, that was obviously wrong, and my lame response on the forum was a huge and unnecessary blunder.
True.
I owe you guys better, and
True.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if I believe you there.
For my part, first, I'm going to be working through the other members of the exec team for any crisis communication moving forward.
You're going to consult PR on how to respond to things because you're fucking up again. Even though, I mean, this sounds like a PR video to me, in which you obviously either have a bad PR team or you just didn't vet this with PR.
And second, I'm going to spend my week working with the other teams to develop a system of processes that will help our company fulfill my vision of.
So you think 1 week is enough and then your processes are fine and you don't have to worry about it then? Rather than making it a continuous ongoing effort of improvement?
Being a world-class tech media organization, I'm also going to be spending my week just refocusing, guys, on what matters most.
Making excuses for shit.
Which is bringing you guys the best damn content that we can make.
Being an entertainer.
It's been over 10 years. It's been almost 15. But I still love tech.
Who doesn't love tech? Not everybody should be making videos about tech.
Love my team, and even though our relationship's a little rocky right now, I love this community and everything that it stands for. None of that has changed.
Nah, I don't know if I believe that either, because you've made quite a few responses that indicate that you don't quite love the community.
And none of it is going to.
During my interview, one line from Linus
Yeah, that segment in itself, just that one segment, destroyed the whole rest of this video.
that stood out to me was, I need somebody to come in who I know will be respectful of my life's work. That's when the gravity of what he was asking for dawned on me for the first time. I'm by no means influencer or social media guy, but suddenly I'm accountable not only to Linus and Yvonne and the entire staff at LMG, but most importantly to the entire LMG audience. I'm fortunate to be inheriting a wonderful team that is passionate and has a ton of energy who shares the same goal. We celebrate our wins together, and when we make mistakes, we also share the responsibility. I'll be coaching the team on the kinds of deep state corporate stuff that I think I'm reasonably good at. Budgeting, team building, relationship management, business development, operational processes. All things I consider to be essential life skills rather than the tactics of some sort of weird Illuminati conspiracy. We need to be a more well-oiled machine with better accountability as we've gotten more complicated internally with how technical, writing, editing teams all have to coordinate. There are still going to be deadlines, due dates, and time-limited goals that we still need to drive towards, but the how of all this obviously needs more polish. I planned these topics to be covered in internal conversations over the coming weeks, but instead, I'm talking to you about it during this on-the-job experience of what it's like to work at a YouTube company. For all our awards, the team has worked hard to build up trust in the community and share the joy and the passion that we all have for tech. So I do not take for granted the responsibility and stewardship that comes along with this position. And I welcome continued constructive feedback. Thank you all for holding us accountable. I feel ready for the challenge and ready for this message from our sponsor.
Well, it sounds like he's got his head on his shoulders, but Linus is still the owner.
Just kidding, again. But D-Brand did offer.
All right.
Oh yeah, people were
Man,
mad at
this
me.
week-
Whoa.
Yes, Asmon's
Whoa.
getting heat for some comment.
What
he
is
made on
happening?
Stream the
That's a video we're not going to watch until after the next video. Why is that playing? All right, well, that's the end of our first video. I mean, it sounds like the company wants to correct issues, and it sounds like Linus is still going to be a problem in getting those issues resolved to me. So, I don't know. I frankly don't feel like Linus Tech Tips is going to be something that I pay much attention to, if ever. Well, I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments below. Maybe you guys feel like they've redeemed themselves somehow, even though Linus is still acting like he, has excuses for the shit that he's done. And I mean, to me, it feels like he's still not owning the problems that he's creating. All right, well, that's over, so I'll stop that recording. Let's close that, and we'll get prepped for the Destiny video where he takes his prepared arguments about wokeness to people that are completely unprepared and probably demolishes them because they weren't prepared for his prepared arguments. All right, we'll take a break. Let me switch over to the break screen. Okay, sorry, almost there. Break time. Here it is. All right, got that volume level set. Nope. There it is. All right. Okay, I'm gonna mute my mic and take a break, and then I'll be back for the next video of Destiny, arguing about wokeness. Still really wish that Google Music would balance the audio on their music. Like, why is it some songs are super duper quiet like that one and other songs are super, super loud in comparison? Do they not have the technology to level the audio? Oh well. Let's switch screens back to the video and the game. Okay, marking down the time. We're at 50, let's call it 50, 53:50. Actually, let's just call it 54 minutes. All right, here we go. Destiny arguing wokeness with random people.
We've made a justification for an evolutionary biologist to not talk about evolutionary biology because it's like insensitive.
No. He's free to talk about it, but I'm also free to scrutinize the implication by which, like, why is he demanding it? This is now the time to bring it up.
Well, because people. People want to have a conversation about like race and stuff, right? So wouldn't this be, if he was ever going to do it, like that would be?
I think it's a little bit unfair to characterize it as like, oh, people just want to have a discussion about race. Like,
That's true. They didn't want to have a discussion about race. They wanted to force white people off the campus using social pressure.
I don't see a problem with telling those people, yo, shut the f- up. Like, because you don't have any interest in actually engaging in a debate. If someone's out there and saying, trans people should be genocided, and you shoot that person and you take that person off the face of the earth.
Whoa, buddy.
That's inherently a bad thing.
Whoa, buddy.
My name is Aaron, and I am here to debate if wokeness has gone too far or not.
Okay, my earlier undefeated conversation topic was that wokeness has obviously gone too far because I think progressives... Obviously.
Okay.
Slow down. Obviously, wokeness has gone too far because progressives are really bad at engaging other people in conversation topics. I think that there's like way too much of like a ideological orthodoxy that's like enforced around like any area that progressives get their hands on. Go.
Okay, so I'm less interested in making any sort of...
Well,
I guess like...
Whoa. I think that's true for almost everybody. Not just progressives.
Positive?
I mean, people want to just argue their ideology and convince other people to follow their ideology. I don't think it really has much of anything to do with being right in almost all cases.
Argument. I'm just going to say that I think you're basically the one putting forward the positive argument that
True.
Like, this has gone too far. I'm not even going to make any prescriptions as to that. I'm just going to say I think that premise is entirely false. And the biggest problem that I have with this conversation is that...
Damn it, button's not working again. I'm going to have to close that program. I hate that. Play button on my keyboard doesn't work for the program I want it to be working on.
Really define what you mean by wokeness.
Yeah, so I think that progressives, through a lot of arguments surrounding... Have you ever heard of the paradox of tolerance?
Yes, that if you're too tolerant of intolerance, you're going to create a society like Nazi Germany because you're going to let it be overrun by people who would take advantage of that.
Exactly.
Okay.
That through that argument of the paradox of tolerance, progressives have essentially created the system that allows them to get rid of all dissenting opinion because the dissenting opinions themselves represent like a threat to discourse or democracy or woke values or whatever.
Okay,
that's like the specific thing I'm kind of like pointing at.
Okay, can you give me an example?
So you're saying that wokeness, I mean, which we haven't even really defined as a culture at this point. Because to me, it's just like the people that have always been using socialism to mean everything, or the left to mean everything that they disagree with. I mean, at this point, it's basically exactly the same thing, where wokeness is everything that they disagree with.
Of like wokeness run amok that you think is problematic, or if it were to become like a broader social trend, would be some sort of social contagion.
Yeah, so sure. So some of the things that I was kind of looking at earlier, so on the macro level, it's like the rigid enforcement of like progressive values, and if there's any deviation, you get bucked by the system, or you get like, you know, excised or whatever. For micro examples, I would say that Brett Weinstein at Evergreen College was an example of this.
Can I stop you? What do you mean by bucked by the system?
So if you're in school, people will try to like cancel you or get you kicked out. If you're like a faculty or administrator, people ask for your resignation or make it hard for you to work. If you're a researcher, people won't want to work with you or publish your stuff like that.
Okay, so like threats to livelihood is
yeah, basically.
I would want some concrete examples of that, because I'm not in those circles.
Basically, yeah, lots of cultural pressure, lots of social pressure, sometimes direct like pressure from staff, but lots of social and cultural pressure.
Okay, and then
so like I think Brett Weinstein at like Evergreen College.
Again, I don't know who the fuck Brett Weinstein is. I mean, you probably do. I'm sure the other debate bros around the world probably know who Brett Weinstein is, but I don't. Sorry.
Which was like a pretty good example of that.
Okay. Why?
Where I think Brett's arguments were, even if you disagreed with them, I think they were entirely reasonable.
What were his arguments?
He felt like, are you familiar with the Evergreen College situation?
Yes, I am, but I'm interested in hearing your characterization of it, so why don't you explain it since you brought it up?
Okay, I learned all about it in the Red Pill community, shit test and everything, so that's
okay,
good.
Nice.
Okay,
sounds good. Tell me about it.
Okay, yeah, so my understanding was that traditionally at this school, there were days, or there was like one day a year where I think it was specifically black.
Does this guy have speakers set up and shit just outside in a campus? I mean, that shit would be annoying as hell. I mean, is there like are you guys on a stage in front of an audience? Why do you have the loudspeakers and the PA system out there blasting everything you're saying out in public? That's obnoxious.
Students would take a step back and let everybody have like a day and see like, well, this is what it's like when minorities are missing, and then they do like a off-campus event or something. And they wanted to switch it up where they were saying, well, we're going to ask white students to leave, or white faculty or white people to leave college this day for, I don't even know what the justification given there was, but I think Brett sent out an email where he was disagreeing, and he was saying like, I think it's a bit different when you're asking white people to leave. I don't agree with this. I don't want to partake in this. And through that email being published and then disseminated to the student body, people got this idea that there were a lot of ideas, but basically people started to show up at his class outside. They were, I don't know if I say threatening him, but they were like screaming at him, shouting at him. They really wanted to fight over him being like racist and stuff like that. And eventually it blew into a thing where, I don't know if he ended up settling with the college before he left or whatever, but he basically left the college because of all the pressure.
Yeah, I know about this, unfortunately, because he has taken himself on a media parade.
Yes.
And will go on to any podcast that will let him rehash the story, even though it literally happened forever ago.
Yep.
Do you know what the contents of those emails were that he said in response to his disagreement to the, like, they free of white people on campus or whatever?
Yeah, we actually, I read all of them, I think a couple months ago, again, because we brought it up, but I don't remember, I can't recite it word for word.
Okay, I can't either, but I do remember that what he did say to this organizer was that he would be happy to provide a
forum for discussion or something, I think, or?
Yes, do you know what the topic was going to be?
What was the topic? I don't remember.
Race and how it coincides with evolutionary. Like,
oh, okay,
science.
gotcha.
Okay, so he was basically going to. He was interested in exploring like race realism.
Okay, he's an evolutionary biologist. It's an appropriate topic for him to explore, right?
Right, but given the context of why he's bringing up that he was interested in exploring that.
The one thing I really don't like about Destiny's shows is how it's all about like pro debates. This is why your audience is so limited, in my opinion. You don't use terms that are general terms. You guys use debate bro terms all the time. You talk about other debates as if they're just general public knowledge that everybody's aware of. And you don't talk about just topics. You talk about these esoteric things that only people that are in your little bubble of debate pros are aware of.
Subject when the controversy has to do with I guess disagreement about social justice strategies or whatever. Like, what do you think the implication is when he's like, I would be happy to educate people on race realism?
I think it's literally.
And what the fuck is race realism? I don't know. I'm not a debate bro.
Perfect. It's within his wheelhouse of what he's educated to do. If you like, one of my biggest frustrations as like an online debater, content creator, is people like me end up getting tasked with debating these like esoteric or very difficult to navigate scientific fields, and nobody from those scientific disciplines will ever enter into any of these discussions and give their opinion. So if somebody that actually has a background in the field wants to like enter into that field and give a discussion on race realism, me personally, I'd rather somebody like, well, I don't know now, but back then, Brett Weinstein talking about race realism and evolutionary psychology. I'd prefer that to like, you know, Nick Fuentes or somebody talking about it.
It's a pretty low bar to clear. I'd hope that it was maybe a little bit higher, but okay. That's
well, I mean, Jordan, I'd prefer him to like Ben Shapiro talking about it, I guess, yeah.
Another low standard. All right. So
well, it's conservatives. The standard's not very high, okay? I'm trying my best here.
All right, so.
But I mean, like, do you think that, like, no offense to Brett, or take offense, I don't want Brett to do like a workshop on like, let's talk about like the systemic injustice that appears in society and how we can like alleviate some of the pressures that minorities feel in like America. Like, he's an evolutionary biologist. What is he going to say to that? Like, that's just like a virtue signal, like, oh, let's like, I brought a slideshow from YouTube.
I know, but like, I think that there's something in between this huge virtue signal and then ramping it all the way up to like, I'd be interested in discussing race realism with you. And
I thought this argument was about wokeness going too far. Are we going to get to that topic eventually?
The idea that there may or may not be superior racial genes, even though that's junk science. To me, well, it's no different than if he had brought up, what is it when they like skull shapes?
Phrenology.
If he said, I would be happy to, I'm not happy to participate in this like anti-racism exercise. Whether or not it's good is subjective, obviously. And he can have his disagreements with that. But then to follow that up with, but I would be happy to discuss, what did you just say it was?
Phrenology?
Phrenology.
Well, but the phrenology is by definition.
With the black students of this.
Yeah, sure. Phrenology is a bunk science, but like, look at where we're at now, okay? I'm glad you picked this topic because it illustrates my point perfectly, right?
Okay, perfect.
we've made a justification for an evolutionary biologist to not talk about evolutionary biology because it's like insensitive.
No. He's.
When did that happen? I don't remember this happening. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I just have to be in the debate bro circle. Maybe it's how old is this video? I didn't think it was that old. 10 months ago. Okay, so it was something that happened 10 months ago, I guess, that I was never aware of.
About it. But I'm also free to scrutinize the implication by which, like, why is he demanding it? This is now the time to bring it up.
Well, because people want to have a
response to a
conversation about like
disagreement.
race and stuff, right? So wouldn't this be, if he was ever going to do it, like that would be?
I think it's a little bit unfair to characterize it as like, oh, people just want to have a discussion about race. Like,
That's true. They didn't want to have a discussion about race. They wanted to force white people off the campus using social pressure for
right, and
reasons.
I'm saying I'm not even going to defend that or discuss it or whatever, but
I think it would have been really handy if at the beginning of this video you talked about what the hell you're talking about right now. Because I have no idea what the hell you're even talking about. Like, what happened? When did it happen?
I think like the situation's a little.
All I know is that some guy was asked, like, I get the impression, I don't know if this is actually what they said or not, but some guy was asked not to give a speech at a campus at some point in time about some topic for some reason that they didn't give. I mean, give me some details. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
A little bit more nuanced than, oh, he wasn't allowed to, he got fired or like whatever.
I don't think he actually got fired. I think he ended up settling with the school and leaving with some payoff package. But it was obviously everybody wanted to leave, the students and I think the faculty as well.
People think that it starts and ends with like, oh, they, and he talked about this. Like, I listened to his interview on Joe Rogan where he said that, he is a Jewish man and he is uncomfortable being told that within a country that he wants to live in, there are spaces that he is not welcome in because it's happened historically to Jewish people, which is a completely defensible point. What is indefensible to me and what he conveniently leaves out is not only did he voice his disagreement, which is completely fine. We can argue and disagree about like which strategies about anti-racism and social justice are best and appropriate. The umbrage I thought people were taking up with him was that he was saying, oh, but I would be happy to give a lecture on race realism, which is essentially the new version of...
Well, but hold on, what did you think he was going to say? Was he going to say, like, welcome, today we're going to study the warrior gene and why black people are predisposed? Like, did you really think that was going to be, like, his presentation? Like, we don't even know what the presentation would have been.
What? I know. It would have been very interesting to hear all about
but we never got to hear it.
Race realism.
Well, there are things you can talk about for, like, I'm sure as an evolutionary biologist, you'd have something to say.
But do you
Maybe his whole
honestly
presentation...
think that he was sad that he didn't get to give that presentation? Do you think that he was really making that offer to give that lecture? Because
it sounded like the offer would have been
people.
that, like, if you want to have a day where we discuss issues that are relevant to minorities, here is an issue that I can discuss that's relevant to my particular scientific discipline, which I think is what would make the most sense.
The study of how they're inferior to white genes.
How do you know that's what he was going to say? Maybe he's going to say black people were superior.
Yeah, maybe he was. Maybe we were deprived of an excellent lecture where he made that exact.
Did this person ever say what his argument was going to be about, or where, like, what his presentation was going to be? Because if not, then what did he get kicked out for?
Exact point.
Regardless, it's a college campus. Isn't this like where those types of conversations should be happening with an actual evolutionary biologist rather than like whatever your local conservative group is or your local YouTuber?
I agree with that entirely, but
well, then what do you disagree with?
My disagreement is that doesn't meet the threshold to say that it's gone out of control. What you just went on to describe, in excessive detail, because he will not ever stop like telling the story.
Well, I described it because you asked me for one example. That's one example. We can go through plenty others if you want.
Yeah, please give us a better example, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But I think you and your audience know all too well that anecdotes, like data is not just the plural. Like
sure.
Yes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, data's not the plural of anecdote. I understand. But when you start to get like story after story after story after story,
is that story
some
after
of which
story, though?
It is story after story.
Oh.
So, like, one of the most recent really troubling ones, I'll do this last one and then we'll let the other guy jump in, and I'll let you respond to this. One of the most recent troubling ones to me, very troubling, very upsetting, was there was a study that was promoted, I think it was conducted at and then promoted by the University of Washington. And this was a study showing that puberty blockers were incredibly beneficial to minors when they were prescribed, and they checked for suicidality after the fact. Okay. And when they did this study, the university was shouting it from the rooftops, this is so great, we're helping trans kids, puberty blockers are amazing. People went back and they dug through the study and they're like, okay, well, when you actually look at it, it's actually a wash. It doesn't really help suicidality much at all. Like
a hormone wash?
Stop. No, it doesn't help much at all, okay? We're not doing that.
Okay.
But when the university found this out, when they were internal emails got leaked when this was brought up, and they were like, okay, well, actually, it looks like this wasn't true at all, but we're not going to really talk about it publicly because people were so happy with the last headlines. It would be kind of shitty to announce now that it didn't actually do much at all. This was like not verbatim, but this is more or less what the contents of the email were. Okay. And it's like, holy shit, well, now we're actually talking about like scientific literature being published and promoted, and now we're talking about picking and choosing which scientific literature we want to promote based on the social agenda that it promotes. That's really scary to me. And there are more anecdotes, but go for it. I'll let you respond to that one.
How is that wokeness, though? I don't know. Maybe I'm just not qualified to be reacting to debate bros. maybe I'm just too much of a normie. I was under the impression that wokeness, and this is just one of the 1,000 different explanations that various people have given, because again, we haven't come to a consensus about what the hell it means to be woke, is that you care about things more than other people do. To be woke, you have a sense of civil duty to be nice to people. Is that not what woke means?
Okay, like I'm not even going.
Not a group that did a study not wanting to put out more information about their study.
To disagree that like you can throw these anecdotes at me all day, but they will always just be that. They will just be anecdotes. Like, are we actually seeing a meaningful trend? And I mean beyond the scope of individual people having their livelihoods disrupted, losing their income or whatever. Honestly, for the most part, I would disagree, or like I would agree with you that like in each like discrete example that you're going to bring up, there were inappropriate measures that were taken to HR to get them removed from some campus where somebody should have been able to speak where they weren't able to. But I'm saying, can you see this borne out in any sort of meaningful policy that's been instituted at even at a municipal level or possibly state or federal? And I just don't think it's ever met that threshold. And I think that alone kind of negates your entire premise that it's gone too far, because we would see it happening in Congress, happening in state legislatures, happening, well, Congress is federal, or at the Supreme Court, that because wokeness has gone amok, we must make these corrective policy measures that could potentially, do more harm than good. And I guess that's mostly what I'm worried about, like the policy implications of saying that, like, okay, even if wokeness has gone too far, fine. Like, for the sake of the argument, I'll concede, like, it has gone too far. Like, what do we do about it?
Cut the bother. Okay. Oh, did you ask me what do I do? Oh, I said I give you the last word. Well, I understand that it's not there like in policy positions, but in schools and in the response to what's happening in schools, it does seem to be there. Now, for whatever reason, progressives are really bad at getting people elected and getting their will enacted in Congress. But I think across like college campuses, like when you look at like, man, what was the last place? Like the ideological leanings of like professors and stuff, it's like 85% left. And like even some of the econ departments, I don't know if it's true here for University of Texas.
But is that a problem? Should we be hiring professors based off of their partisan affiliation? Shouldn't it be based off their expertise in the subject, how well they are at lecturing?
Yeah, it should be, but you just told me that somebody with the expertise in evolutionary biology couldn't talk about it because it was racially insensitive.
No, I did say that he was fine to talk about it, but I was saying it's interesting also to explore the implication of why he decided that was the appropriate moment to give that particular lecture.
I understand, but I'm saying that like, when I'm not saying we should hire people based on their ideological proclivities.
Sounded like it.
No, it didn't. You just heard that because you wanted to hear that.
Okay.
But if you're getting this huge slant in a certain direction.
Well, I mean, you did bring it up. Why did you bring it up?
The question is, like, well, are all
how do you know that partisan slant?
The question is, are all of these people, do they just happen to be left-leaning, or is there like a culture that's kind of developing that encourages only left-leaning people to participate, or people that aren't left-leaning to kind of like hush their opinion a bit?
You say, is there a culture? No. I think you firmly decided that,
because there obviously
definitely is a culture.
There obviously is a culture.
There is this liberal orthodoxy that's being enforced within academia or whatever.
Progressive orthodoxy.
Oh, okay. Aren't you a progressive yourself?
Yes. But I don't enforce the progressive orthodoxy. That's why I'm here at the University of Texas talking to kids.
But are you sure that that's really the progressive orthodoxy?
What for? What?
If you went up to the majority of progressives and you gave all of these examples, do you think they would wholesale start endorsing like any of the repercussions that happen in all of these like awful anecdotes that you're giving, where somebody's like you're positive on that? Okay, just like wholesale disagree on
over
that.
51%.
I think you would be able to find plenty of liberal and left-leaning people who would be able to condemn any sort of actions that were taken. Like, I know
there probably would be some, but I think that over half of like progressives would be in favor of like viciously getting rid of like certain types of thoughts that they feel like don't belong on college campuses at all.
Like what types of thoughts?
Like
And how would you even like eliminate these thoughts? How would
Well, I don't think that religion should be taught in campus. Is that not an example of what you're talking about? And I don't see any justification for teaching religion on campuses. I mean, sure, you can have classes about theology, but you shouldn't be teaching people to be religious on a campus.
these progressives
Well, you do it through
on
social
campus,
culture pressure, right?
And are they not allowed to do that?
I don't think they should on college campuses, no.
Why not?
Enforce because I think that a college campus should represent.
This is what I mean. It's like wokeness just ends up turning into.
Wait,
like,
I'm answering
wokeness,
specifically. You're not letting me respond to your questions. Hold on.
Wokeness is anything I don't like.
No, that's not true. Okay, what I'm saying is that I think that on college campuses there should be a diversity of thought, right? I should be able to find on a college campus the local fascist squad talking about fascism, and if I don't like what they have to say, I should be able to ask my political science teacher hey,
That's
these people
what those
brought this up.
progressives are doing.
No, they're not. What they're saying is we need to protest, boycott them, and get them kicked off campus so that in our own poli-sci classes we can circle jerk about how ideologically pure and cool we are without ever having to address an uncomfortable thought or deal with trains of thought that are hard to...
I completely disagree with that. I would think it's more of we don't want fascists being in control or an influence on our local community. It's not that they don't want people talking about fascist ideas. It's that they don't want people to be fascist.
Criticisms of the your local white pride group, fascist group start, in your opinion.
I mean, is anybody really comfortable with the idea of having neo-Nazi groups in their community other than white supremacists and neo-Nazis? I mean, I sure as hell wouldn't be comfortable with that.
Going too far, you can only criticize them up to a certain point before you're hey, you're heading into territory where your wokeness greed.
Yeah, I think the issue is when you're
at
not
odds with other people's rights.
Yeah, when you refuse to platform it at all, I think that's an issue because then people don't even know how to engage with those different strains of thought.
I know, but you know who was proposing stuff like this? It was liberals, not progressives. Back in 2019, during the presidential campaigns, Kamala Harris was the one who was going up on the debate stage and saying that she was making it a policy promise that she believed that Trump should be banned off Twitter. This was back in 2019.
Kamala Harris is a progressive, not a liberal, though.
What?
She was like Medicare for all. She was way to the left of Biden. She absolutely was.
She was.
She was.
But is she now?
No, she fell in line because Biden is a boss.
You know who's disagreeing with her?
What?
The other progressive on the stage, Elizabeth Warren.
Good. And now look where she is.
And where's that?
Not where Biden is. Or Kamala Harris. Okay, final word, go.
I don't think it's fair to say that people's ideas are worthy or not based on the actions of political parties.
Final word. I told you I'm not here to make any sort of
Well, just give us a final thought. I gotta other people on it.
You give your final thoughts first, okay? Dealer
my final thought is it's hard to quantify because people will ask
maybe
well,
because it doesn't exist.
No, it's hard to quantify because people say show me a poll or show me a thing of why.
Yes, people ask for evidence. They ask me for these inconvenient things like citations for the assertions that I'm making, where you have to actually prove the the empirical claims that you're making.
You're doing it right now. You're not giving me a chance to speak.
I'm not. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Go for it.
I think that you can see a huge trend both in the ideas and stuff that get passed around and enforced socially and college campuses among faculty and staff, where you're getting more and more people that are complaining about, hey, I didn't fit the progressive orthodox here, so I quit. There was an anthropology department where people are complaining about this. I wish I could remember the school. I should remember. There was that University of Washington thing. There was stuff that happened, the Oberlin stuff, where they were racist against the bakery for arresting a black person. You have the Brett Weinstein stuff. There's story after story after story, and I acknowledge they are just stories, but at some point when not only are these stories becoming more frequent, when it gets support en masse by progressives, because you do see them generally across social media where we can quantify it, supporting these stories en masse, I don't know what piece of evidence you would need to see oh, okay, maybe this is a problem that we should start to worry about.
No, I do think
examples of it happening. That'd be a start. But just saying that wokeness has gone too far because people want to not have neo-Nazis running around in their fucking neighborhood, that's not a very good answer.
I think that those individual instances are problems that have to be dealt with, but we already have the tools to deal with them. We have you can appeal. You can appeal to your department chair if you're within academia. You can go to HR. You can file wrongful termination lawsuits. We have the courts. There are avenues for dealing with these things, and all of them are available to these people. I would honestly say that Weinstein's life has only been made better by that because he's now like a millionaire. Like he just grifts off this entire thing. He'll never stop. It was excellent for him. You know, like on principle, like I would disagree with him, but it was only to his benefit. Like you think he's like, has he truly been silenced? Like I heard more about this man after that happened than before it. Before he was a nobody.
Yeah, for certain people they could benefit from it, but for the overwhelming amount of people it's a negative thing. There are certain huge people that can benefit from like being canceled because they've got like the platform, they get like all the media
No, but he was
attention.
that person because he was a nobody before that, right? Or was he any sort
yeah,
of
but he
significant
managed to
professor?
spin it off into like a media career. But most people that get canceled like don't benefit from it. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, but like how many? That's like the problem is
Like
like.
I mean, he's got you there.
99% of people that get hardcore canceled don't benefit from it. There are a few that manage to spin it off into something successful, but
When you say like most people who get canceled though, like are you making the assumption that like most people are like working class people and this is happening within like
people on social
workplaces?
media that are getting like canceled.
I don't understand that how is cancel culture something that's caused by wokeness? I mean, cancel culture is something that was being bitched about and whined about for at least years before I started hearing about wokeness, and now all of a sudden wokeness is the big bad boogeyman. And by the way, cancel culture or canceling somebody, that's something that's been around ever since the beginning of TV. Ever since people have been on television or even public radio. If you said something that the sponsors didn't like, or you know, if you were working for Disney and you said something that Disney didn't want represented, they would fire your ass. Isn't that the same fucking thing as cancellation? It's been around for a long ass time, long before people came up with this lame ass canceling term.
Canceled people in college teachers that are tenure that are getting canceled. Any like.
Do you think social media is indicative of like the views of your average American? Don't you think it's
I think it's
highly
becoming
skewed?
more and more in line with the views of the average American. Yes.
Okay, like all empirical research
Why? Why is it more and more in line with the culture?
like runs contrary to the assertion that you just made.
I would say back in the 50s, people are a hell of a lot more uptight. I mean, you think about, there was a point in time where people weren't even allowed to wear bikinis out in public because it showed too much skin. People weren't allowed to show their ankles because it was too provocative. You know, I mean, it's no.
Like even if
Okay,
you
hold on. No, that is not true. One second. The empirical research says that Twitter tends to be more white, more affluent, and more young than the American demographic. But research will not tell you that opinions on Twitter don't represent the opinions of any Americans at all. There is a divergence, of course, but the opinions of online
never said
people.
that they don't
hold on.
represent
The opinions of
any
online
sort
people
of
15 years
opinions of
ago on the
Americans.
internet were crazy, not resembling real life people. Nobody went to the internet in 2002 to find out like what do Americans think about X, Y, Z. But nowadays with social media, whose explicit goal is to connect as many people as possible across like political paradigms, of course you're going to see it like Twitter today in 2022 is going to represent more American opinion than a GeoCities website in 1998.
Okay, but here's your problem. When people are online, they have this assumption of anonymity, or that they're only speaking to people that are in their clique, just like they used to do when they were in private spaces at home before the internet came about. And people would say ridiculous radical shit because they wouldn't assume that it'd be picked up by the entire fucking public world. And when they were out in public speaking, they would speak more carefully and less radically, and they would censor themselves to only say what they actually meant. Whereas people still don't have that idea that everything they say online is going out to the entire world. They still feel like they have this sense of anonymity. They still feel like they're only speaking to their clique in their small little groups. So they say more radical shit. They don't censor themselves like they would like if they knew they were on TV. And they're more careful about the things that they say, and they think about what they say before they say it, rather than just spitting out whatever's on their mind without doing a heavy analysis and being sure that what they're saying is actually what they think.
Why is that?
Because more and more people are connected to the internet today.
I think only 35% of Americans are on Twitter, and then of that 35, I think it's something that like 25% of users, or like a vast minority of users actually account for the vast, like 97% of tweets.
Probably,
so
yeah.
we're truly.
Yeah, and I would agree with that too. I've had a Twitter account for years, and I've never used the damn thing. I don't think I've ever tweeted any of my personal thoughts about anything on Twitter.
Like
I'm one of
definitively
those.
talking about, yeah, we know that, like a vocal minority here.
Sure, it is still a vocal minority, but it's becoming more and more of a majority, right? Like,
no, it's not a majority until it is a majority. Majority means more than 50%. If you don't even have 50% of the population talking about anything on Twitter, then you're not in a majority.
15 years ago, my mom would have never said that she gets like news on Facebook. Today, she gets her news exclusively on Facebook. And I think it's something like 65 or 70% of Americans say they get the majority of their news from social media. So they might...
Maybe 65% of the people that were asked about that. But here's another problem I have with statistics. People act like a sample of 100 is somehow representative of the millions of people in this country. And that's what bothers me about political polls and all these other... I mean, sure, they may teach that you can get a representative sample of the entire nation from a small subset of people that you ask. But that's only if your sample is an equal representation of the entire subset or the entire population. So, like, you would have to have an equal proportion. Let's say you have a sample of 1,000 people. That 1,000 people would have to be in equal proportion to, like, you'd have to have the same number of people with this opinion and that opinion and that opinion that you have of the entire subset to get an accurate representation of the entire population. But in my opinion, that's not possible. You can't get 1,000 people to represent an actual, equal proportion of the entire country with just 1,000 people. You just can't do it.
Might not be telling on yourself
Otherwise, they wouldn't have had all those polls saying that Trump was losing right up until he won.
a little bit by saying like my mom, or like citing like a personal example, kind of like
Okay, well
showing.
I like to do the 1-2. So the first was my mom. Okay, the second. So the second would be, I'm pretty sure that like the most recent poll that I've heard is like it's between 65 and 70% of Americans' primary news source is social media. Like, it's such a huge deal. You've got Facebook talking about like Cambridge Analytica and stuff in front of Congress. You've got Congress constantly asking questions of like, how do we deal with misinformation online? You've got some people that would assert that maybe you're like, on one breath you're telling me like, well, social media, does it really represent much? And then on the other hand, you've got people saying, on the other hand, you've got people saying that like Russian interference in...
What the hell? I never used a fucking debug command for this colony. Not ever once. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Different social media platforms was so important. It might have been the tipping point for the election in 2016. So, I mean, it seems like it probably matters.
Oh, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter, but I'm saying like to what degree is it indicative and like reflective of, your average American voter? Because like you're saying, your average American, like most people who vote, right, are they wealthy, or like what economic
your voting
demographic
population
are
probably skews older, wealthier, whiter, would be my guess.
Right, okay. Who makes up like, whoa. We good?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, like rich people, almost by definition, we're talking about like a minority of people, right? So like the vast majority of this country is like working class, right?
Okay.
And you're already saying like, you already can see that like Twitter skews affluent, skews white, skews rich, skews educated.
Yep.
Okay, like that's
like
not
the voting population.
That's not the, I know, but that's who's voting. I'm talking about all Americans, not just voting Americans.
Okay, well, what I mean, all Americans, like Americans that are 9 years old, or what?
Huh?
Are you saying that people that don't vote don't have an opinion? I don't understand. Why did you point out the voting population?
Like 9-year-old Americans, or what?
What? I don't know. It's your topic, but like, I would say like for the sake of this, like Americans over the age of like 16, maybe 18,
I think social media is giving us more indicative views of like what they think as time goes on, I would say.
You're just wrong. Okay.
I'm not wrong.
So,
okay, here, final thing, and then because I got
my final thing is that you say you're like a pretty big like free market guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we can find some common ground here. All right. I don't think you have any sort of meaningful policy prescription that you could put forward to deal with, the supposed overabundance of wokeness that's occurring on college campuses and, in your house, just your workplace, like anywhere. But like, okay, like this is the common ground is like maybe to introduce like antitrust, because what you're complaining about is like capitalism to me. You're complaining about just actors within a free market who are navigating that to their benefit and for profit. So, like, for example, Joe Biden I think within the last year, made the statement and then walked it back that quote, practically, Facebook is killing people because of COVID misinformation, because of vaccine disinformation that was being disseminated among social media. And he backed off that pretty quickly, even though the first take was the base take. Facebook absolutely is killing people because they were promoting misinformation. They were promoting conspiracy theorists, people like Alex Jones, you know, and what the question is like, okay, if that's happened, what are we going to do about it? Okay. And Joe Biden backed off that statement because he has no solution to it, because his entire neoliberal ideology is predicated upon making sure that these actors within the free market who have a coercive power that he doesn't like be allowed to do as they please, you know. And at this point, they control probably several percentage points of web traffic, and what are we going to do about that? He backed off of it because he's not about to say, oh, well, we're going to break up Facebook into a million pieces until it's no longer profitable for these individual bad actors to spread disinformation, because he's not going to regulate them like that.
Yeah, I agree. And my goal isn't generally to function like from the government. I think like socially we should pressure people to not be as big on like the cancel stuff. That's kind of what I push on.
But what's the point?
I don't know. I mean, how are you going to tell people that they shouldn't have opinions about the people that they listen to, or that the people they want to hang out with? Nobody's going to go along with that. They're going to complain about you canceling them or telling them what to do at that point.
Of having this I guess this principle, if you're not going to actually try to institute it into policy. And
It doesn't have to be. We can have social pressure that isn't like dating norms aren't
so you're just talking about just culture war.
Yep.
You're not interested.
I'm a YouTuber. That's what I talk about.
Yeah, we know. But then what's the point? All you're doing is complaining that people don't agree with you.
Yeah, getting people to change their mind. That's the point of doing events like this.
Yes. Was your mind changed?
Nope, but I hope yours was.
Okay.
What's your name?
You can call me X.
X.
No slave names here.
No slave names here. Okay, gotcha.
So,
yeah, what do you...
This guy's going to be a massive douche, I can tell, just from the intro that he had.
What do you want to start? You want me to start or you want to start?
I mean, I guess I'm confused as to why you're taking the terminally online
This guy is too fucking loud, man. Turn down his mic, please.
definition of wokeness so much. It's like the way you're presenting wokeness, I feel comes from like all these dudes who get their political information from fucking memes. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's what wokeness is.
Sure.
That being
Well, what are you saying wokeness is? I don't even know what the hell Destiny said wokeness is. Like, I didn't hear a definition for it.
said, now I think there's nothing inherently wrong with canceling people for saying stupid ass shit. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Like, if someone says, if Yeezy's out there saying, I hate Jewish people, and we're canceling him, is that being too woke?
The yay stuff is is very complicated. That's a very...
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, in my mind, that's where it goes, is all these people want to say hateful stuff.
Sure.
Right? They
And
want to
so
say, like, I don't like black people. I don't like women. And then they kind of, you like to use the term dog whistling, right? But they say it a little more subtly. And then they get canceled and they cry. Oh, no, I'm not, my free speech is being suppressed. It's like, no, you're just being an asshole.
So so taking apart some of the things.
Maybe I just put it better, but it sounds a lot like what I said earlier, how, people have been canceling people for decades, a lot longer than I've been alive. I was born in the 80s, and it seems to me like getting canceled is something that happens less now than it did a long time ago. Like, you could say the wrong thing to the wrong person and end your entire career without even being on TV back in the 50s.
You said earlier. So the first thing you said, you mentioned like the terminally online thing for people that get political information from memes. Do you know anything about my background or what I do or anything?
A little bit. Like, I watch you occasionally.
Okay, that's fine.
Recently,
I'm just curious, just so I know.
Yeah.
So like 5 or 6 years ago, I used to debate against a lot of conservatives, alt-righters, centrist people that were really like right people masquerading as centrists, right?
For sure, for sure.
And oftentimes the argument that I would use is like, you are attacking and, you know, vilifying and going crazy about these opinions online that like nobody really believes in. You know, you've got like YouTube videos with like 20 million views attacking a tweet with like 4 likes. There's like no reason to do this. It seems really silly. But it seems like a couple things have happened. Over time, the online stuff has gotten a lot more popular, and also the online stuff is like permeating into real life more. So for instance, you made that reference earlier to like, it feels like you're arguing against people that get all their news from memes. And I would agree that I am, but it feels like, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 33. When I grew up, my parents constantly told me, don't get information from the internet, don't trust anything you read on the internet. In school, we weren't allowed to use the internet as a resource, and they told us that constantly. And now my parents get their news exclusively from Facebook memes, such that they don't even watch Fox News anymore. And I want to say the recent polling in that was like 64% of Americans get their news from Facebook. So insofar as we're addressing people that get their news from memes, is it sad? Yeah, but I think it's actually become the majority of Americans that get their news from memes or comedy-like material, you know? And I think there's even a precedent for that. Like, how many young Americans, I guess, of my age, I'm still young, how many people like my age would have said that, like, oh yeah, I got my news back in the day from The Daily Show, right? Which is like a comedy show.
Yeah, for
really,
sure,
like,
for sure.
Online news, yeah. So I feel like there a lot more of that is kind of happening, where people are online, they're getting their information from online, they're getting their news from online, and then they're amplifying stuff online. That's the first part. So that's why I'm kind of addressing a lot of the stuff that goes on in that realm, because I see a lot of it bleeding over in the real world. The second part is when you talk about like who should be canceled for saying, you know, certain things. If you want to go online, you want to say things like, I hate black people and stuff, I think that's totally fair to like for people to blow back against you. Like you should. The issue that I have is it starts to get a lot more subtle. Like you brought up the dog whistling thing. I don't know if we talk about dog whistling as much, but I remember there was a period in time where it was like an online scavenger hunt to try to find anybody that made the OK symbol. And if you found them ever doing it anywhere, it meant they were like a closet secret Nazi, and people were trying to find out like any piece of information about them to like shut them down from their jobs, get them kicked out of whatever. And a lot of
Okay, but now you're giving examples of people that you only see talking about shit online. Like, you don't, nobody in the general public talks about that shit.
people were just doing it because of like either dumb meme shit or they just like naturally did it. There was I think a staffer in Congress that people were trying to say was like giving secret Nazi salutes like on camera, which he was probably just like making a symbol or whatever.
Like I've never even heard about the OK symbol until I saw you talk about it on your show online. Which is, I mean, to me, that's extremely obscure. I've never, ever heard about that in the general public.
So yeah, those are kind of like, so two areas. So one is that the online stuff has gotten a lot more into
I agree.
real life.
I
And
agree.
two is that, yeah, the canceling, like people can try to cancel like Kanye West over saying some crazy shit, which I agree with. But like for normal citizens, if somebody's starting to say some weird stuff, I think we should be able to engage them in conversation, try to pull them back from the brink rather than cutting them off as soon as they're kind of like leaving the mainstream, I guess like progressive opinion.
I guess where I'm confused is like, what do you mean by canceling someone and take like, if anyone out here wants to say some crazy racist stuff, I'm not going to be like, hey, you're not allowed to be around me, I'm going to fucking kill you. If they're open to engaging in a conversation, the issue is a lot of these people who say this stuff.
I don't know why he's going off on this fucking tangent. I would have just said, like, why is it that we need to coddle people and make sure that they're careful when the vast majority of the time when you confront somebody on something that they're saying, they get confrontational immediately.
They're not interested in conversations. They're not interested in engaging. A lot of it is them trying to sway people to their opinion as subtly as possible that I don't like minorities. I don't like women. I don't like, you know, the LGBTQ plus community. And I don't see a problem with telling those people, yo, shut the fuck up. Like, because you don't have any interest in actually engaging in a debate. What you're interested in is getting those like moderate people that claim they're moderate, who have their minds easily manipulated by contrarian opinions, things like that. And they just want to bring those people further and further to their side. And I don't see a problem with telling those people, yo, get the fuck out of my space. Like, there's no reason.
But isn't canceling basically saying we're not going to watch your show or buy your products? Isn't that not what canceling is? And it sounds to me like he's not arguing for stopping canceling. Like, he's arguing for just allowing people to just say what they want to say. And who's arguing for not allowing people to say what they want to say?
And to let you say this vitriolic bullshit because you don't actually, some of them don't even believe that shit. Like, they're just saying it because they want more power or means or access. Like, they see it as these, I'm kind of wavering a bit, but they see it as like a cultural lightning rod,
sure,
right? That is just going to
and I agree with you. There
their
are
base.
Some of the people that are having the conversations are so ridiculous, and they seem like impervious to like fact or argument. I do agree with that to some extent, that these people do exist. The people that are willing to do the debates and the people that are kind of at the top of these are definitely like that. But I think a lot of their followers like genuinely do believe this stuff. Like, they're not just grifting, they're not just saying whatever. They genuinely do get like taken in by it, and they start to believe it. And then moderates or people in the center will start to get taken in by it. And the thing that is scary to me is, as somebody that I try to engage anybody that I can with differing political opinions, is when somebody, a moderate, goes into a space and they see that on one side somebody's saying like, you, we don't talk about these opinions, we don't do that, they're hateful, and the other side is saying, well, we'll talk about anything you want to talk about. I think that the moderate looks at the person over there and they're like, well, this guy seems way more f***ing reasonable. These people are denying the ability to even have the conversation. These people are willing to talk about anything, and it creates this kind of like weird pipeline to where people are being funneled over into these like kind of conservative spaces, because the conservatives seem more willing to have the conversations than the progressives are.
See,
what are you talking about? It's almost, to me, it sounds like he's talking about a few instances where kids in colleges get super uppity about having an opinion, and they don't want to hear any contrary people, speakers, you know, radicals, as you might say, on their campus giving a speech. Is that happening everywhere all the time? To my knowledge, that's only a few instances at colleges.
I think that largely explains the success of people like Jordan Peterson or Andrew Tate, because you've got people that are willing to address like a group of like young white men that the left-leaning media has kind of like demonized over and over again and has made it socially acceptable to attack.
So are you saying it's not socially acceptable to attack people who say things like, I hate women, or I hate...
Well, the thing is,
like,
I don't think people usually say like, I hate women. They'll say things like, I think women are different than men and shouldn't have the same jobs. They'll say stuff like that.
I agree with that, but they say those things with the purpose of kind of subliminally painting those messages of, hey, yeah, men and women are different because men are better than women, or blacks and whites are different because white people are better than black people.
But do you think there could be some people that say that, where it doesn't come from a place of hatred, it just comes from a place of observation? Like, somebody might say, well, men and women are
I think it comes from a place of ignorance, not hatred or observation. I think it comes from ignorance. And
you argue, like, men and women are different, right? Or do you
yeah, for sure,
so like somebody could make that observation, and then they might see a conservative that says men and women are different, therefore men are better than women. But they'll see a progressive say, well, men and women aren't different at all. Well, aren't they more likely to listen to the conservative just because he's
how many progressives do you see saying men and women aren't different at all? Like,
well, I mean, I think arguably over like, it gets a little bit more into the weeds, but like on the trans stuff, for instance, there's a lot of arguments that like, well, if you're on HRT for 1 year, you're essentially the same as whatever gender you've, started to take HRT or TRT.
That's a wholly different argument than saying there's no difference between men and women. What the fuck?
But if we're talking about the trans population, that's like less than 1% of the population, right?
Yeah, but for a while it dominated like 85% of the meteor cycle, right?
And why do you think that is?
I think there's two reasons. I think one is because conservatives are looking for lightning rod issues that they can do a culture over. But two, it's because progressives get baited into defending really stupid positions and won't just like give ground in areas where they probably should.
I think there is a lot of anger within the progressive movement, and I think the issue is it's justifiable anger. Like, for decades we've had so many conservative voices saying these hateful things, and the second that progressives start pushing back, it's like, oh my god, you're unreasonable, how dare you say these things, look, you're trying to cancel me. And it's like, no, we're not trying to cancel you, we're just pissed. Like, how
I don't know. To me, the problem is that Fox News, being like the main platform of the Republican ideology, publicly saying absurd shit, is how people get this idea that conservatives are out of their fucking mind, because the people on Fox News are frequently out of their fucking mind.
how are we supposed to just sit there and take it when people are saying, hey, every single brown person is illegal. Hey, every single black person's a criminal. Hey, every single trans person is a groomer. Like, nah.
It might be like, this might be like an idealist position I have, but like I guess the hope would be that we can be better than the opposition. That like if you have people that are incredibly hateful in the rhetoric, the counter to that isn't to be like incredibly hateful back, but the idea is that like, okay, well we're going to engage with the ideas and we're going to.
Well, like if you're saying that the left should be open-minded to discussions on topics, I can 100% agree with you. But if you're saying that people shouldn't be allowed to cancel or boycott, as it used to be called before the word cancel was made common. Then no. I mean, people should be allowed to boycott and suppress the opinions of insane fucking people.
To do our thing instead of like,
because if we don't suppress the opinions of insane people, those opinions grow and they reach more people and they become more popular, even if they're dangerous, which is not a good thing.
Pushing like so hardcore on the other side that you have things like people justifying like the BLM riots, where let's say stuff like, well, you know, people are rioting and it's understandable because of all the anger that they suffered. It's like, okay, well, now you've got all these communities that now are even more incensed against BLM. Like we saw support for BLM massively drop off once the rioting started, and it's like, well, fuck, well, what do we actually accomplish at the end of the day? Like they were angry, they did dumb shit, the conservatives, which they have, I agree with you, but now we got angry and then we did dumb shit, and now like everybody's back at ground zero.
Yeah.
I'll give you the last one for the response. Go for it.
So, are you saying? I know you said I get the last word.
Respond to some question if you want, but yeah, go.
I do think there is a time and a place to respond.
Why are they not operating this damn generator? What is the problem? Are their priorities for sweeping set too high or something? There's tidying. I guess so. Let's see here. Catalina and Otto both tidiers. Yep. Yeah, they sure are. Well, shit. I guess I'll just have to set operating high for now. Okay, sorry.
With anger towards hate. I do think there is a time and a place to look at people who say terrible stuff and tell them, hey, shut up. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I'm gonna pull the Hitler card, right? Like, if someone A1 from day one, Hitler's out there saying I hate Jews, and someone shoots Hitler the second he says that shit, I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, if like, I don't see how that is a terrible thing. If someone's out there and saying trans people should be genocided, and you shoot that person and you take that person off the face of the earth, I don't think that's inherently a bad thing.
Okay, well, I obviously I completely disagree, but thanks for the chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming up and disagreeing. I appreciate it.
Okay, so he wasn't completely stupid like I thought he was, based on that one clip he played at the beginning. But that way, I mean, that was the dumbest thing he did say. So, I can see why he clipped him. That was kind of clickbaity.
Anu?
Wait, what'd you...
Atanu.
Atanyo.
Atanu.
Atadu.
Yes.
Okay. How's it going?
Great.
Did he say his name wrong 3 times on purpose?
I just wanted to clarify, but you think that there is progressive movements that are worth like pursuing?
Yeah, right? I think that progressive policies are things that I generally agree with. Yeah, I would say I'm a progressive. Yeah.
So wouldn't you say that like the overall like woke movement has progressed that significantly, at least in like last 10 years or so?
A bit, yeah, but I'm worried about like a snap back because of the unwillingness to engage with the other side. So like I would say like what we saw with Leah Thomas and the national discourse on that represented a snap back.
I mean, like, I think when you think about progressive movements historically and recently, that's always been a kind of part of it. That's always been like the conservative like talking point that like, hey, are we going too far? Are we doing too much? And then I feel like liberals and progressives have always been carrying too much water on that topic for conservatives. I feel like we shouldn't we should talk more about the issues and not like say like, hey guys, we need to chill out. Because like if you think about like, for example, like BLM more recently, there's a lot of conservatives going on and talking about how there's too much rioting, there's too much blah blah blah. And then like I think like the number was like 93% of all the protests were peaceful. It's like why as progressives, why do we have to like address the worst parts of our movement when we can just push our message?
So this is something that I would agree with.
Yeah.
But here's the issue that happened. This is what changed. So that's what you just gave was the correct response. A conservative comes up and they say, well, what about BLM? That was super violent. You go, no, it wasn't violent. There were aspects of violence to it, but I disavow that. I don't agree with that. Most of it was peaceful. We should push for the peaceful stuff and disavow the violent stuff. The issue is when the majority of progressives started to defend the violence. And I think that's when stuff started to get like real.
Did they? I don't know. I mean, if that's true, that's kind of stupid. Because you shouldn't be defending the violence. You shouldn't be defending rioting. Maybe they did. And if they did, I condemn them for it. Because rioting, not only does it detract from the message, but it also makes your message kind of hypocritical in a way. Because if you're going to riot and cause destruction and put people's lives in danger, then what makes you think that you're allowed to argue against cops being dangerous and violent?
Really wacky, because you started, rather than saying like, yeah, there was some rioting, we don't support that, that's not good, you started getting people saying things like, well, you know, they were rioting against the capitalist establishment that's part of the oppressive system that is keeping minorities down, and that's why we have to burn down like neighborhoods and city blocks.
But how is that wokeness?
And it's like, well, now we're in a totally different world where it's not just like you're defining, you know, the types of stuff that we have to talk about. We're defining it by defending it.
I mean, I think that's always going to happen, though. I think it's worth moving on to different topics or defending the thing that we're trying to defend without like giving that too much like attention. Like, because I don't think like it's a vocal minority of progressives that like push this message. I think you said earlier today that like a tweet with like 4 retweets or likes will get like 20 million views on like a YouTube video. It's like,
yeah.
why?
Well, it used to, but now I feel like it's different. Like, it used to be the case that Twitter was a place where we just kind of ignored people because they were crazy and we knew they were crazy. But like in the 2016 election cycle, Bernie Sanders had to like disavow the people on Twitter that were like militant in favor of him. Like he had to actually come out on stage and be like, I don't support any of this stuff. And then you're starting to see more and more.
Which is another example of why we should ignore the ridiculous people on Twitter. What the fuck?
More vocal support for what I would argue are like movements that go too far, or at least protests that go too far. Like we should unequivocally disavow rioting. It's the easiest thing in the world to do,
I
with
agree,
some limited exception. You know, if you want to riot against like certain public buildings, like sure. But when we're talking about like burning down car dealerships and stuff, that's like the easiest disavowal in the world.
Yeah.
And when it's reached the point to where you've got like pictures of CNN journalists, you know, saying like, oh, here we are at the mostly peaceful protest, and it's like a car dealership on fire in the background. It's like the freest ammunition in the world to give to like this conservative side of people that are like trying to claim everybody's violent and stuff.
Yeah,
you know?
I do think that like liberals and progressives have been historically bad at pushing their narratives and their whatever they want to push, but like I do think that like we like the average person doesn't have like, I guess like more specifically to the topic, anti-wokeism. I don't think we have the media literacy to understand, for example, if you were Crowder coming onto UT campus and I was like a dumb UT student, like most people will get like farmed in that instance. They would like look bad.
Yeah.
Versus so like canceling these people or preventing them from showing up and pushing their message when most people don't have the ability to like push back. I think that does more good than it does harm.
So here's the issue that I have. I think that if Crowder shows up at a college campus and makes college kids look bad, college campuses are the perfect place for that to happen. Because if somebody presents you with an idea that you don't know how to deal with on a college campus, you have communities, you've got teachers, you've got resources to figure out, well, how do I navigate these conversations? Some guy came up and he gave somehow a really compelling argument for like Nazism or something. I didn't really know what to say. I didn't have the historical background. I didn't have like the policy governmental background. I didn't have like even the moral or ethical background. I know what to do. But I've got this whole host of resources on this college campus that I can like have conversations with to flesh out like, well, this is what you could have said, or this is how you deal with it. As opposed to what seems to happen is people go to college, they hear.
So why are you pushing it back on like college campuses are too woke now? Is it really happening so damn often that people with radical opinions are being rejected from college campus speaking opportunities? Is that happening a lot? I've only heard of like 3 or 4 instances of that. And it's just because that particular community at that particular college didn't want that particular person at their college speaking because of previous things that they had said. And again, I mean, do you want radical Nazis in your community? Is it not possible to have discussions about the ideas that radical Nazis are spewing on college campuses without those people being there? I mean, you could talk about their ideas without the people actually being at your campus, right?
Hear one message the whole time, they don't really get any diversity of thought, then they graduate, then they're in the workplace, and then they stumble onto like these crazy YouTube channels, and now they're like, well, hold on, this guy is saying some crazy true shit, and I've never heard a counter to any of these ideas before. Maybe there's some truth to this. And now who do you have to talk to like try to figure out if they're good or bad ideas? Your friends? You've got like the comment section on videos. Like at that point you're like doomed, you know? That's why I feel like college is like this last bastion of area where you can have like really aggressive conversations, but then have a community afterwards to go into, and then to figure out like, well, what's the best way to navigate it?
I do appreciate the idea of that like you get challenged in like the marketplace of ideas and then you go and like learn from it. But like there's 2 things. It's like, first of all, that's assuming that kid would go from that conversation and then want to learn from it instead of just being like butthurt and doing nothing about it. That's like one big part. And the second thing is, for every kid that like learns from this instance from like facing it, there's like a million people watching Crowder's videos and learning the opposite. It's like, oh, look at this like kid, he got like owned on YouTube, right? It's like those videos in like 2016, 2015 created a whole generation of like conservative people. Like,
he's got a good point there. You know, people that don't know what the hell they're saying, or don't have a prepared debate going up against talking to these people that have these prepared debates, then they know how to attack specific points that people are making, and they're very likely to make if they're not prepared. And they look like idiots. That does draw more idiots to their ridiculous cause. All right, well, I'm going to take another break here. So we'll be back with part 2 of this video when I get done with the break. Get things switched over and mark the time. We're at 1 hour 57. Well, we'll call it 56:40. All right, I'll be back soon. let's get back to it. Okay, time is 2 hours, 10 minutes. And let me switch screens. Load the game. And start the video again.
Yeah, but I feel like the reason why they created that generation is because, like, Crowder largely seems to go unchallenged at these college campuses. Like, people don't know the response to, like, pretty basic questions. Like, if you feel strongly...
I don't think that's going to change, though.
You don't think people can be educated to, like, have good responses to, like, the...
No. People can be educated. That's what philosophy and debate classes are for. Not everybody takes philosophy and debate classes. And just because people are at a campus doesn't mean that they're going to be prepared. In fact, people at a campus are frequently not going to be prepared. Because just like people who watch TV shows, they're not experts on the shows that they're watching.
I think that the design of those kind of conversations, when like people come onto campuses and give talks, they aren't going to face any kind of, no matter like what happens, aren't going to face any kind of like real pushback.
True.
So then what about kids that have graduated college? Like, how do they deal with like YouTube videos and stuff?
Even kids that have graduated college haven't necessarily taken debate and philosophy classes, and they're not experts in debate and philosophy, dude.
Are they just lost at sea, or?
I mean, like...
You think every single doctor in the world is an expert at debate and philosophy?
No, I mean, I'm pretty black-pilled on this. I think most people are not going to have the media literacy to understand.
So then do we like ban it all off YouTube as well, or?
No, it's...
Who's proposing to ban everything off of YouTube? What the hell?
Just, I'm not saying ban it off of YouTube, but I'm saying that like when people take these measures to prevent these kind of conversations, I'm not opposed. Because I know the result of those conversations is more harm than good.
Isn't like the kind of the goal of democracy that we ought to be able to have challenging conversations? Like, isn't that part of the responsibility we have as citizens to our government, to our people, to be able to have challenging conversations?
No, that is not the goal of democracy. The goal of democracy is to have a government where people have input and they have a vote on what the government does.
Conversations with opposing points of view.
I do think that there are places for that. Like, for example, like policy debates when people go on like radio shows or like they bring on I know like NPR does like a radio show where they bring on two experts on a conversation and they ask like a audience like how do you feel about this before and after, right? I feel like that's more of a controlled environment where you have people who have the ability to combat each other. Or like political debates, like when presidential debates, like governor debates, these kind of areas where you have people who have the training to combat each other and post their ideas, versus like when you come onto a campus and like these people have like weeks of training on how to own like 18-year-olds.
If any. Or wait, no, he's saying how to attack arguments that aren't prepared. Yeah.
Like, yeah, but it's not even usually weeks of training. I guess like the
weeks of preparation.
American college student is like one of the most educated like people like in all of history. Like, we do so much schooling here. We've got, in America especially, you're forced to take like, you've got your gen eds, like you've got to take like a whole like, and the whole point is to like round you out more as a college student. I don't even think in Europe, I don't think they force like gen eds as much as they do in the United States. I feel like you should be able to have.
I mean,
like,
I agree.
It's scary to me they did like, well, there's a Nazi on campus and nobody knows how to talk to him. Like, it should be pretty easy to tell a Nazi like, well, this is why Nazism is a really dumb idea.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean everybody's got the pro-debate memorized. Come on, that's a totally different thing. Yeah, sure, you should be able to just tell a Nazi to go to hell, which is basically saying, don't come on our campus.
This is why liberalism or something is better.
Like, there isn't like Nazis on campus straight up saying Nazi stuff. There's like people like Crowder saying like, oh, I think there's like differences between like the races, and then like nobody knows how to handle that.
Yeah, but shouldn't they?
I wish they did.
Then we should do that,
but
right?
I feel like that's very idealized.
But yeah, but that's what we're at college. It's a place for ideals, right?
Why do you keep saying this? Not everybody at college needs to be a fucking professional debater.
You all have dreams, and you guys aren't old enough to have your hopes and dreams crushed yet. You should still be idealistic, right?
But then we can look at the results. We can see generations of like kids just like being red pilled to like.
Yeah, but like I feel like it's because progressives don't try. This is something that like, and I used to, like 4 years ago, I was 100% on your point of view. Like some things you just can't debate certain people because they're bad faith, they dance around too much, they're slippery, blah blah blah. But then as I look more and more around different types of people, and I've communicated with so many different types of people, what I've realized is that I think you can communicate a lot of ideas to a lot of people, but a lot of people on the left just don't even want to try. They give up before they've even started. Like,
Again, not everybody needs to be a professional debater. I don't need, a psychiatrist to be a professional debater. I don't need a mechanic to be a professional debater.
some guy will show me, be like, oh, black people are warriors and white people are more smart, and the guy will like give up immediately. It's like, oh, okay, well, you got me. And it's like, that's it, really? You're not even gonna try to have that conversation?
No, I've seen you do that, Destiny, where you're just like, okay, you have this sarcastic response to someone rather than giving a real hardcore debate answer to somebody. You do that too.
But I think that the fact that you saying that like people aren't willing to try isn't going to change. I feel like that's just a constant. People are going to be set in their way.
I feel like it's a social experience. I feel like we can change it. I think that can change. Like, I think if somebody listens to me, they're more likely to do it. And if more people like kind of spread that idea that like if Crowder's here, there should be like a well-informed base of college students where when he says some crazy shit, you can push back on it.
Then make sure that the microphone at those arguments or that those presentations are only given to people that have prepared debate, professional responses to these things. Otherwise, you're going to end up with exactly what he talked about, where they get owned and then it turns into a video that draws more idiots into that realm of idiocy.
Look at it like something more recent. Like we've seen people like Fuentes or like Trump get banned off of like social media, right?
Yeah.
And now you don't see as much people talking about like the crazy shit that Trump and Fuentes say, right? It's like at the same time, it's like I used to be the opposite. I used to feel like, oh yeah, we should have every idea, bad or good, on the marketplace, and then people should debate it. And bad ideas will fall to the bottom, good ideas will come to the top. But instead, we had like 4 years of like half the population of America
and that's
parroting what Trump said on Twitter.
Yeah,
right?
but I think that's the issue is you can cancel people.
Yeah.
But ideas are bulletproof. You ever seen V for Vendetta? No, but like I think you can cancel a person, but you can't like get rid of the ideas. And I think that's the issue. Is that that my big wake up moment for that was Trump being elected.
Okay, but again, how does having the person present on your campus stop you, or preventing the person from coming onto your campus? How does that stop you from discussing the ideas that they're bringing up? That you can easily have classes, debate classes and philosophy classes that cover the ideas that they talk about without having that person on campus.
When Trump was running for office, it was so obvious that he had no chance of ever being elected. He just couldn't. His rhetoric was too extreme. Some of the stuff he said was crazy. Even for Republicans, some of the stuff he said was too crazy. Him winning the election was like, holy shit, there are so many people in this country that believe things that I wasn't even aware of.
Yeah,
I thought we were past all of that.
If you want to talk about Trump, it's like he spouted, he was obviously given like the biggest platform in the world, being the United States president, right? But,
sure, but
let's say like somehow he's prevented of that. There was like a market uptick of violence against minorities, and this, you had the Charleston incident, right? Like that happened more or less because Trump was given like a platform to talk about his stuff, right? It's like specific people do matter.
Yeah, but again, now what are you saying? Like,
very...
But the goal, so on one end, we can either confront these ideas head on and try to get people like on our side, or on the other hand, we can just kind of try to get deplatform, ban Trump.
So rather than your argument saying that wokeness has gone too far, your argument should be that we're not educating people enough on these topics in school. But even then, you're wrong, because they do have debate classes at schools. It's just that not everybody wants to take those classes, which is why we need to get to the real problem in our society, where the experts aren't the ones being put on stage. The idiots are the ones being put on stage. And why? Because we have these arguments of, no, we don't want to cancel people. If you're not an expert on it, then people need to quit giving you the stage to talk about it. That's the problem.
Ban Trump, ban the next guy, ban Andrew Tate, ban every new person, ban Sneeko, ban like every new person that comes up. Like obviously the current of idea is still there. Banning the people isn't getting rid of it, because some of these people are exploding.
But you can see that there was a huge difference of Trump getting a platform. Like
there
before,
was, but like,
before,
although Republicans aren't gone, they still have those
gone,
thoughts.
But they were
like
why?
Biden is still at risk in this election. It's
No,
not like,
I
thank
agree,
God
I
we
agree,
banned
I agree.
Trump, right?
I agree.
And like DeSantis is incredibly popular, so.
My point is that there's always going to be people who believe X or Y, right? But like people are more afraid to disclose that they're into Y.
Well, here's another point. Religion used to be like a 90% plus thing in our society. So more people were willing to believe religious bullshit. Whereas now it's less than that. So is that not a demonstration of our society being more wise to bullshit?
If X is on top, right?
Sure, but isn't that like part of the issue? Because I don't want somebody that's...
If me and you agree that like Y is bad, then and if our end goal is that we shouldn't have Y, which is Charleston riots, right? Like we shouldn't have like that kind of stuff happen, then we shouldn't allow for those kind of people to talk.
Okay.
Because okay, so
I'll give you the I'll respond. I'll give you the final word on it. I want to be allowed to talk, and I think that progressives with radical ideas should be allowed to talk, even if a lot of people find them offensive. I think there's a valuable conversation to be had there. But I think if we're going to let one side talk, we're going to let the other side it has to talk too. I think that if we're...
No, it's not about letting idiots talk. The problem is that we don't put the opinions of really intelligent people on TV. We put the opinions of every idiot that wants to talk on TV. We're slowly fixing that problem over time, which is why people aren't as open to being religious as they used to be.
We're going to live in a democracy, and if we believe in like democratic ideals, I think we kind of have to trust. There's like one of the risks of democracy is you're putting a lot of trust in normal people. Like a normal U.S. citizen is going to the ballot box, and they're deciding if we're going to have drones in Yemen. They're deciding how we're going to regulate social media. They're like when we vote for elected officials, all of this stuff is at risk when we're casting a ballot. And insofar as we're going to trust an American citizen to make that decision, I think we ought to be engaging them in conversations and treating them like people that are intelligent enough to come to...
What do you mean by we should be engaging them? There are specific people that are qualified to do it and that should be doing it, and there are tons more people that aren't qualified that should not be doing it. But the problem is that we give a platform to people that shouldn't be doing it.
Like informed decisions about these things. Otherwise, I mean, like all is lost. We're basically ceding all these platforms to whoever wants to be the most ideologically driven warrior who's going to like lead everybody because nobody else is having the conversations. That's my fear. And then I'll give you the last word on it. Go for it.
I wanted to start this by saying that I do agree that a lot of people catch strays when it comes to this movement. A lot of people who shouldn't be canceled get canceled. Even your Twitch ban, I disagree with.
Thank you.
But I do think the overall...
I don't even know why he was canceled from Twitch. I'm curious.
Progress that this woke movement has made has been drastic. Like even like 15 years ago, like gay marriage was not legal in America, right? Like versus the discourse right now, it's like unbelievable for someone on a public platform to talk against gay people, right? So like you see these kind of like huge steps that we've taken in a very quick fashion, probably due to the internet and this ability to project these kind of ideas. But that kind of, I don't think we should like hold so much water for the conservative idea that like wokeness has gone too far when we see these large swaths of progress that we've made in a very short amount of time. Like personally what I believe to be progress.
Okay, I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
David?
David.
I think like the problem is that I think like this premise kind of sucks because I think normally when you're putting up like a debate topic, usually it's like a principled position you can argue for or against. Like if that like structure were imposed on this debate, it would be like, is wokeness good or is wokeness bad? Whenever you go like on this question of has wokeness gone too far, it's like it seems like it's implicit that wokeness can be a good thing, but like this is too much of a good thing. It's like a question of like a threshold, right? Where at a certain point, wokeness is good, but when it goes too far, that's like the threshold that has been crossed, and then it's a problem, right?
Yeah, I mean, but that's essentially my argument. Like, in terms of policy positions, like I agree with most woke things. I think my issue is just like the rigid social enforcement of like progressive ideas, and then the like expulsion of everybody out of communities that doesn't like adhere to this really rigidly defined system. Is essentially my problem. But like, I'm not going to say that like.
But how is that even happening? I don't see that happening.
Wokeness is bad or all woke things are bad or whatever. It's just kind of like the woke culture and like the very purely driven, like internally reinforced culture that's developed out of it, I think has gone a little bit too far. It's too much.
So
but like when I say too far, like if you've got a guy that is like in a group of friends who like calls people the N-word all day and you're like, we're not talking to you anymore because that's cringe now, that's cool, that's based. But if you got a guy who's like, I don't know if I feel like cultural appropriation is a big deal, and you're like, okay, well, we're going to put you on Twitter and ruin your life, that's probably too far.
Yeah.
But both are like a form of like wokeness, I guess, but yeah.
Like, would you say that like you have your principal objection to like the current way that this is handled is like ethical or like in terms of like effectiveness? Because I don't really have like the data to support this, but I think when you look at like certain people who I feel like are causing like active harm, like I think, you know, Andrew Tate's a great example, especially because it feels like, and I don't have like the data to support this, it feels like when he got deplatformed from all of these different places, you saw his rhetoric like way less. So if you feel like his rhetoric is causing harm, if he's deplatformed, then
I don't know. I think that Andrew Tate was just a passing fad. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but the impression that I get is that the whole super misogynistic alpha male shit was, again, one of those things that was heavily talked about and covered by a small niche of people online.
You could say that that's like effectively a good thing, but would you still say that that's ethically a bad thing?
I would say it's ethically and practically a bad thing. So the Republicans do this on their side, progressives do this on their side. Okay, so here's an issue that I have, okay? Let's say we've got some people commit too much crime. Say
Right.
poor people commit too much crime, okay? There's two ways to look at this. I would argue the conservative way is like make it more illegal. Make it more punishments, you know, fuck these people committing crime. Then the progressive side will look at it and they'll go, okay, well, hold on. This is a really one-dimensional view of crime. People don't just commit crime because they want to commit crime. There's all of these extenuating factors, all of these environmental reasons why if you put a person in a certain area, they're more conditioned to commit certain types of crime, right? Which is probably a better way of looking at things. But then when progressives look at social media, they'll see like somebody like Andrew Tate, and they'll go like, oh my God, Andrew Tate, popular guy, misogynistic, permaban on everything. Boom, we fixed it. And it's like, well, no, hold on. The problem isn't Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, did this guy even exist online? Like,
Andrew Tate is a problem. I don't know how you could say Andrew Tate wasn't a problem. People should not be listening to Andrew Tate.
a year and a half ago?
It feels like his whole thing was like this big, crazy. Well, I think this is the problem, right? Is like
he came out of like nowhere and he like exploded. But like
exactly,
the issue, it's
that's the
not like
problem.
it's not like everybody was like super chill and cool, and then fuck, Andrew Tate just came out of nowhere and boom, turned everybody like red pill, misogynist, blah blah blah. It seemed like that like undercurrent of thought was there, waiting for somebody to show up and be like, oh, that's our guy now. And now that Andrew Tate's gone, my prediction for the future, there's going to be another guy that's going to pop up because you haven't actually addressed any of ideas or addressed any of the issues that like caused him to become as popular as he was. You just ban that particular person, and you're hoping that another person doesn't come up that's like him in the future.
Yeah, but like I feel like
but you can't get rid of neo-Nazis by debating the arguments that they have. You have to fix the entire fucking culture that allows the ideas of neo-Nazis to propagate in the first place, which is a huge problem that you're not going to fix by stopping wokeness.
that's kind of the problem, right? The fact that he could explode so fast, because like what was responsible for that was the fact that he really zeroed in on this really, really effective scheme of making himself more popular and disseminating his ideas, because he would have like this weird like pyramid scheme of content creation where he could pay people to put him on TikTok, put him on YouTube, and just flood the internet with his name. And so I feel like the fact that somebody can do that, it's less about the ideas at that point, and it's more about the mechanisms of these social media websites that can allow for people to take control of them and just like explode their ideas.
Sure, but there's a lot of people that could do the same thing Andrew Tate did and not get any popularity at all. Like, at the end of the day, he had a good scheme for paying people and getting people to post his clips online, but they only got popular because there was somebody that wanted to hear that message that he was giving.
Right.
And I think that, like, it's not like Andrew Tate came out of nowhere. Like, him personally, he came out of nowhere, but, like, we've had red pill movements online, you know, since the early 2010s, right?
Yeah,
you had the
of course.
early, like, pickup artist, MGTOW community. You've had the growing, like, red pill, black pill community. Now you've got, like, this, like, the whatever the new generation or iteration of red pill community under like Tate, this like quasi-Christian, quasi-traditional values, but also weirdly misogynist, just like whatever. Like you've got this like new like Tate-esque stuff. It's been growing. It's been like under there, waiting for people to come up and like take advantage of it. And I don't feel like any progressive or liberal response has ever been mounted against it. Like a conservative, here's the thing, if I was a conservative, okay, I would ask a progressive, okay, you want to ban Andrew Tate, you want to get rid of like Jordan Peterson, you want to get rid of these guys, who are your male role models on the progressive side that are speaking to like disaffected young men?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. But, like, I think the thing that I want to get back to is, like, obviously nobody's going to disagree that misogyny has always existed and that, like, these communities have always existed. The question is, was Andrew Tate responsible for the growth of these ideas, especially in younger demographics? Because you would see all these accounts of, like, teachers in, like, high schools and even middle school.
He was not responsible for it. He just glommed onto it. And because people love the shock jock shit, he became popular. It's the same reason why Asmongold loves to say troll shit, because the kids that want to be trolls love it when he says the troll shit.
Schools being like, well, all my students are talking about Andrew Tate. He's like their favorite guy ever. He's like their role model. And so it's less about the fact that, oh, misogyny's always existed, so Andrew Tate's like not that big of a deal. I don't want to like start my position or anything. But like, you know, I think the bigger problem is the growth and the dissemination of his ideals. The fact that, you know, he is so popular on platforms that are popular amongst like young people. It's less about like the ideas and whether or not they exist, and like it's way less about debating the like value of these ideas. It's more about like the volume and the presence of these ideas amongst demographics.
Yeah, I guess the issue is that like he probably moved the needle a little bit, but I think that he's speaking to people that they want to hear the message because they're not getting anything on the other side. Like I never do this to people. I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit, okay? Understanding it's hard to do this,
sure.
But like, so here's a question, okay? Andrew Tate got deleted off the internet.
Sure.
Like 20 social media platforms all banned him simultaneously.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, that is like a good question. I mean, like this is
because he was basically platforming misogyny, hatred of women, which leads people that hate women to conglomerate around him, which makes that culture feel good about the things that they're doing, which leads to them reinforcing the ideas that they can hate women, which makes those ideas more extreme, which leads to danger for women.
So this is troubling to me because like this guy got deleted more than Trump got banned off the internet, and we don't even know why he was banned.
I do have an answer, and this is why I probably would agree with you. I think the problem is that all social media platforms have really, really interpretive TOSs, and so like. But
this isn't
you
about
can really
interpretive
ban
TOS.
people
This is about like about the woke idea. It's about the rigid enforcement of kind of like the progressive orthodoxy. That like the reason why Tate was banned was because he was giving opinions about like misogyny and stuff that kind of fell outside of what is like the socially acceptable left-leaning kind of like orthodox.
Well, this kind of goes back to your argument about how we need to educate people to argue against these ideas. If you want to change society and make them more progressive or more open-minded to good things and close their mind off to bad things, you can't just let people argue. You have to, one, educate them about those things, which is impossible in our society because most people only go to high school and they stop before college because they can't afford to go to college where they get educated about these types of things. you have to basically shut down the ideas that are negative and have a bad impact on society. You can't just argue them away, because people will repetitively come back with them, and they have to be shut down in a forceful manner, because just arguing against them isn't going to shut them down, and it's not going to stop them from coming back up. And then you have to let society behave in a manner that allows them to shut it down. I don't know. I'm not wording this properly. Not a debate pro. Oh well.
View on, I guess, gender norms or whatever, and so he got like completely bucked and destroyed by the system, just gone.
Yeah.
Because like if I ask, like, because when somebody tells me, oh, this guy got banned from Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, everything, I'm thinking like, okay, this dude is either a terrorist, mass murderer, convicted multiple rapist, but it's like, well, no, he just like, people said he was misogynistic, I guess, but it's like, well, yeah, that's really troubling to me.
He wasn't just misogynistic. He was building a cult of misogyny.
Like, I think the thing is like, I think this isn't impossible to question answer. I mean, impossible to answer question, because like, we don't know what the thought process was of the people in the room making these decisions. And at some point it kind of veers into conspiracy, because none of us are flies in the wall, like in the board of directors room for like Facebook, or like in these rooms for like TikTok or whatever. We don't know what their rationale, we don't know what their thought process was. It's
sure,
totally
but we do know
opaque
there
to
was,
us.
it is a, to use the technical term, it was a conspiracy, and that there was a plan by multiple people to get him off the internet, right? Like, it's not like, unless he happened to just break the TOS on like 6 different social media platforms at the same time, that's probably not the case. Like, there was like a, like, okay, well, this guy's got to go, and then everybody's like, okay, well, we're banning him, we're banning him, we're banning him. Now, maybe they didn't all plan it, but they saw one platform do it, and everybody's like, okay, well, fuck, we got to follow suit,
Yeah,
which is, I think, almost just as scary, but...
I was gonna say, because I think that's like a real capitalist thing, where when you have PR image, like when you have like a PR image for your company, like
you don't want to be the one platform that doesn't ban entertain.
This just happened with Hockey Canada, right? Because Hockey Canada had a bunch of like these sexual assault allegations, and when one sponsor pulls out, then the 5 left are like, oh, this looks bad. Then another one drops out, oh, now there's 4 left, and it's like, well, this looks terrible for us.
Sure.
So I think it's more of like a PR thing. Once one drops them and you don't know why they dropped them, the rest of them might just fall in line because of like a purely cynical corporate decision.
That is true, but my guess would be, I'm going to totally make this up, but if I could find a way to poll all progressives on college campuses, my guess would be over 70% think that Tate should be permabanned from all social media, without knowing why he's even banned. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, but at that point, I don't know. Like, you'd have to actually poll them, because I don't know what the actual number is.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you the last word on this topic. Go.
I got nothing. I think we had a good conversation.
Okay,
so.
well, hey, I appreciate it, man.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, that's the second time I've watched one of these. I'm going to come out with a prepared argument, change my mind about my prepared argument shows, and it was a little better than the last one I watched. I can't remember what it was about or who did it. But the last one was basically the guy just ranting his opinions and ignoring everything that people brought up to dispute his opinions. So this one was definitely better than that one. At least he addressed the comments that people were making, I guess, kinda. All right, now we get into Asmongold's I Got Canceled. Let me mark the time. $2:38. All right, here we go.
The reason why people... Oh yeah, people were mad at me.
Guess Asmon's getting heat for some comment he made on stream the other day. I'll play the clip for you. Let me know what you think about this. Let's take a look. In a tweet with almost 7,000 likes from Dexerto, they say Asmongold shared a controversial take claiming that fat or ugly small streamers won't get as many viewers. Alright.
I hope that's not true, because I'm fat. I don't know. Maybe kind of ugly, a little bit ugly. Not as ugly as Asmon. I think if I was to lose weight, I would be more attractive than Asmon.
Like I said, let's Have the man speak for himself.
Man.
Clipping a little bit there, Asmon.
But if somebody asked me themselves why they're not getting more viewers, then yeah, I would sure do it. Let me link you guys this video. Yeah, I would look like a huge dick if I did that. Speaking of being a huge dick, some people want themselves. Well, here's the thing, right? You want to know a really, really uncomfortable, shitty truth? Is that if you're ugly, people won't like you. And this is even more true for girls.
True.
So if you're really fat or really ugly, it doesn't matter how funny you are, people just aren't going to like you.
Yep.
They don't want to look at you.
I forgot I said it like that.
That's it.
Oh, God.
Further than added, the streamer prefaced it by saying that this is the uncomfortable truth. Asmon himself responding to that Dexerto tweet saying 900 plus comments. I can't wait to read all of these in bed tonight. As expected, some of the comments are a bit odd. I'm laughing out of uncomfortableness. I'm like, what is this?
He can go fuck himself is what he could do.
There's so much to unpack with this comment, guys. Excuse me. This comment says, he can go F himself. And there's something about a body? What the heck?
Oh, the body who harassed his... Wait. What the fuck?
What? It's something about small streamers being worthless society or something, and then saying F this trend, F these clout chasing.
Well, it's not society, it's So City.
And goblins, and then randomly adding hashtag VTubers at the end.
Yeah, this is the way, these are the people that are against me. Yeah, this is the average Asmongold hater on Twitter.
Like, the heck did I just read, man? You know those, like, mind-wiping things in Men in Black? Yeah.
This guy does that every morning.
Can someone get one of those and use it on me? I want to forget that comment. Here's a more tame response. Says, pretty privilege is definitely a thing, but we also aren't going to act like the top 1% of Twitch or YouTube streaming all look like Henry Cavill.
Oh, yeah, no, that's definitely true. I mean, like, I think that it's a benchmark. So, like, for example, if there's, like, something wrong with your face, then it's, like, a big issue. Because, like, people don't want to look at somebody who has, like, something wrong with their fucking face.
Other than for, you know, like a sideshow type thing. Because, I mean, who doesn't want to see a freak show, right?
But I would say, in general, if you look at the majority of people that are popular streamers, they are at least average to above average attractiveness. And I'm not talking about myself, okay?
Good thing. It's a good thing you pointed that out because, yeah.
Saying the other people, the average. Of course, that's just how it is.
Responses deciding to take jabs at Asmon. This person just...
Oh yeah, I mean, Asmongold, you're ugly and your content still gets views, so your argument is moot.
He's got you there.
There are a lot of people out there who don't understand statistics.
True. Okay. Why are you bringing this up?
But let's be real. The reason why people take a comment like this and then turn it around and personally insult me is because they took that comment personally.
Ooh.
So don't get mad at me, get mad at a mirror.
Ooh. Burn.
Do this to you. God did.
Citing a similar sort of approach. Ricky Berwick saying K, posting images of his socials. However, plenty of people in the comments just fully agreeing with Asmon.
Oh,
For
most
example,
people were.
Diddley saying this is the least controversial take ever. Shock saying this is controversial. Look at any famous person. 95% of them are an 8 or 9 on the scale. And Plurto responding saying pretty privilege is a thing. I don't know how people are trying to deny it in the comments.
Because they're stupid. These are the kinds of people how, like, you can say,
They're the people that get offended and they want to act like what you said was not true because they're offended.
You know, like, oh, well, women have to have sex with a dude to get pregnant. And someone's like, well, what about Jesus? Yeah, well, what about Jesus? I mean, how do you explain that? So, like, that's not really always true, though, right? Okay, so it's not true, then. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Okay, so that's not, yeah, actually, no, there's this, I have an anecdote that proves this rule wrong. Oh, there's 100,000 people tested? Yeah, well, my friend had this happen, and it was different with him. So, it's not true. No. No, that's not, no, absolutely not.
There was also a situation a while back where people were upset at Asmongold for a comment he made on fat phobia. You might find this clip interesting if you haven't seen it before, given...
Oh boy. Oh boy.
the context of this video so far.
Like, fat phobia is cringe? You know who's fat phobic?
Your body.
Your body. Your body's fat.
Your body is fat phobic? What the fuck does that mean? That does what? What does that even mean?
Phobic. How many 90-year-old people you see that weigh over 400 pounds?
Over 400 pounds? That's a pretty high bar, man. I mean, almost nobody I see weighs over 400 pounds.
Zero. You know why? It's because they're dead.
That's not fat phobic. That's just unhealthy. How many people with cancer live more than 20 years? I mean, come on.
Think about the only famous, well-known, really old fat person.
Here we go.
Santa Claus.
He's not real.
And he's not real.
No.
They're dead.
Okay, but plenty of fat people live well into their 60s, 70s, and 80s. Come on.
That's all there is to it. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm sorry, but like we gotta keep it real, guys. Like that's the truth.
Yep.
Like and like I think anybody, by the way, anybody who doesn't say what I'm saying.
And then the thing is, to me, is like I know what I did here. I saw like 5 people in chat probably disagreeing with me, and I said, "Bitch, you think you're mad now? I'm gonna keep going." I said, hold up, I got more.
Hold my beer.
I think is doing a massive disservice to not only their audience, but to the entire society.
Yep.
In a Reddit thread talking about that clip, one of the most upvoted critical comments reads, "Dude shouldn't have a take on this since he constantly jokes that salads are self-harm and eating them would get him banned on Twitch."
Oh, he's got you there, Asmon. Guy who almost always has a giant jug of soda in his hand.
Fat phobia is just fat shaming. Everyone would have easier lives if you stopped caring about other people's weight and stopped making comments on it. It's none of your business, and if they die, they die. If it's someone you care about, you'd make the effort to help them lose weight instead of commenting on it. Smoking and drinking is bad too, and so is doing drugs. Yet people fixate more on talking crap about obese.
See, that's the thing, is they've always got to make it personal. They've always got to make it personal about me. Like, you can say that being fat is unhealthy, and somebody can write a 4 fucking paragraph, response about how you're wrong.
People, which is kind of indicative that they don't care about that person. They just want a punching bag. If they did care, they'd be advocating for people to stop drinking, smoking.
Yeah, if people's conversations on the internet didn't revolve around 1 minute or less clips, people would know that I actually said this exact thing afterwards. And like, thinking that like being fat is bad and you don't want to be fat doesn't mean that you should make fun of people for being fat. But like, it doesn't fit in like a 1 minute clip, so people don't see it. And it's not as controversial.
Or doing drugs too.
It's true.
And shaming.
People do love to make a big deal out of shit.
People only focus on fat people. On the other hand, people...
Well, this person's got a problem with society. I think doing drugs and drinking is also bad. And smoking. They're all bad.
They're not all bad. They're only bad once you cross a certain threshold, just like everything else. If you drink too much water, it'll kill you.
From body positivity movement need to get their stuff together. They need to discredit those that use the movement to claim it's okay to be fat while focusing on the mental health and motivation of fat people. Yeah, fat shaming generally only serves to make them feel terrible, so the focus should be on motivating them positively, not reassuring them that it's okay to be fat. Ultimately, it's none of your business how other people live, and the likelihood that they already know they're fat and unhealthy is pretty high. They need motivation to lose weight, not...
I think the problem is not that people are fat, it's that people try to push a narrative that being fat is healthy.
Well, the problem is that people want to see attractive shit. So attractive people get put on TV. That just brings up the ratings because they want more ratings, because it's a capitalistic system. You get better ratings, you get better advertisers. You get better advertisers, you have more money. It's all it is. It's money.
And that you can't know if somebody's healthy or not. Like, if you're 400 pounds, you're not healthy. Like, it's that simple. Like, there's not really a lot to it.
That is a very simple statement. But you can be fat without being 400 pounds. I don't even weigh 300 pounds. I'm fat.
Right? Who says that? Well, a lot of people do. What do you mean? Who does that, though? You seen the amount of fucking articles people say healthy at every size? Y'all never seen that? Well, bro, are we trying to pretend?
I have not.
Are we playing pretend here?
No, I just haven't seen it.
All the time. All the fucking time you see this shit.
You'd have to show me. I've never seen it. Sorry. I'm not a worldly man.
Bullying or reassurance that they're not fat or unhealthy. Couple things real quick, then we'll move on to the next comment. Why get upset at his joke about salads being self-harm, though? Like,
because people on Reddit are dumb. And because they're dumb, they can only understand things as like a personal insult. They can't understand like ideas. They're unable to separate the message from the messenger.
Or rather, just they can't take a joke. I mean, you're overcomplicating it here.
So if they hear somebody say something, they're completely focused on who's saying it. And they don't think about the idea because they're dumb. They think about the person.
I like salads, but that joke's kind of funny. Like, I guess he doesn't like salads, you know?
I
so
don't like salads,
just
no.
Whatever. And the whole people focus more on fat people than like drug addicts and stuff.
I don't think that's
I don't know
really
about
true.
that one.
Yeah,
Some
I don't think
Redditors
so.
agreeing with that comment, saying this is
Yep.
facts. And yep.
I don't know. I would say fat jokes are a lot more common than attacks on drug addicts. It's just, I mean, there's just more fat jokes than there are drug addict jokes, I guess.
Yep, in cases
long
like
time
these,
ago.
it's just bullying in disguise. This one reading, he's 100% right, but does this mean he's going to start exercising and eating more calories to go up to a healthy weight? Or is he going to stay a human skeleton? Can he even jog for 30 minutes? Touch his toes? Probably not. If
I know I can't jog for 30 minutes. Jesus.
Asmon were as fat.
Could I jog for 30 minutes? Probably not. Like, if it was slow, yeah. But if I had to, like, run for 30 minutes, I don't think so, no.
I think when I was in high school, it took me an hour to jog a mile.
No, you die? I don't think so. I was never, like, an endurance runner, even
Or no, that was middle school.
when I was younger. Not even slow? Most people can't? Yeah, 30 minutes straight? That's a lot. I don't know. Touch his toes? I'm not sure if I could do that or not. But again, you know, this is what I'm saying, right? Is that it's the mind of these people is like it's so like surface level. They're not able to do it. I don't want to do it on stream right now. Yeah, right? Reddit comprehension. Yeah, they're not able to think about an idea without just insulting a person.
As Asmon,
It's reaction. Yeah.
He's saying the same
Just
things
dumb.
about thin people. He's not preaching about being healthy. He's just giving another cold take for virtual pads on.
He's not preaching about being healthy. Oh yeah, I am. I think you should be healthy. Yeah. I mean, for virtual pats on the back, completely knowing his own unhealthiness because he can do no wrong. See, this is like again.
The back, while completely ignoring his own unhealthiness because he can do no wrong. And a little.
Where do you get this idea that Asmon thinks he can do no wrong? He's got self-deprecating humor. Come on. He just doesn't take shit seriously. I mean, if you want to catch him on something, call him out for being a fucking troll and getting enjoyment out of screwing other people over, because he does that shit way too much.
What?
You heard me.
What the fuck? What is it? Hard C thing? I don't know if they're fat or not. But it's like people take it, yeah, it's so uncalled for. Like, it's so personal. Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, it's just such a, like, what the hell are you doing?
Exchange here. One user saying, I mean true, but who is Asmongold to talk? And another user saying, as good as anyone else. His
Yeah.
health and weight are irrelevant when it comes to stating a factual statement.
That's true, absolutely. And I'm also not fat.
Now, all that said, by far, the most upvoted comments in that thread are ones supporting Asmongold's take.
Oh, yeah.
He's right. And there's also a difference between someone being a healthy weight and that person actually being healthy. If all you eat is junk food and don't overeat, you might be a normal weight, while all your underlying blood work numbers are terrible. Being heavy just makes all those issues that much worse.
I think that's definitely true. That's the same thing that happened with COVID, right? Is like a lot of people that were fat died of COVID. A lot of people that were skinny didn't. That's just how it is. It's like a multiplier.
This person's saying, I'm overweight and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The amount of physical issues you will 100% run into later in life aside, it did a real number on my mental health / confidence, which created an incredibly destructive feedback loop of hating myself, being insecure.
Yeah, I saw whenever I made that comment recently about the, people won't want to look at you. There were a lot of people that were overweight or formerly overweight that talked about how people wouldn't look at them or wouldn't want to look at them because they were fat. I didn't even know that was a thing. I've never been fat. But like, damn, that sucks.
Is that a thing? People don't even want to look at you when you're fat? Or are you talking about extremely obese? Because there's a huge difference. I'm fat, but I'm not extremely obese. So I don't know.
I 100% think being hostile to fat people has the potential to propagate the issue further, and in most, not all cases, will just make things worse for the individual, not better. But
yeah, I think so. I think there's obviously like a balance where you can acknowledge that things that people are doing are unhealthy and they're bad without necessarily shitting on them constantly.
I also think anyone who defends it as a lifestyle, especially if they're not someone who has ever had to deal with how mentally taxing it can be, is doing a massive disservice to society as a whole, and it should be treated like the epidemic it is.
That's definitely true. People that make it to where, oh, well, you're overweight, like, it's not, this is society's fault. No, it's not.
From there, other top comments would essentially also give some advice.
Well, I mean, if you think about how society makes vegetables and fruits more expensive than chips and soda, that's kind of a problem, which tends to lead to people being fatter in general. So, I mean, you have to consider that too.
Advice, simply saying just eat less calories than you burn, lol. Instead of 20 burgers a day, eat 19, then 18, then 17. It's that simple, folks, and someone even saying lost 60 pounds doing this. Literally just counted calories, limited myself to 1,400 to 1,700 a day for 9 months. And finally, this Redditor saying this comment section is full of people who got called out and are coping with the idea that Asmon being unhealthy himself means he can't have an opinion on it. That's just stupid. Why would that mean anything?
Yep, they're trying to make it personal because they're taking it personal, and I think I know why.
He's actively aware of how unhealthy he is and tells his viewers not to live like him. He's not preaching.
I also, by the way, I feel like, yes, I'm a bit unhealthy for sure, but like I don't think I'm as bad as people make me out to be. I really don't. Like I eat a very, very minimal diet.
Well, how bad do you think people make you out to be?
No, I actually don't think it's that bad. You drink a lot of... I think the one thing that you can criticize me on, and it's completely accurate, is that I do drink a lot of soda. I drink too much soda for sure. But I think the actual food that I eat is not that bad.
What are you talking about? You eat freaking... What you call a steak is what most people would call the Philly steak that you put in a Philly cheesesteak sandwich. Which is like the worst steak there is. And you eat that every day. At least that's what you've said. It's pretty bad.
The problem is I don't really eat a lot of vegetables or fruits or anything.
No, I have that problem too. But that's because I just don't. I mean, I suppose I could just look up recipes on how to cook fruits and vegetables to make them tastier. I do eat canned fruits pretty often.
Like the stuff that I do eat isn't like super bad though.
About the idea of skinny phobia when people say
Steak
he
and
looks
fasting
unhealthy
is
or
saving
skinny.
you. Yep.
Such a ridiculous mindset to dismiss his point just because he himself isn't healthy. The point is that these people are deluding themselves into believing they are healthy. when they aren't. Well, while we
true.
took a little bit of a divergence from the Dexerto
Very
article, this was certainly a bit related to that sort of topic, and I didn't see this happen when it occurred a year ago, so it was rather interesting to take a look at that stuff now. I hope you found this segment to be interesting as well, and let me know what you think about all that stuff in the comments. In my general opinion here at the end, I think it's important to watch your diet. That doesn't mean you have to literally be on a diet like cutting. No, diet I simply mean what you eat, like what you drink, like your nutrition, right? Tracking your macros, etc., etc. So whether you're trying to lose weight, you're trying to cut, or you're trying to bulk, or you like where you are and you're trying to stay there, I think it's important to watch what you eat to some extent. You don't have to like obsess over it, but just be wary of the macros and like what you're eating throughout the day. And I think it's important to also keep active and work out. That doesn't mean you have to go to a gym and lift weights. You could literally just...
Oh, I definitely do.
Yeah,
I need to go to the gym and lift weights.
Important, like doing stuff and moving around at least a little.
Mostly because I hate aerobic exercise. I mean, I did, what the hell was it called? It was on the Nintendo, was that the Wii? No, not the Nintendo Wii. What the hell? It was on the Xbox. They had that camera thing, and there was like a sports program that had like a scheduled exercise thing. I actually ended up losing like 60 pounds. I think I got down below 200 pounds on that. And then as soon as it was like the schedule was done and I quit exercising regularly, I came right back to where I was before.
Bit right. It's just like I don't know how people would make an argument against that. I mean, just walk, move around a bit, etc. Push-ups and stuff is sufficient. Yeah, exactly. Bare minimum.
Would you know you are not in shape, Asmon? All you gotta do is walk, do some push-ups. No, you have to exercise fucking regularly your entire life to stay in shape.
Makes a big difference. Yeah, I mean that's how it is. I mean, fuck.
Do plyometrics, that sort of thing, if you like that approach. If you like more of a standard like bodybuilding, weightlifting thing, you of course have that option, going to a gym, lifting some weights. You could take a more powerlifting approach if you like that stuff more. Point is, you have options. Some people just do like kettlebell workouts entirely, and some people do a combination of all that stuff. And for more like cardio stuff, you of course got options there. You could run, you could jog, you could jump rope, you could do like Muay.
Why is it every time people get into an argument about being fat, they're like, oh, it's so easy to not be fat. All you have to do is exercise every fucking day. as if they do that. Come on, man. The biggest reason you motherfuckers aren't fat is because you have good metabolism. That's it. You motherfuckers had to go to the gym every other day to exercise for at least an hour every other day, you motherfuckers would be fat too.
Muay Thai, boxing, etc., etc. And overall, I think all this stuff is going to be positive for people's mental health, for people's physical health, as Redditors also pointed out. And some
I generally feel better whenever I'm active on a certain day. Like, for example, this morning I like didn't start my stream. I was like stressed out about like a million things that probably aren't even really fucking real. And I just get like, it's the kind of it's kind of like the way I get in my head is that, you know, in the mornings I'll get like super stressed out and really upset, and then towards the end of the night, you know, whenever it's nighttime, I'm more relaxed and chilled out and things are okay. Like anxiety, I have really, really bad anxiety, and
that's probably because of your teeth. Like when your teeth rot out of your head, it causes this psychological issue of, oh shit, my life, I've done so many bad things, and then you stress about that when you're sleeping because your body's like, oh my god, I'm rotting, I'm falling apart, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, it's not so bad, I've got fake teeth, right?
You know, I felt like that today, and I walked down to the store, and you know, I was walking down to the store, and you know, I was like feeling like, okay, you know, I'm feeling fine, right? Things are okay, and you know, things are okay. And fuck, man, it's hard to deal with that shit, man. It is. Sugar's bad for anxiety. Well, it's weird for me, right? I mean, because I'll have these issues too, and it's weird for me because usually I don't feel that way, but sometimes it just kind of happens, right? Let's run 4 miles every morning. Yeah, that's it. Just getting outside and walking really helps anxiety for real. Yeah, I think so too. Sugar is bad for almost everything. I mean, I'll tell you this, right? If I could eat...
That sugar is bad shit. That's a bunch of propaganda that the corn industry propagated, corn syrup is no better than sugar.
Just like wood. And I could survive just eating wood, and it tasted good. I would just always eat wood.
True. Me too.
Like, I don't really care. I just want to eat something that tastes good and move on. Eating is just a waste of time.
I wish I felt that way. For me, eating is like, I don't know. I always have the urge to consume something all the time. It's terrible. It's like this. I think I always have to be either smoking or eating or chewing gum or drinking water. It's obnoxious. Like, I can't just sit still and do a video. Like right now, I'm about to go on break and go smoke. And if I wasn't smoking, I would be eating something. All right. But here, let me get that switched over here. I think we've taken care of the starvation. Thank God for saves coming. And the time is 3 hours, 5 minutes. Music. All right, I'll be back. See ya. All right. We are back. Oh, gotta close that. So the play button on the keyboard actually works on the YouTube video. And switch screens. And start the game. And start the video.
It's like getting the food buff. It's 10 seconds. You got to sit down, and that's it. Yeah, chicken, meat, and rice. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, that's the thing. Is I do try to, you can't eat wood? Yeah. Yeah, good one. I just think it's a...
was that a dick joke?
Yeah, and, like, for me, right, is that, you know, I got to the point...
What the hell? Why did...
Like, I told myself that
the hell?
If I got over 150 pounds, I would start, like, actively, like, exercising a lot because I didn't want to be fat. See, like, it's actually okay.
See, you can say that, but doing it is a totally different thing. Having to exercise regularly...
It's like you have in shape...
Why does it keep unpausing and pausing? Regularly exercising, like a daily or every other day basis, is not easy. Why do people act like saying it is the same thing as doing it?
Shape is at the top, and then underneath in shape is like skinny, and then underneath skinny is fat, and then underneath fat is skinny fat. That's the worst one.
What is skinny fat?
You don't want to look like those fucking aliens from Men in Black. So like I felt like my stomach was getting you know, it was a little bit too big. This is not fucking healthy.
Is that like skinny with a belly? Is that what you're talking about?
Like you look at anybody, like you look at every single doctor doesn't have that, right? This is not good. And so I'm like, okay, I need to start exercising more. I'm gonna eat a little bit less, you know, ice cream and shit. And you know what? It's not like that anymore. It's fine. Look. See that? Not a fucking issue. Not a fucking issue anymore.
You still have a little bit of a belly.
It's because I stopped eating as much fucking food and I started moving around more.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah, imagine that. Isn't it crazy how that stuff works?
You're full of shit. It's because you have a decent metabolism, motherfucker.
We saw you showering. Yeah, sure. Show your neck and belly through? Wait, what the hell do you mean by that? Please show pictures of the aliens to the Zoomers. You look that shit up yourself, and whenever you see it, you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Was he eating 20 ice cream sandwiches this week? I eat 1 ice cream sandwich, okay? I have like usually 1 or 2 meals a day, and one of them is like a snack of an ice cream sandwich. They're not even that big. They're like this big. Like, come on, guys.
I eat 1 or 2 meals a day. I don't snack all the fucking time. I don't even eat an ice cream sandwich every day. I weigh over 200 pounds. This ain't because you're fucking dieting and moving around a little bit.
Just type skinny fat into Google images and behold, yeah, you do not want to be like that, man. Yeah, the aliens smoke cigarettes too. It's not a good time. Let me finish the video and I'll talk more about it. Just because you're not fat.
And I don't eat a fucking gallon of fucking soda every day like you do.
That doesn't mean you're not healthy. No, that's true. Yeah, I probably, like, I've been like stressed out a lot, and it's like I'll get into like these mindsets where I feel like I'm unhealthy or there's like something wrong with me, and then I'll go through
I'm telling you, it's your teeth.
the day and then I'll feel better and it'll be like fine, but it'll be like a thing that's in your head. I don't know if that happens with you guys too, but it's just like, oh fuck. And I don't really know how to.
I've had nightmares about rotting and shit and freaking out and being all stressed out about my health too. It's the teeth, I'm telling you. You can see, like, I've got a real crooked tooth, and I've had osseous surgery a couple times on my teeth because I was an idiot and I didn't brush my teeth in my 20s and 30s, and now I brush my teeth twice a day.
Deal with that entirely, but yeah, stress is a killer. Yeah, I'm such an anxious person all the fucking time. Yeah, paranoia. Yeah, it's a hormonal disorder. I don't know. But yeah, midlife crisis. No, I've been doing this shit forever.
Maybe they think working out is too much of a rigid thing. Like, they don't realize how many options they actually have, and that they probably can find something that they'll enjoy and have fun doing and want to do multiple times a week. So I'll leave it there. I wish you all the best. Have a great weekend ahead, and I'll see you in the comments and, of course, in the next segment.
And are you guys failing to realize that most people have to work 40 plus hours a week, which really doesn't make, you know, at the end of the day, you really don't want to do other shit like exercise.
On the way.
There it is. And yeah, I think that's a good video. I wish he had talked more about how much I was right. That's the only disappointing part, is that he didn't talk about how right I was. But overall,
True.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good video. Buy a punching bag for sure. I mean, maybe, I don't know yet. I mean, here's the thing, like, I didn't even know this was a thing, man. Like, I talked to my dad today, because, like, so last night, I was getting pizza, and while I was driving home from pizza, I was at an intersection, and my car died. And, like, it didn't die. It went from, like, let's say the car's at, like, a 10, and it went to, like, a 1. And, like, the lights were almost off, the radio turned off, and like, I go forward, and the car is like, bro, we only have first gear. We don't have second gear, third gear, fourth gear. Nah, bro, those are gone. And so I'm just barely going like 10 fucking miles an hour, and I'm going up this hill, and it's like, and then I'm driving. I'm like, ooh, maybe I can get back to the house. Then I'm going, and then I can feel the steering, right? The steering fucking turns off. The steering goes off. And
You mean your power steering pump failed?
Power steering, so I'm like, oh fuck. And so I had to like rip that bitch over into the parking lot and just barely made it into the parking lot without causing a wreck. And so anyway, I was talking to him about this, and this happened last night. That's why
Damn it, I forgot to mark down the time. Put dots in there so I don't forget to edit that later. All right, sorry.
I didn't get back on last night until like way later, because I had to deal with this fucking bullshit with my car. And so anyway, and that sounds like an alternator. Well, whatever the fuck it is, I mean, I don't give a fuck what it is. I take it down to the mechanic, they fix it, it's done, right? I mean, I'm paying them to know what it is. That's the truth. Happened to me going 70 on the freeway. It was the alternator. Yeah, I mean, that's what my dad thought. Like, I looked it up. They said it was like the starter, like the ignition, but like that didn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not a mechanic, right? And so anyway, I'm talking to him about it, and like my dad in the last 6 months, might be 7 months now, it's hard to say, has had pneumonia 3 times.
Oh, that's not good.
3 times he's had pneumonia. And this morning, he went out for a walk. And he's been doing it now for a week because he's recovered. He walks over a mile, 2 miles. That's what it is. And so, yeah, it's like you got to keep going no matter what. And that's all there is to it. I mean, and so, should walk with him? Bro, I'm not going to do, yeah, right. That shit is early in the morning. Like, he doing that shit at 8 a.m. Yeah, right. Let's see this. And what's this? He's right, though. People rather look at someone attractive 9 times out of 10. Yeah, exactly. And so the best part about this, I think that, like, people just got that, bro, they got so much in their feelings about this comment. And, like, here's what kind of sucks, though, right? Is that it's like, if you're fat, you stop eating food, right? You got any advice for us uglies? Yeah. So basically,
if you're fat, just stop eating food. What the hell? Not eating food causes a lot of health problems, buddy. I mean, you gotta eat.
I've been doing a little bit of you know, fucking like personal research on this for about 32 years now, on what to do if you're ugly as fuck. So one thing is that you can exercise. Like, I think that being ugly as fuck with a lot of people is a choice, definitely. Like, for example, they don't take care of themselves. They don't wear clothes that fit their body. They don't groom themselves in a way that accentuates their features. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they use a cam. Yeah, I think that's it. And so I think that's a big factor. It's not being VTubers. There's plenty of girls and people that are VTubers that aren't ugly. Like, I think that's probably the majority. A lot of people are VTubers because they don't want to get harassed. Like, it's weird whenever you're on the internet, you get people that are on you. Like, they're on you. It's weird, man. So yeah, the point I'm making is you go out of your way to make yourself look bad, and you're gonna look bad. I think that most people,
I don't think anybody goes out of their way to make themselves look bad.
like, this is especially true for guys. I think that if you work out, you're in shape, and you take care of yourself, you're gonna be in a good situation.
Do you work out? Are you in shape? No, but you're in a good situation.
I'm not saying you're gonna be Henry Cavill, but I'm saying you're gonna be in a good situation. I mean, yeah, you got some Quasimodo looking motherfuckers, then maybe that's not the case. But I think for most people that is the case. But it takes work. Yeah, that's the truth. It does take work. Absolutely. Let's see this. He's right, though. People rather look at someone attractive. Yeah, see, I don't understand how people can get easily offended over something that's true. Unattractive people won't get as much attention unless they happen to be attractive. Now, there are folks out there that aren't attractive and get a lot of views, but yes, it doesn't apply to everyone. Of course, right? Things don't apply to everyone. It's not even putting anyone down. No, of course not. It's actually so crazy that people were so upset about this, but I think that shit's funny, right? And whenever people go and they get... Even Shrek found a wife. Yeah, that's...
I need to fix this. This needs to go through here because the polluted water needs to be filled at all times to keep my farms running. So let's switch this up. All right, sorry.
True. Good fucking point, man. And why are you acting like girls? Most girls are 10 out of 10 models. Most girls look like ogres. Let me guess, man. You don't have a girlfriend, right? Yeah. No, I mean, same though. Like, but I'm just saying. Right, yeah. And yeah, Shrek, yeah, dude, Shrek got a wife. Yeah, there you go. So, is Shrek's a fairy tale? Yeah, but I mean, there's plenty of people who look like Shrek, and they have wives. Like, I see, dude, y'all ever been like on Instagram and you see like this really fucking hot girl, and like she finally posts a picture with her boyfriend?
Nope.
And it's just some like fat dude who wears a fucking hat.
Never been on Instagram.
But it's just, yeah, this is my boyfriend. We're in love. But what the fuck? What the fuck? Money? Bro, why would they need money? Like, these are girls on OnlyFans, bro. They're making like 10 grand a month. They're making 20 grand a month on OnlyFans. They don't need some dude to take care of them. They're chilling. Yeah, that's it. And so a trick is to be funny? I don't know. Like, I think that with girls, if you treat girls like people, it will help. Most people don't do that.
That's true.
And I think that's probably
True.
That's probably my best advice, is to treat them like people. And start there, and then
It's a good tip.
past that. But like with streaming, though, it's just you have to do things that accentuate what makes you look good or what doesn't, right? And or plays that down. That's it. Did you finish the video? Yeah, I did. I was just talking about how right I was. I finished it. Yeah. That way he can save the money, spend his, then leave with a pile of savings, bro. Whatever makes you whatever makes you sleep at night, whatever makes you feel better about your personal situation, keep telling yourself that thing. Okay? Yeah, if it makes you happy, just keep believing it. Incel in chat. Yeah, dude, that's it. Well, the thing is that best advice, don't take dating advice from streamers. Bro, don't take dating advice from a lot of people. Like, I don't think you should really just listen to what somebody says and then just do it, right? You should listen to what but you should listen to what different people say and then figure out like what resonates with you, what you feel comfortable with, what you think is true. Because like I think with some people it works one way, other people it doesn't. Like, that's it. And like, so are you saying that I shouldn't treat girls like people? Like, wait, so was that part of advice wrong? So like, actually you have to treat them like an ostrich.
What the hell?
Like, yeah, I mean, what is this? Andrew Tate, you gotta listen to him? Woo, okay. Okay, you're gonna end up in a Romanian jail.
This is the last person you
Yeah,
should be
that's
listening
it.
to. Fucking
Just
Andrew
listen to
Tate.
Mom and Dad, they made them. Not always.
Doofus.
Sometimes your parents don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Why should you listen to them? There's a difference between your initial take. If you're fat and ugly, it doesn't matter how funny you are, you won't get views. And the take being fat and ugly makes it much harder for you to get views from the average person. There's a large reason for all the pushback you're getting. Well, the reason why I say it that way is because any normal, reasonable, non-emotional bitch-ass baby knows that's what I mean. Whenever you say everyone and most people, that doesn't mean everyone. That doesn't mean literally every single person. So I'm not going to go out of my way to try to, go and curate what I say to make sure that one or two people won't get their fucking feelings hurt. Nah, man. Any I would say person with a triple-digit IQ, even a high double-digit IQ, or is not people are going into it to not understand. People are going into it to be mad. And if
people are just combative, argumentative, nitpickers.
you go into it to get mad, then you're gonna get mad. So it's just, what's the point in trying to get somebody off that cliff? No, man. That's it. It's a bad faith interpretation. Exactly. Purposely misconstruing stuff to argue. What's my IQ at? I don't fucking know. Like, I have no idea.
I wish people would quit talking about IQ. It doesn't mean shit other than you're able to ask or answer the specific questions that the IQ test asks. It has nothing to do with fucking intelligence. Okay, you might have to have intelligence to answer those questions, but it's not an accurate measurement of intelligence.
Why would I ever take a fucking IQ? I don't think I have a particularly high IQ. Like, I think that people think I'm a lot smarter than I am because I have very good memory. And like, that carries me really hard. Like in school, I got carried by that so hard. Oh my god. Memory is a huge part of IQ. I mean, it depends on what it is. Yeah, it depends on what the context is. A good communicator? Yeah, because I fucking communicate all day. What a surprise. Who's saying IQ doesn't mean shit or giga coping? I mean, I think that it's like, a lot of people, like, it's not a...
People that love to talk about IQ all the fucking time are good at taking IQ tests.
it's not a one-to-one comparison, right? It's not like, okay, you do this one thing and this is exactly what the outcome is going to be. Or like, you know, if you're 5 IQ points higher, you're going to make 5% more money. The photographic memory, you can pass any test. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm pretty close. Like, I'm not like you know, like 100%, but I can remember a lot of shit. Like, if you ask me some shit about WoW, some shit about like any game I played, I'll probably tell you what it is. Some stupid shit somebody did wrong in a raid, I'll probably remember what it is.
Must be nice. It's pretty good talent.
They have a monopoly.
Holy shit. Too loud, buddy. Too loud. All right, that's the end of that video. Next video is going to be Ethan reacts to Destiny confronts Hasan again. Marking the time at 3 hours 38:24. All right, here we go.
Devolves into. You cannot debate that. I'll give you. That's my problem with. I felt like you were running D for XQC a little bit when I watched you.
No.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
So you think that it's not straight up indefensible to sit in a box and stare at the camera while the video plays?
Well, I think that it is.
It depends.
My personal opinion on it is that it is.
Oh, and then Hasan does the weasel thing. This is what he did to me in our debates, where instead of giving an actual principle thing, he'd be like, well, personally. But I wonder if Ethan would ever finish like a debate like this, and then at the end he's like, when it's a topic that I know a lot about, Hasan is really f***ing clueless. I wonder if all those political takes he gave were just as uninformed as his take on fair use.
I think that limiting information makes it harder for new forms of derivative art.
Okay, but
What is he talking about?
so are you against all IP law?
Well, yes, because IP prevents people from advancing technology and improving things and making derivative artworks. But on the other side, we live in a capitalist society, unfortunately, because we haven't gotten to the point where we just take our spare time and help each other out, which I hope we eventually get to. In that society, IP would be absolutely asinine. But since we live in a capitalist society right now where we have to have money, everybody has to work all the fucking time. Unless you're rich, then you just get to do whatever you want. Because we live in that society, IP is important. But on the other hand, IP is often taken advantage of by huge corporations that shouldn't have this much IP as they do, because all they did was buy that other company's IP, and now it's their IP. So they get to restrict it and make a bunch of money off of that IP just because they can, and not because they're doing anything good with it. So IP is good and bad. And it's only good because we're in a capitalist system.
I don't know where the exact boundaries would be.
Apparently right afterwards he joined Destiny's stream. I guess Destiny was coaching him. Destiny is an incredible debater, to be honest. He's really good at it. So he went to the right guy, I guess. Didn't rub off though, I don't think.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you went way over the top really quickly.
Yes, he did.
I thought he went over the top like crazy. He kept not letting me talk, asking questions, and then not letting me answer.
This is in reference to the video I put out about XQC stealing content and acting like it was perfectly fine.
He didn't want to bring up data. He bought out one video. He bought my video and watched the whole thing. But when it's time to play my video, he just kept pause, comment. I mean, this is not a fair representation. It's not how you conduct an argument.
Sure. I mean, I agree he was cutting you off a lot. That was true. And it was fair for you to bring that up, to ask to finish your point. That's true as well. But like, when it came to comparing the videos, What do you think his issue was with your video over his video of you?
The thing I always say about cutting people off in this is like when somebody's actively deflecting from the conversation, from the point, then I feel like it's a good time to interrupt.
It is. If somebody's rambling, if people are railroading, if they're throwing out idea after idea, or even if somebody says something that you disagree with and then they keep adding more and more points to it on top of that, if they're trying to build a pyramid where one massive pillar of that pyramid is something that's not correct and you need to address that so they stop building this giant fucking pyramid, there's a lot of reasons to cut somebody off. But in that argument, you weren't really cutting him off. The only time you did, you kind of stopped him to say something or you interrupted him, and then you gave him plenty of time to finish whatever the hell he was saying. So you weren't really cutting him off. He's just exaggerating.
Because I know where it's going, and it's not going to a good place. Because when it goes there, I'm just going to bring it right back. You know, it's like the deflector's playbook. I know it can be annoying sometimes, right, when I have these conversations and I interrupt people a lot, but it is very intentionally done because I want to keep them on the track, because nobody ever wants to answer questions. Nobody ever wants to get to the root of an issue. And so it comes off as, I guess, there's probably a better way to do it, to be frank. There is probably a way that's more friendly, looks less bad, less annoying to watch, but I guess I haven't learned what that is yet. I'm not super experienced as a debater.
I think you could build a bridge with Ethan. I think Ethan is surrounded by a lot of people that don't like me. I think Hasan and Dan, but who knows? I don't know.
XQC asked Destiny for help moments before Ethan Klein debate. That's awesome. Should I watch that?
No.
Let me ask you about the take you had. So when I was talking to XQC...
Well, I feel like Hasan has different facial hair and head hair like every 2 months. Is he rotating through a ton of styles right now, or?
And
I agree. He does seem to change up his... Didn't he have like a full beard at one point? And I know he had really long hair when I watched him a couple months ago.
He said, oh, well, no, you don't react hard enough either. And you said, this is why...
I wish my hair grew that fast. Like I grew my hair down to my shoulders once. That took like 2 freaking years.
Ethan's argument is not good because it always devolves into, you don't react hard enough.
Because at the end of the day, there are no clear-cut guidelines, no clear-cut boundaries on like what to do, no like standardized best practices. And the argument always will, in the eyes of the audience especially, devolve into... I don't think so.
I think I circumvented that pretty good. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm not gonna... I would do that. Go ahead.
It will always devolve into you're not reacting hard enough. Obviously, there are boundaries that I think aren't established, but like most people understand are bad. However, especially if you're doing like long-form content, especially if you're doing live streamed content without pre-production like you do, because you have your own version of that as well as like the members only broadcast, there will always be
legions of writers,
lulls and moments of like dead air or even you getting up, but that's also live reaction.
Here I'm talking, and I made it clear, I'm talking specifically about his YouTube channel. Now, I would never claim that about streaming because I agree that streaming is too much of a gray area. In the context of talking about his YouTube channel, I have to disagree that it's not about react harder. There's clearly zones. There's like S-tier zones, which would be...
This is a form of kind of like a continuum fallacy, where like, what does it mean to react enough? It's probably hard to know exactly, but there's probably stuff that's clearly right and there's probably stuff that's clearly wrong.
One of my old reaction videos, probably like highly produced with sketches, it's like obvious, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a massive gray zone, which this podcast would probably even fall in, which would be like high up in the gray zone.
I don't think so.
Well, regardless, I'm just trying to show you what I mean.
Because it's pre-cut. The videos that we watch are pre-cut.
That doesn't matter.
What does that have to do with anything? What? Are pre-cut?
I think it does matter. Well, even because
Well, it doesn't matter. Fair use doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh
matter.
yeah. But I'm saying, like, the way I see it, your highly edited sketch videos, your sketch react videos, are.
Well, he just said that's not what he's talking about. He said he's talking about this podcast, right?
Those are S tier.
Yeah, those are S tier. This podcast would be like a little bit below it, but it still is like, we're cutting this live. But every single thing that we're looking at, we already know what we're going to be looking at.
By gray zone, I mean, like, we can have a discussion about it.
Sure.
It's all debatable, and that's the nature of fair use. It's all up to a judge and jury to decide based on the merits of this one particular instance. And so that's what I mean. There's like a massive gray zone, and I would include like myself at the top of that gray zone, and then like potentially even Sniper Wolf at the bottom of the gray zone. Below the gray zone, there's like unacceptable, dog shit, straight up content theft.
Yeah, just
that's
like
where XQC is.
Direct re-uploads of someone else's YouTube video would be at the bottom. No, I don't disagree with you on that. You pulled up Vince's video, or Vince's statement on it, but there's still not enough data on whether or not that is valuable or not, especially if like certain
what do you mean?
Is it displacing in the algorithm? Is it good for a mid-sized channel?
It doesn't really matter.
Well,
like, it'd
the
be
reason
nice, but it doesn't
Destiny,
really
to be
matter.
fair, I feel like
the reason why
23-year-olds are pretty stupid, especially when drunk or intoxicated. Not to say the writers weren't wrong there. I just think young adults show.
I wish you wouldn't do that shit. Like, get rid of the people's popping up saying shit right in the middle of your fucking videos. Shit's so distracting.
Reckless disregard for people's shit and think they are immortal.
I mean, like, maybe, but so much so that you're just gonna start destroying shit like that? At 20? That's highly questionable judgment at that point, I think.
The reason why this is always not like a, you can't fucking do this, you piece of shit, stop it, and then everyone changes their attitude towards it immediately. The reason why this keeps resurfacing over and over again is because there's inconsistency, not enough data on whether or not it is appropriate.
Doesn't matter.
And, well, it matters because for the most part, creators don't, either out of fear that they don't want to get into trouble with the large content creator, or because they genuinely see value in it, they don't complain about it, or they don't do anything about it.
Well, as XQC clearly exemplified by now attacking Vince on Twitter. I don't know if you saw this.
I did see that. That was really I think.
Scummy.
I will say, originally XQC was saying paid actor. Some people were digging up some more information about this Vince guy. He might actually be just an Ethan snippet. It was a bad example, but X presented that argument horribly. I don't know enough about it, but people are saying this Vince guy has been shitting on X for a long time, but he's like a huge Mizkif fan and responds positively to every time Mizkif reacts and shit, and he's just like, it might literally just be an anti-fan of XQC. I don't know that 100%. That's some shit that I saw in the subreddit, but...
I mean, can you pull that up? I hate that.
By the way, if you're ever wondering why Ethan hates Sniper Wolf so much, it's because she's fighting with Jax Films over reactions, which is Ethan's friend. Gotcha.
It was definitely up. He's not doing well, I don't think, at this moment.
He's re-uploading videos.
Yeah.
Period. Like straight up.
With very little feedback.
No. That's not even applicable. Like,
what are we talking about?
XQC.
Oh,
he uploads videos of him adding 0 runtime or like 2 seconds runtime, and all he says is, "That's crazy, chat."
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, you have to have more than just wow. Like, you can't just re-upload somebody else's content and then let it run the whole time and then at the end say wow, and then that's a reaction. That's not a reaction video. Like just now, I let that video run for what, a couple minutes without saying anything because I didn't have anything to say, but at least I have more to say than just wow.
I agree with you, but even though I agree with you, that conversation is still like, I don't like the way you're reacting, and that can be expanded.
No, it doesn't, because
but it can be expanded to someone like yourself even.
You're wrong.
Ooh.
Saying this is crazy, chat, is not, it's not additive, it's not critical, it literally doesn't transform. You're sitting there, re-uploaded a video. It's not, you cannot debate that.
I'll give you...
That's my problem with it. I felt like you were running D for XQC a little bit when I watched it.
No.
Yeah, because you're like...
If the IP holder is like, I don't give a shit, I love that XQC watched it and said, oh my god, chat, But there are, of course, going to be examples of people that say, no, actually, I don't like that, and I had no way of like even communicating.
That's crazy, chat.
That to XQC because I was terrified that his fans would eat my ass. The reality is that unless you are directly engaging in commentary on the video that you are currently watching, you can't even use it as a narrative tool in most circumstances. I know this from my days working at the Young Turks, and I know this from what I technically do in violation of like the actual fair use laws, even when I'm uploading my YouTube videos, right? When I upload...
Do you agree with H3H here? So Ethan is arguing from a principled stance, and Hasan is trying to argue from some consequential stance, where Hasan is saying, well, at the end of the day, if it's not like hurting people, whatever, it doesn't matter. But then Ethan is just like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just the idea of it is bad. Even if it's not hurting people, the idea of it is bad. Sniper Wolf edits the out of her video. She steals her jokes and TikTok comments and really credits the owners, but other reactions are far worse. At Destiny, but can you argue that it's hurting people monetarily? No, I don't think so. Who do I agree with? I mean, both people make fair points, but they're arguing two different issues, so.
Unless I am directly engaging in media criticism, if I'm using a news clip as a narrative piece, that is still something that I'm technically supposed to license out.
No. There is an exception for journalism and fair use as well. There's a clause for journalists and news stuff.
You still can't use someone else's footage to, like, for example.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, what he's saying is that you can't take, like, let's say somebody records something on their phone, and then they license that to a news company. You can't then turn around and take that video clip that news company put up and then re-upload it with that person's video that they licensed to that news company without licensing that video yourself. That does not fall under fair use because that person specifically licensed that video to that news organization.
And let's say instead of me introing my video
hello?
Rudy Giuliani
Base police
wanted to see some titties today, and we're gonna take a look at that and then go directly into, like, I don't know, the news article that I'm reading through.
Yeah.
Instead of doing that, if I played an ABC News broadcast, if I put that clip in there and I don't actually immediately commentate on that clip or criticize that clip, that's technically a violation of fair use. But
even if you do comment it in the scenario that I was talking about, it's still not fair use.
So I get, again, it depends on the whole context of the clip, but okay, let's say it is, so what?
The reason why I'm saying that is because there is a lot more that could be utilized. There is a lot more IP that could be acted on in a legal sense.
Hold on,
that currently is not acted on.
The focus is changing.
Yes.
You're saying that IP law is too onerous, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the law necessarily. I'm talking about
the principle, the idea.
This notion that certain stuff that people do is just outright unacceptable and not up for debate, which I think that you seem to disagree with like React Harder, this whole React Harder meme.
The reason why I brought up the other side of it and how IP law, if enforced to its maximum degree, would be really messed up. Cloud amplifier. When I put this up, if this is showing in the background, like, this could technically...
Technically, I'm pretty sure Cloud Lifter is a pre-amplifier, not an amplifier, but
What the fuck are you doing here, Destiny? Out of line, mister.
I actually don't know the difference is actually even between a preamp and an amp, but...
be legally enforceable. Cloud amplifier could come and say, we didn't give you rights to use this in your broadcast. And, like, that is...
You can sue anyone for anything,
I agree.
dude.
That is something that I'm
Preamps go before amp. Good one, dude.
Terrified of.
It's a case-by-case basis. You can sue anyone for anything. You know what I mean?
Which is precisely why the conversation always goes back to, are you reacting hard? I don't like the way you're reacting. And then it's entirely in the hands of the IP holder. And therefore...
Okay, let me ask you this.
Uh-oh.
We all agree. If you upload... we're going to talk about Vince's video. I re-upload it to my channel wholesale. Unacceptable. Yeah. So now I re-upload the channel of me just sitting there in the corner like this. It's the same video, re-upload it, except there's just a square of me sitting like this. Just blankly the whole time. Is that acceptable?
What if I make faces the whole time? Does that count?
Depending on what Vince thinks is acceptable or not.
I wonder if Ethan views Hasan a little differently after these arguments. I wonder if he has like a different takeaway.
That means it's not, because you don't need permission to transform content.
Correct.
Yes, but...
So you think that it's not straight up indefensible to sit in a box and stare at the camera while the video plays?
Well,
I think that it is.
It depends.
My personal opinion on it is that it is.
Oh, and then Hasan does the weasel thing. This is what he did to me in our debates, where instead of giving an actual principle, he could be like, well, personally...
It's absolutely, one, not good content.
Aren't principles personal? Sorry.
And two, indefensible to do that. However, given that it's entirely up to the IP holder themselves to either make a claim, DMCA the channel.
You can say about anything. I mean,
but the reason
that takes the react harder thing. I want to talk about that.
So the reason why I'm stating that, the reason why I'm mentioning this, is the reason why a lot of people are still going to be confused at the end of this conversation, because no matter what happens, we are not going to end up with clear-cut boundaries, like well-defined boundaries that are even enforceable, not legally, but like enforceable from a terms of service or enforceable through the YouTube structure.
There will never be terms of service because it's not a policy thing.
Yeah.
But I disagree, because
what's that laugh for?
I feel like it's pretty obvious when it's clear-cut wrong. Like if you were to sit in a box and stare, which is essentially what XQC does. He adds stuff like, what?
That's crazy, chat.
What? So that's not different than sitting in a box and staring.
What? True. I don't disagree with you on that. I do think that from a content standpoint, I think that it is unacceptable to do that. So you mentioned Sniper Wolf. You said that it's in the bottom of the gray area, which means that there is at least some level of debatability. That means that there's some level of acceptability. She talks through it, right?
Yeah.
More importantly than that, I think it's like pre-clips. Like it's pre.
Why does he think that matters?
Pre-selected clips that she's reacting
to. It's like a bad faith versus good faith, and like I think that Sniper Wolf. I'd have to look at it. Frankly, I'd have to look at it really close. But
I wonder if Ethan would finish a debate like this. I don't think this would happen. Or it would be kind of sad about it. But I wonder if Ethan would ever finish like a debate like this, and then at the end he's like, man, when it's a topic that I know a lot about, Hasan is really f***ing clueless. I wonder if all those political takes he gave were just as uninformed as his take on fair use.
No, I think Hasan has a lot of facts and historical points that he brings up when he's talking about political shit that I don't know about. I mean, being uninformed about something doesn't mean being uninformed about something doesn't mean you don't have an opinion about shit. I mean, isn't that what React is all about, is getting somebody's opinion, watching somebody's opinion?
Now, I don't know if that would actually happen, but I wonder if that crops up in the back of Ethan's mind, where he's like, I don't know now. I'm not sure.
People would disagree with you on that. Like people like Jack.
Hello.
Well, what's up? How's it going?
Things are going well. I've actually been really interested in this topic more so than many others, because I feel like this is a topic where, honestly, I could be very, very wrong, and I wanna have a discussion with you about it a little bit.
Okay.
If now is a good time.
Yeah, about what, the fair use stuff, or?
Yeah. So you keep, it seems like you have a pretty strong position on it and stuff like that. You seem pretty dead set on the idea that Hasan is not bringing good takes against Ethan here and shit like that. And Ethan should be questioning Hasan's positions on a lot of this shit. Mm-hmm. Can I get a kind of brief top to bottom on what your position of this whole fair use React content kind of thing is?
The primary position, I don't think is a big deal. I don't think this is affecting anybody that much negatively.
True.
Or positively. While it's affecting the streamers and the streamer community super positively, I don't think.
Is it really a big impact on anybody? Probably not. Is anybody making a big deal out of it? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, Ethan called XQC out on it. I don't really know why, other than it was content.
I don't think it's affecting YouTubers negatively at all. Maybe it even might be slightly positive. Yeah, I think it's kind of a wash for them at the end, or it helps them a little bit. That being said, I feel like the arguments that people are making are kind of bounced between a lot of different areas. I think that the primary argument for YouTubers, I think the strongest argument is I've invested time into creating intellectual property. If you want to profit off of my intellectual property, then you should probably license this, like pay me, or we need to reach some kind of agreement so you're not just like straight ripping my shit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably what I would say, broadly speaking.
So from the most convincing argument from my point of view for it being like shitty to do to YouTubers is about the impressions. So what about the argument for impressions, like the idea that there's shit that gets recommended that could be original content, but instead it's like React content?
I mean, YouTube recommends you what you're most likely to watch. I don't know if I believe that if those recommendations weren't filled with like React content, that they would be filled with something different. I just don't know if I believe that.
So yeah, let's assume an idea, because the idea that I'm running with is a radical idea, which is if somehow we can deem certain like less than fair use, like very baseline reactions where they're not really doing anything. If we could figure out those kinds of reactions, I wouldn't want those in the recommended at all.
Okay.
I would want those only to be pushed to you if you're already subscribed to the person, or if you go to somebody's channel and you look under their videos. And if that was the case, then it would have to be filled by something else, right? The algo would pick the next best thing.
Possibly, yeah.
Right?
There might be something different there, yeah.
Yeah, so that's at least, because the thing that disrupts me the most is I have this idea in my mind that I just hate certain reactions being put up instead of not even necessarily the original content, but original content in general.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see that idea, but I mean, there's always going to be garbage content on YouTube. Like, if it's not reactions, there might be some other type of garbage content. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I could see. Yeah, I mean, there could be other stuff, but like, there's all sorts of stuff that you could argue that shouldn't be on YouTube that like is hogging the.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the things. I feel like the impressions thing is the best argument. You can argue against the type of content itself, but I feel like just arguing against the impressions is not the most compelling argument. That's my feeling. But
wait, what's the most compelling argument in your mind?
Like the principled argument against like somebody copying your IP without your permission.
Oh, sure, yeah. Mm-hmm. Of course, because if that's not argued, then the fuck do the impressions matter, right?
Yeah.
So then I guess from here, what's your issue with, what is even Hasan's argument? I don't even know what his argument is. It seems like what he's kind of just doing is kind of playing at least limited shit here. I haven't watched Ethan's podcast.
The problem is Ethan is
ever.
trying to make a principled argument, and Hasan keeps running back to this consequentialist argument about like, well, is it actually negatively impacting them? And Hasan won't engage on the actual point because he's probably wrong and he knows it.
Okay, so
yeah.
what is
like not engaging in the argument, which is funny to listen to, yeah.
Wait, then what is your principled position?
Well, Ethan is arguing the principled position. I'm not saying one of them is right or wrong. Technically, they're both making correct points. Hasan is probably right, and that it doesn't really negatively impact you that much in terms of viewership. But Ethan's making probably the correct point that like you can have a principled position on fair use that's irrespective of if it's negatively or positively impacting you. But it's just funny that Hasan won't engage with that point at all for whatever reason. That's the only thing I'm pointing out right now. Not necessarily if I agree. Like they're both technically making points. I think I agree with both of them, kind of. But yeah, but it's just funny that Hasan's not engaging on Ethan's point at all.
Okay, all right. I think I'm starting to understand that a little bit more. But when you're talking about a principled position, that isn't.
Wait a minute, that wasn't clear? I thought that was clear.
The consequences of it, irrespective of the consequences, isn't it aren't we assuming a system that isn't consequentialism there, or isn't that what it's called?
Sure, but I'm not thinking in terms.
What the hell is this guy saying?
Of like what normative ethical framework. I'm just in like common, like layman's terms, like what's going on here. That's how both of them are evaluated.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay. So your position is what exactly? So let's say I upload a piece of content that's like obviously lazily reacted to. It's the what? Huh? Crazy. Is that? Am I good? What is that?
Well, I mean Ethan's
thoughts?
argument here, and like a principled stance against IP violation, would probably say that like a React content like that wouldn't be good because you're essentially just jacking somebody else's intellectual property to make money off of, right?
Yeah, I'm asking you though. What's your position?
I don't care about any of this. I don't think it.
You already said that. You already said it doesn't matter either way. It's not a big deal. Why are we even talking about that?
Any of it is
really?
Yeah, I think that it's kind of silly.
okay.
Like, I wouldn't care if anybody did any of this to me. The only thing that I said I could see people getting legitimately upset about is if somebody is reacting to and re-uploading a video like right ahead of you or like right after you. Like if I do a full react to an hour thing and I'm uploading this within an hour or two, like same title, same thumbnail, and I'm legitimately gunning for views on YouTube to take away from the main video, I could see people getting upset about that. But like if the video's been up for like a week or two, I don't give a fuck at all. I don't think it's any problem at all. I don't care. And I don't know why anybody doesn't care. But that's just, you know.
So you probably have more insight into this than I think most people I could realistically talk to because of your presence on YouTube. Does the same thumbnail, same title thing matter that much to like kicking you out of the algo?
Probably not that much, but it could confuse viewers that are clicking.
What do you mean by I don't understand by kicking you out of the algorithm. The problem with the same thumbnail and the same title is that if you have two titles right next to each other, two thumbnails right next to each other that are exactly the same, and you recognize the name of the person who uploaded it on one of them, and you don't recognize the name of the person who uploaded it on the other one, you're going to click on the name of the person that you recognize rather than the person who actually created the content. You're going to click on XQC's name, where all he's doing is re-uploading the content, and you're going to watch his video. And since you've already watched his video, which is basically the exact same as the other video, you're not going to put the time in to watch the other video because it's the exact same content. So the only reason you would select one over the other is because you recognize the name of XQC. And therefore you're stealing views from the other person and watch time, which is extremely important when you're a small channel. Watch time is king when you're a small channel.
Clicking on things, but it's really hard to have like data on this. It's hard to measure the counterfactual of if it would or wouldn't have affected you as much, right? Personally,
yeah, of course.
Honest to God, it's probably more, honest to God, it's probably more, probably doesn't affect it that much, actually. If I'm gonna be totally honest, this is like my overall impression of things. Other people may agree, other people might disagree. August might chime in a piece here. It's very, very, very hard to game the system these days on YouTube. Like, if you want to do well in the algorithm, what you need to do is create content that people want to watch. It's really not even about subscriptions anymore. Even your subscriptions on YouTube don't matter that much, because even most people in chat might not realize this, but I'm willing to bet.
Unless you're under 1,000 like me, then subscriptions are important because you have to hit 1,000 in order to start being remunerated for your efforts on YouTube. You have to hit 1,000 subscriptions and you have to have like 1,000 hours of watch time.
Most of you guys in chat, when you go to watch YouTube, you're not actually going through your subscriptions. You guys are getting fed everything through this recommended box. And that's the videos that you guys are clicking. Sometimes channels will be here that you subscribe to, sometimes they're not. But like, if you want to have content that's doing well on YouTube, you just have to make compelling stuff that people click through and watch. That's like the king today. And it's really hard to like fool that system. Like 10 years ago, people would be saying like having the right title is essential, having like above the cutoff descriptions are essential because keywords and blah, blah, blah. But these days, bro, the algorithm is so sophisticated. It's going through your entire video and it's linking you with like these incredibly sophisticated ways to other content that's similar. It looks like watch time, click through time to other videos, et cetera, et cetera. It's really hard to game it at this point.
Okay, yeah, so I was, but wouldn't it be, so all of those things that you just said, you know, watch time, click through time, stuff like that, like, certain keywords, all that shit is like boosted in the algo, wouldn't that mean that the closer to the original content that my upload is, the more likely it is to fight that original content in the algo?
What? I don't get it. Let me. So, if you have the same content on two channels, one person created it and the other person's doing it, react to it, but they're just re-uploading the same shit with the same thumbnail. The problem is if that video gets put up next to somebody else. Let's say somebody searches for a term and they see those two right next to each other. They're going to click on the name they recognize. So what is this? I don't even understand the question this guy's asking. Like you're not going to have two videos recommended right next to each other from two different content creators unless you somehow have like equal watch time on those two different creators.
Possibly,
because
but it could also be the fact that like people that are watching it are already watching that type of person's videos. So like this is counterintuitive, okay? I'm not going to say this is 100%, but I'm saying this could happen, right? Let's say, for instance, that I do. Wait. Let's say that I shamelessly steal, okay, from a 50,000 sub YouTuber, okay? Let's say that I find this guy, he uploads a video, okay? And in 20 minutes, I react to the whole thing. And from that whole reaction, I get ahead of it. In the past. Let's say that I get ahead of it, I throw my thing on YouTube, and let's say I actually do cannibalize the fuck out of his video. Let's say that video would have gotten 100,000 views, and now it gets like 10,000, and I get like 500,000 views. Let's say that video does really well for me, right? It might be the case that because people that go to my channel or watch my videos have responded so well to that video that maybe other videos from that guy's YouTube channel start getting mass recommended in my feed. So this...
Or it might be possible that because they watched your video when they would have watched the other one if it had gotten recommended, that he's not getting the watch time, and that's cutting into his viewership because then he's getting less recommendations because he has less watch time because they watched your video instead, even though they would have watched his video if you didn't cannibalize it.
This would be a case of where I shamelessly cannibalize somebody else's. Not only am I stealing the IP and getting the views and probably cannibalizing the views on that video, that might overall still be really positive for that person because maybe their videos start getting recommended to people that watch my shit, right? Now, I'm not saying 100% that would happen. I'm just saying that, like, for instance, in the past, I could go on like Destiny's channel and I could click a Destiny response to Jordan Peterson video, and now what's filling up my recommended bar? It's all Jordan Peterson videos, right? So, yeah.
And that doesn't happen for me. When I started watching Destiny video debates again, my recommended feed started filling up with Destiny videos. Not about the topics that you covered, but your videos.
Yeah, so this was an argument that I had originally.
And it wasn't filling up with just videos about the topics that I was selecting from your videos. It was just your videos.
In the old... like back when the stuff started a while ago, which is that there are those kinds of things. I expressed it primarily as like a word of mouth kind of a thing, right? Like for instance, I use like Linus Tech Tips as an example. Like I might, let's say I cannibalize the fuck out of Linus, or a bunch of people watched Linus's stuff. There is a world where in which he may even receive, like you said, a downturn in views or whatever. But the next time any of my viewers are thinking, hey, you know what? I want a new graphics card. I can't, who would I look up to do it? You're thinking Linus, because that's the tech guy. You know, they...
No, I'm thinking Gamers Nexus, because that's the tech guy.
can earn a reputation, even though they're like not getting like views and stuff like that. You can earn a reputation by like a kind of word of mouth, through like other things.
Where are you going with this, dude?
And I think in business it's called the intangibles. Is like these things, they don't show up on any charts or any graphs or anything like that, but they're things like that you can use and can benefit your business.
Are you gonna make a point?
That's what it is, and yeah, I agree that exists.
Yeah. And it's hard to, I hate to make like the exposure argument, but like there's a ton of channels that people only watch because they heard about them on my stream or XQC stream, right? That Cuck Philosophy guy, I saw somebody put in YouTube chat, like there's a lot of channels like that, right?
If you want to recommend my channel, go right ahead. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and I hate to make the for exposure argument, but like, that is probably true because streamers will watch things that are really outside of their wheelhouse in terms of like, oh wow, I've never seen this particular video before.
There's some people now, again, I don't want to make that argument myself either, but I know I did that with JCS, several true crime channels. I did that with some ordinary gamers channel.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, where I was like all of those weird, creepy kind of like internet story channels. I didn't watch any of them, and then I saw them from streamers, and I'm like, oh yeah, shit. And now me and my brother watch them independently. Like, yeah, it's really good stuff.
So yeah, at the end of the day, it's all the consequentialist arguments, like what's happening to the actual channels is a difficult argument to make because everything I've seen, I would probably guess it's probably actually beneficial. Even if it's straight IP theft, it's probably beneficial to those people. But people like Ethan and other YouTubers will make a principled argument where they'll be like, I don't care if it's making me popular. I don't want you stealing my shit and making money off it, you know?
Of course. That was like the I'm assuming you saw the Ethan and XQC conversation, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Okay. There is
argument be different
one
for pay-to-view content,
wait.
as in if YouTube had a pay-to-view content system like Twitter, and those videos were being reacted and up.
You gotta stop those fucking people being able to just spit chats out right in the middle of your videos. That shit's obnoxious.
Uploaded by reactors.
Yeah, I think there's probably a different argument to be made if people are stealing pay-per-view content. That might be different, sure. Okay, sorry, go on.
Okay. I actually want to get to that as well, though. But and for the reasons of that, because I talked about that previously. In the conversation, Ethan brought up. Do you remember the graph that he brought up and that decline in viewers?
Dog shit.
Yeah. I couldn't. I don't. Even XQC, he was talking about it, but he didn't explain it well enough.
Yeah, I went over with them afterwards. That like it could have been trending down, and even though it went down, it could have went down even more. But yeah. But do you have my stream open right now?
So he communicated.
Hold on, wait. Do you have my? I understand. Do you have my stream open right now? Okay, so the argument that you're trying to make is that there was an established trend, right? That if you look at the viewership. It looks like the trend was in this direction, okay? Theoretically, right?
Yes.
And the argument that you're trying to make is even though the viewership might have decreased, we shouldn't be comparing the viewership to the next day. What we should be comparing the difference between the new viewership and where the trend actually was, right? So your actual comparison is here. So arguably, right, if you integrated these 2 points from August 1st to August 2nd, and then you took the difference of the two, there could theoretically be a gain in viewership, even though there's a loss on paper in viewership, because the new trend is outperforming the prior trend, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Which is a really long-ass way and a convoluted way of saying the decline was steeper before it re-uploaded than after.
Did you see the DMs he sent Ethan afterwards?
Yeah. Shit. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't understand why. I would have to talk about. I don't know why XQC flexes money so hard. It's super cringe. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to find happiness and he's looking in all the wrong places or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it seems like he's. I was talking to some people. Low-key, it seems like he's like going towards like a rapper mentality of like, yeah, bro, I got money. I got, let me
bling, motherfucker.
Like, I got fast cars and all that shit. He's like on that new money shit. Yeah, it was very surprising to me, considering for how long he was like low-key, kind of like Asmon, where Asmon is a multi-millionaire, but he lives out of a cardboard box.
He lives in his mom's attic, okay? It's not a cardboard box.
which is a big W Asmon. But yeah, I don't know.
What's up, Lycan? What do you want?
I thought some of the points that he's Felix, so he couldn't make the fucking points. But when Ethan brought up the stats about that one guy's video that he did trial with, I don't think that's enough data. Like, I think after the first day, those drop off regardless of.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that he sucked ass at trying to make that argument.
Oh no, he did, but it was a good argument, and it just sucks that he wasn't one to make it.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I felt like some of the things that XQC was trying to get at could be like fine, but it felt like he just was deflecting for 50% of the conversation. But yeah, it seems like we more or less agree on some of that. I was just curious about some of your positions on that, but I want to talk about pay-per-view. I want to talk about that shit too.
Yeah, what about it?
What about pay-per-view?
Pay-per-view, not acceptable, or like a movie.
Well, because I think when you're talking about like,
that's a totally different thing. I mean, pay-per-view, you're talking about large amounts of money, and whenever there's large amounts of money, you're gonna get your ass sued off. That's why.
IP theft, it's very intangible what the losses are, but when you're talking about pay-per-view theft, it becomes a bit more tangible. Still kind of intangible, but a bit more, right? Now every view lost is literal, like you should have been paying money to watch that. I can see people getting a lot more upset about pay-per-view stuff than just like normal.
Yeah, you get like, what, 0.04 of a cent per view, if that? Thousandths of a cent?
Like stuff on YouTube. That's what I would say.
Well, I'm saying like the ethics of it. Do you think it's wrong
to
yoink pay-per-view?
Like to stream it, or to just watch it for free?
You're gonna get your ass sued off if you try that, buddy. Give it a shot.
Let's go with stream it.
To restream a pay-per-view thing would almost certainly be fucked up. Yeah, for a streamer, we're restreaming a pay-per-view thing, probably, yeah.
And that's because you would want every single person who's watching the stream to have to pay for the pay-per-view.
Probably to some extent, yeah.
Okay.
Or
and
yeah,
the reason
you're paywalling it, it seems like a lot different. It seems to be quite a bit different, yeah.
Okay, and because you're paywalling it, the reason why it's wrong there is because the losses are tangible. You can see them.
4K hours,
maybe I think so, yeah. And I just
X just needs a quick intro, like other.
I'm gonna go with another one of these damn text-to-speech interruptions, man. Why do you have that shit on your stream? It's so obnoxious.
They're YouTuber first streamers.
Yeah, it feels like if you're actually paywalling something and people are still stealing it. Yeah, just it feels different. I don't know why I never think about it more. Like it's like the difference between like pirating a game versus like ad blocking a video or something. It feels like when you're pirating stuff like that, it feels a bit different, yeah.
So for me,
because in that case, you're literally taking a product that somebody is selling, and you're taking it away from them and selling it yourself. Like if you were to go to a store and take products off the shelf and then sell them yourself, totally different than reacting to a video that somebody else uploaded that they're getting maybe like 0.04 or thousandths of a cent per view on. Totally different.
At least the full stop argument that I make for pay-per-view being unethical to react to is it is obvious that when something is pay-per-view, you are stating what you're talking about, which is every individual person who is watching this has to pay to be able to watch it. And so I don't think you can, it's like putting at the start of a video, do not react to my content. That is pretty much what pay-per-view implies. So like even beyond like losses and things like that, I don't think you can react to a piece of pay-per-view content because it has a big sign, do not react, do not restream, which is the price.
Sure, I guess you can make...
No, not exactly. Because you can still legally get away with reacting to somebody's content even if they say do not react to it. Now, if they put copywritten music in there, they have a license to that copywritten music, and you try to restream that, you're still going to get a copyright strike.
Make that argument, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's
BTW Invisalign is the best
I
thing
think that's
from the
something that
dental industry
probably
in the
should
past
be
30 years.
Another one of these text-to-speech interruptions, man. Seriously, get that shit out of your streams.
The retainers who
done
only need to
more,
sleep
I
with
guess.
3 out of
If
7
people
nights.
are
Regular
really
braces do
worried
have a
about the
permanent retainer.
cannibalization of their content, is like just putting disclaimers like, "Hey, don't react to my content," or whatever, or just putting a little.
I think if
things
somebody
there.
had like a disclaimer at the start of a video saying don't do it, and then somebody did it, I think you'd have a really strong argument that this is like pretty unethical behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think it would be good practice to do that if you don't want people reacting to your content.
Yeah, if you were like that triggered by it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just like a piece of shit if you're doing that. Unless it's like a political piece of content, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't react to my content when you're getting blowback for.
When we say react, I think we're generally thinking of like low transformative or non-transformative, right? But for political content reaction, I mean, I'm guessing most of the time that's probably going to be pretty highly transformative.
Yeah.
Like people keep bringing up my "what is a woman" doc like it's some own, but like that was something that me and Far were watching and commenting on and like giving feedback on the entire time. Like that was probably transformative. That'd be my guess for that. Or if somebody's watching like a Destiny video or Bench Spare video or Watch video, generally those are generally going to be like transformative reacts. That'd be my guess. So even if somebody says don't react to it, they wouldn't have a right to say that because it's a transformative react, right?
Yeah, it's like an analysis and breakdown. Yeah, in comparison to some other pieces of content, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, I just wanted to gauge where you're sitting. I'm a little bit surprised with the take of like a kind of laissez-faire, like don't really give a fuck.
It's just not a real problem. Why would I care?
I guess
There's just like
it's
no
not a
real
real
loss.
problem.
Like nobody actually cares about this. That's why it's like it's never even the creators talking about it themselves. It's always like random YouTubers on Twitter that want to get on Twitter and start fighting with people. But like, does anybody really care about this? I don't think so.
Seemed like that Vincent person cared a fair deal.
Yeah, but that dude's like an XQC hater. Like, and he's like,
Is he really?
Yeah, and he's like a miskiff like that guy's hated XQC for a while. So I mean, like, I don't know if but.
I was gonna say, dude, what did you think of XQC instantly saying paid actor?
Like I said, XQC had decent arguments to make, but yeah, he was absolutely dog shit at making those arguments. Like
that shit lost me, bro. Fucking paid actor, bro.
Yeah, that was
oh
stupid.
my god,
Yeah.
that was very funny. So yeah, I agree that some of that shit, but I think some people care a fair deal, but I don't know. I feel like I see more success stories than I do. Like, I don't think I've ever seen somebody like lose.
Yeah, that's
I don't know. It's hard to
probably
track.
But
when
yeah, that's
people
the
lose
issue.
their
It's
career.
really hard to track. It could be that there are some creators that are really negatively affected by React content, but it's just really hard to see. It's hard to like actually measure that. So anybody that's claiming they know for a fact one way or another is almost certainly full of shit. It's such an incredibly hard to track thing.
I feel like there's some cases where we can say pretty confidently that it's helped people's careers, though, right?
Maybe.
Like that. I'll give an example. That MewKitty person.
Well, yeah, for sure. But they're literally making content like about the streamer, so of course they're gonna benefit,
Correct.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, but like without like other people reacting positively on different platforms and things like that, they probably wouldn't have gotten such a significant boost.
Probably.
Right?
Yeah. But again, other people are gonna argue principally. I don't care if I get a good boost or not. I don't want people stealing my IP.
Of course.
Yeah.
And that's Ethan, right?
That seems to be the argument that he's making. Yes, I believe. Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, I appreciate you stopping your video for like 20 minutes to explain to me your position, brother.
No problem. I love you, buddy.
X Films would say it's completely
Oh, love you too, and that's sweet.
But that's it's in the gray zone. That's my point, Hasan.
Yeah. What I'm simply stating is, depending on the IP holder and depending on how the crowd is receiving it, clearly people want to even watch XQC be in the fucking corner and go.
Doesn't matter if they...
Oh no, Hasan's making Hasan's making about as good an argument as XQC is. Jesus, how is Ethan has been like the smartest guy in the room? Destiny, wish I could watch live more often. I watch your odds. Well, thanks. Maybe. Hold on. Who are you? Let me make sure you're not some cringe socialist guy.
You realize the failure.
Judge orders cop to Constitution class after retaliation.
You haven't been fed the Lackluster channel?
We saw the crazy lady 2 days ago, is it?
police the police guy. Gotcha. He's super anti-cop. Oh well, we're back to blue here. Okay. You know whose content we should steal today? Bro, have you ever heard of this channel? I watched 2 skits from them earlier. Come on, man. Holy shit. Come on. How many videos do they have on their channel? Oh, I might go down a rabbit hole tonight.
Why does Bird have operating and tidying pink?
But I'm worried their other videos might not be as good as the 2 that I've seen.
They want to watch it, bro. Doesn't transform it.
I know, but they find it transformative enough. If it's a substitute.
He just says the dumbest shit. Well, they find it transformative, bro. He thought it was self-defense. Like, bro.
If it's a substitute for the original video itself, when XQ's face is associated with it, then there's enough people. Like, his argument, I think, is, I'm going to try to do my best to argue from his perspective, even though I don't agree with re-uploading his videos, like in the way that he re-uploads them for sure, or re-uploading a video that's a straight VOD rip where the only feedback you have is, come on chat, that's crazy, like the clip that you put together. I think that's silly. However, I think his argument is, I don't care if these videos are out there, if they monetize it, if someone else, if a smaller content creator has an MCN and they can monetize it, then they should monetize my video. That's great. That's number one. Number two, if they don't want it and they want to DMCA it, I'm perfectly happy to DMCA it as well, because I'm not using YouTube as a way to make additional money, generate additional revenue. I'm using it as a way for people to watch these VODs that they normally would not be able to take part in.
Keep it on Twitch. Don't upload it to YouTube. It doesn't matter that they have remedies. It's not their responsibility to chase him down to remedy his theft. I don't know. To me, it's like I think that even by having this conversation, it's running defense for XQC a little bit. It is, because it
oh man.
It it creates a sense of like there's some conversation to be had about it, and I just don't think there is. I really don't. Not in his case.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, you go all the way back to
God, he's such a coward. I hate how cowardly Hasan is. Yeah. He's like so careful not to step on any toes. He's so scared.
It's just wrong. Period. Black. Done.
Okay. So it's not fair use, and the reason why it's not fair use. I don't think that it would be it would be deliberated on in a way that is like good for XQC if that actually came down to it. If by some insanity that XQC's YouTube channel was DMCA'd for one of those VODs.
Insanity.
Yeah. And then he countered it, and it actually went to a court of law. He's getting fucking eviscerated, right?
Right.
Which is why he understands that, which is why he doesn't want to, he doesn't care. However, that is precisely what I'm trying to say, is that fair use is far more expansive. Like, you have been able to create, you've actually done something crazy and have been able to create some precedent. But beyond that precedent, fair use in the way that we still analyze it, in the way that we still utilize it, even in ways that the content watchers don't understand but take for granted, is still outside of the boundaries of fair use.
It's not even a discussion about legality, okay? Because again, who's to decide?
Well, the reason why I mention it from a legality point of view is because you're asking, like, why are people not getting more mad at this, or why are people not stopping this? If that's your question, then...
No, XQC should be ostracized. This should not be a norm that people are like, yeah, this is cool. He's just re-uploading people's content whole fucking sale. This should not be like something that people can do without catching the whole, catching shit from the whole internet. It's not even about fair use law.
Yeah,
it's about right and wrong. Okay.
Ultimately, I think if I'm going to be as like, in order to wrap this up, I think what you're trying to say is that there should be some well-established boundaries that are not legally enforceable, obviously, because technically everything that you mentioned in the gray area is quite literally a violation potentially of fair use, right? So we're not talking about like legally enforceable fair use. We're talking simply about what level of commentary, like what is the bottom level of commentary of acceptability, and how can we
and what's below that?
Some kind of how can we create some kind of social enforcement of it by ostracizing people for violating it clearly and regularly, right? That's what you're trying to say. Because if that's your point of view,
there's a black zone. There's a black zone.
If that's your point of view, if that's your point of view, I agree with you, especially when it is in a way to protect smaller content creators that want to generate
Even big
revenue.
content creators, it doesn't fucking matter. You don't get to steal anybody's shit.
No, I know. I'm saying,
it's like,
I agree with you, especially as in like I agree with you across the board, and especially on.
He's saying so much without like saying anything at all. He's just trying so hard not to like start fights with anybody. It's so cringe. I don't even know what I should be prioritizing for like upgrades right now.
I don't know. It sounds like you're making a bigger deal out of it because you kind of don't like Hasan. Whereas Hasan's just kind of, he's just rattling it around in his head and doesn't have like a firm statement on it. You're kind of hyping it up a little bit, Destiny.
Oh, damn. That sounds sick.
Defending smaller content creators. So I agree with you on that front. If you're talking about social ostracization.
So what is your point regarding the black zone? Because that's the part I'm curious about.
Regarding the black zone, social ostracization would still.
Are you going to dye your hair again?
Maybe.
Ultimately rely on.
Let's not even talk about consequence, just right or wrong.
Do I think it's wrong to re-upload someone else's VOD?
I like how he repeats the question while he tries to think of an answer.
What is my blood waffling about?
Okay, what's he gonna say? Is it wrong? Because this is what Ethan's been talking about the whole time. What's he gonna say?
They rely on.
Let's not even talk about consequence, just right or wrong.
Do I think it's wrong to re-upload someone else's VOD or your own VOD rip that you didn't actually put a tremendous amount of effort into? Yeah, I said that already. We agree on that.
Okay.
Onto YouTube especially, is it? Because then it does operate in some degree as a market substitute.
Okay, so then in regard to the black zone, the React Harder meme isn't really applicable.
The criticism is still you're not reacting hard enough.
Right, but sometimes that's valid criticism.
Yeah, it is.
Like when you're just sitting there.
Oh shit, we're out of sand.
What's wrong with saying you're not reacting hard enough? So what's wrong with saying that in the black zone?
Well, it's because it's not enforceable in any meaningful capacity.
We're not talking about enforcement.
And
we're talking
also that boundary that you're setting is a boundary that you're setting, is a boundary that your audience is setting. It's ultimately not a boundary that is always going to be the same for every single person. Just like you mentioned, XUC is well liked. So for a very long time, it was not something that they yelled at him for. I'm not very well liked.
Video, you have a dog in this fight, so I don't know if you're ever going to be willing to meet me there.
Well, I have 2 dogs.
Oh, that was a subtle, bad faith accusation. I don't know if Ethan is aware of that or not. Oof. Oof.
In the fight. We're talking about like in practice application. In theory, I also personally.
Is he saying that Hasan is friends with XQC? Is that what's going on here?
Believe that information is not a scarce good. Like there is no scarcity in information. You put it out
coming
there.
down
What
here.
does that have to do with re-uploading someone's video?
Everything. It's just that is the basis of IP. IP on content is technically a concept that is no different than enclosures.
So to be clear, the scarcity for IP isn't necessarily on, in this case, it's not on that you can't make copies. The scarcity is on a viewer's time. They only have so much time to watch so many things, in which there is scarcity.
But this time in the digital sphere, enclosures on art. If we're talking about in theory, if I'm talking about idealistically, that's my second dog in the fight. I think that limiting information makes it harder for new forms of derivative art.
Okay, but
What is he talking about?
so are you against all IP law?
I don't know where the exact boundaries would be, as we talked about last week.
Yeah, let's not rehash that.
Yeah.
But anyway,
And as I said at the beginning when he played that clip, I am against IP law. But I can see its necessity in this capitalist system that we live in. If we were able to get beyond the capitalist system that we live in, and people were, volunteering time to help each other out, and not everybody had to work all the damn time just for a paycheck, just so they could pay their bills. If we somehow got to a point where people were sharing their time and everybody's needs were getting met, then IP law should be thrown out.
Yeah.
There's actually a YouTuber who's a libertarian that unironically has a very interesting argument about copyright tax.
Yeah.
Like, he believes that America could implement some sort of copyright tax across the board, and then there would be no copyright in general. You could still, you could still go after people in litigation for re-uploading your content in its entirety. So there's still a space of protection there. But overall, there would be a massive, almost $1 trillion fund that you spend on media, that the government would spend, therefore limiting at least one element of profit seeking from the field of content creation and copyright. And this would actually open up the other side of the conversation that I've advocated for, which is access to copyrighted material without having enough money. That's why I talked about like growing up in Turkey and why I believe in piracy. If you don't have the money or access to be able to receive this copyrighted,
I just want to make it clear, because I'm not talking about any of that, and I don't want it to be confused. I'm just talking. But anyway, Ela has some notes. She says, and I think this is a good point. We shouldn't even call what XQC does react. It's a watch party. And when you frame it like that, it's a watch party, then you really understand that it's
That's
not.
actually a really good point. It is a watch party.
It's not.
You're not wrong about that at all.
So there you go. You're just sharing.
There we go. Now we're finally getting to the crux to the argument. Wasting all of this time on fucking banter.
Yeah.
This video, you're not.
Yeah.
Transforming it.
Yeah. I think XQC would agree with that. Technically, it is a watch party. There is a watch party. There is a watch party mechanism on Twitch as well. As a matter of fact, the only issue is, given international IP restrictions, the watch party mechanism only works for Amazon Studios properties.
He like can't engage at all. He has like no brain for any of these topics. It's just like, how does this relate to like kind of socialism or capitalism bad or something? Like, that's it. Like, that's the extent to his ability to engage with any of these topics on like a critical level. It's actually so insanely sad to watch.
And it basically destroys your VOD, and it shuts off people that aren't in Canada or aren't in the United States of America from actually watching your stream. It like geo-locks your stream, which is really
there it is.
shitty.
That's the black zone. We're not. Watch parties should not be re-uploaded. Period. That's it.
Yeah.
No react harder. Just not even. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. So that's that.
The watch party.
But I do think
the watch party distinction is actually very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do think that's like
Yeah.
XQC watching a whole ass movie and then whatever. The point is that I do think that the way you framed the react harder argument isn't a totally fair or accurate, and does end up running defense for people like XQC who are re-uploading watch parties to YouTube. Thank you.
Okay, Ethan.
Sure, I'll agree.
I rest my case. All right.
That's just me now.
No.
He's molding. See you next time.
It's molding ball. All right. That was kind of a boring video. Didn't really have a whole lot going on there.
I clearly don't.
All right. Next one, The Psychology of Diablo 4 Players by Asmon. Let's mark the time before I forget. Four hours, 46 minutes. We're getting close to the 6-hour mark. Hope this one doesn't take too long. How long is this video?
In this
48 minutes. Cutting it close. So that means no break time. Otherwise, we'll hit 6 hours. All right, this one is Asmon. Technology of Diablo 4. All right. Rewind that to the beginning. Here we go.
I hate fun.
Before season 1 of
That's a good way to succinctly put it. Diablo 4 players, I hate fun.
Diablo 4 even kicked
End of video.
The community, for the most part, came to a general consensus about the changes set to impact the game.
I actually just lost my hardcore character while trying to explain this to you. I changed my mind. I hate this season.
To be fair, that was kind of a meme, but yeah. Another great game. This game is so fucking bad.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Oh my god, it's so fucking bad.
Now, this isn't a new development for the Diablo franchise.
Diablo 4.
For video gaming as a
Diablo 4 is a giant turd. If you haven't bought it yet and you're thinking about it, don't waste your fucking money. It's not worth $30, let alone $70.
whole. More and more developers are seemingly at odds with the gamers they're being paid to develop for.
At the heart of Mass Effect Andromeda is a question. How far will we go?
Holy shit. Too loud.
What's this?
Oh my fucking god, what is wrong with your face?
It just seems they're getting out of touch.
Our modern world is an increasingly connected one. Our
Oh god. Here we go.
mobile devices keep us closer than ever to our friends, family, and loved ones.
And maybe
I feel bad for him in a way, but he did try to hoodwink us with "you can't buy gear in Diablo Immortal." That was a little bit cheesy.
That was a lie.
I want us to do the one
flat out lie
I want to do when playing video games.
Oh.
Have fun.
My God. I was literally just talking how it's a rough day.
Does Activision Blizzard actively hate fun?
It's fine, boys. 2 seconds.
What gives? Why are video game publishers and developers seemingly not listening?
The people?
Because they have way too many people looking at statistics and income. And when you have statistics and income, those outweigh fun and creativity.
People that are in charge of this game should be ashamed of themselves. This is a joke. The game is a joke. There are so many things that are badly programmed and just badly designed. How is it that you can fail at your job in so many tremendous and massive ways?
The answer to that question, in my personal opinion,
Okay, yeah.
profit,
I'm curious to see why does this guy think it happens?
was set in motion more than 20 years ago. Now, before I get too deep
Capitalism started 20 years ago?
into the why, let me give you a little background on who I am and why I came to this conclusion.
Some common images are streets flooded and cities full of
Is that
water,
him?
but I don't know if you can see this, but the one place that there should be water is bone dry. I'm standing at the bottom of Lake Panier because northern winds are actually driving the water out of the
So the water...
My name is Alex Labat, and for more than 5 years, I worked in the television broadcast news industry. I was a news reporter, producer, anchor, you name it.
Congratulations.
As a humble brag, but more so to give you some context as to why I arrived at the conclusion that I did after doing some similar research the way I would have if telling a story for air. If you watch this video and find yourself reaching the same conclusions that I did, just do me a favor. Like the video, consider subscribing, and let me know in the comments if you'd like me to do more of these types of videos in the future.
All right, let's see it.
And now we get back to the heart of the matter, or actually kind of the lack thereof. What if I told you that the decisions these made...
I used to have those smashing the keyboard moments all the time when I was younger. Especially playing shooter games online, like shooter PvP games like Call of Duty. and then I quit playing those fucking games.
Your publishers are making could technically be traced back through companies, buyouts, organizations, mergers, acquisitions, through teams and decisions, all back to one person. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying...
I don't know. I don't know. One guy...
Definitely not one guy. It's a industry practice. Industry practices are not made by one guy.
Cause this to happen? I don't think so, man.
This is not an attack on this person's character, jobs, decisions, anything like that. This is just my hypothesis as to the state of the gaming industry, and by no means am I advocating on contacting this person, attacking this person's character, or doing anything that would or could get you in trouble. I cannot believe I have to say this, but developers receiving death threats is asinine and childish.
You can't believe you have to say that? Have you been on the internet for less than a day? Come on.
So whatever you do...
Yeah, if you go and attack like...
People on the internet are fucking ridiculous. I mean, that's half of the part of being on the internet. You're anonymous. You can say whatever you want.
This is the same thing with anything else, right? It's like there's always people that are like ready to go to war for, like, you know, my favorite content creator doesn't like you, so I'm going to send you mean messages. This is the most cringe shit, man.
Don't do it. Now, let's move on. Well, by taking a step back, all the way back to the year 2001.
Okay.
This
Bad for a Day.
This is the crucible moment.
Conker's Bad for a Day. It was a pretty good game. I enjoyed it.
Jack and Daxter.
This is the
Never played Jack and Daxter.
Everything changed.
My left turn on the TV, they hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
Jesus, no. Okay. Yeah. It's 2001, but no.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
We're not
We're not allowed to talk about 9/11. What's wrong with you?
Remember that?
Cat. Jesus.
Yeah, that
We
was
are
a bad
talking
day.
about this. An article published on April 27th, 2001, entitled Behavioral Game Design. It's a 17-minute read, but the crux of it is this. It utilizes the language of behavioral psychology to explain why players react to video games in a certain way and what about the games makes them rewarding. To quote the article, quote, psychology can offer a framework and a vocabulary.
I already kind of disagree with this. I'll explain why, but I want to, like, let him make his point.
For understanding what we are already telling our players. Referencing experiments by B.F. Skinner with rats and defining terms like reinforcer, contingency, and response.
Yeah, let's not get into that boring psychology bullshit. Come on. It's completely unnecessary.
This article would stand as a watershed moment for then behavioral psychology graduate student John Hobson. It would be this article that would get Hobson seen by Microsoft's Games User Research Group.
Is this the guy?
After would land him a job working behind the scenes on games like Halo.
So you're trying to tell me that these corporations wouldn't have implemented all of the practices that they implement to get more money if it wasn't for this one guy writing a paper or reading a paper about practices that they could use? Like the psychology somehow wouldn't have existed otherwise. These companies wouldn't have been greedy otherwise. Come on.
Here's an excerpt from Hobson's book, The Secret Science of Games. My job is to make games more fun. Not all games have to be fun, of course, but the ones I've worked on are popular entertainment. The blockbuster titles like Halo, Age of Empires, Destiny, World of Warcraft, and Hearthstone. My personal contribution has been to help the development team understand when players are having
Okay, I'll pause right here, and I want to go ahead and share some thoughts on, like, what he's said so far, especially, like, the premise is that this article or, like, this research paper was, like, the turning point for video games.
As it wasn't. Thank you.
Very evident and very obvious example of that not being true, which is Mortal Kombat 2. Mortal Kombat 2, we watched a video on
Thank
this,
you.
had the entire game programmed in the back end to drip feed you success and then give you a variable reinforcement schedule of allowing you to fight an easier version of the AI after you put more coins in.
Thank you.
I don't think that this is necessarily true as like a turning point, because I think that arcade games actually utilized more of this psychology than games in the 90s did. So I don't think that's true. And I also think that, like, in terms of making games more fun, like, yes, of course, there's going to be variable reinforcement, you know, systems, right? Skinner box systems. But Skinner box systems and only 6 minutes? Not true? Well, no, this person codified it and defined it. I would say, yeah, sure. But look at, wait, watch the damn video. Keep watching? Well, wait a minute. What do I have? Well, like, I'm going to keep watching, yeah, but like, I thought that he said that this was the turning point, right? The guy said that this was the turning point and this is why it's happened? Like,
Man. Apparently his viewers aren't paying attention.
he did say that in the beginning of the video, did he not? He said that. Okay, so he said that. And then whenever you provide, I was going to use Mortal Kombat 2, number 1. Number 2 is going to be Dungeons and Dragons. The reason why Dungeons and Dragons was very popular was their utilization of the rolling dice and the random occurrences and the critical hits, critical misses, etc. system.
And because it was high fantasy with the dragons and fucking magic and warriors and, you know, heroes and shit. It doesn't just because they had dice.
Which is fundamentally random design. So Dungeons and Dragons was actually what implemented RNG. It had nothing to do with 2001 at all. Like, at that point, it had been in gaming for 30
You know, poker has RNG in it, and that came out long before D&D, so...
years. So I'm just saying that, like, both of these things indicate that this type of design predated 2001 in a tremendous way by over 10 years. That's all I'm saying. Dungeons and Dragons isn't cards, and a lot of video games, especially early, like games, like fantasy games, were basically built off of Dungeons and Dragons. So right here, if you look at this, they're just giving examples of randomness in video games and how it's designed, and you know, they're using examples like Doom, which is before 2001, Pitfall before 2001. What's this one here? NES Dragon. I've never played this one before. I'm not sure. So there are a number of other games that have utilized technology like this beforehand.
Fun. Fun is one of those dense little words like love that provoke a lot of debate about their precise definition.
Okay.
Everyone's got an opinion, and people talking about fun get into arguments using big...
Sorry, I apologize again. But the issue is not only with RNG, he's talking about fun. Well, whenever you use an article that's predicated on using psychology in video games, and then you say this is the genesis of a divergence between video game design, and then you provide examples of that divergence that predate the article, that means that the article didn't cause the divergence.
We're still on this?
That's just, like, it's simple logic. That's all I'm saying. Like, how are people not understanding this?
Because people like to be confrontational.
Version, flow, and autonomy. Smart people have written scholarly books on fun, subdivided it into categories, and tried to copyright their personal formulations. Those debates can be interesting to read.
Ooh, I should put the natural gas first.
And my definition of fun is extremely simple. Fun is whatever the designer and player agree is fun.
I actually think...
Yeah, okay, fine.
And I think he's totally right. Like, that's actually a really good insight. That's smart.
Anywa says, question, why did you guys increase the cast time on stuff like leaving dungeons? Feels like you're trying to slow down the game by making us waste time for something that might feel useless.
In Hobson's eyes, games aren't just a solitary creation of a lone designer. They're a conversation between the designer and the player.
Yeah.
A game becomes fun when a designer creates an experience that aligns with the player's expectations and enjoyment. This perspective formed the foundation of Hobson's work at Microsoft's Games User Research Group. His role was...
And again, keep in mind that a lot of these things were the case even back in the day. Of course, places like Nintendo and Atari took feedback from games, right? Even back then. But yeah, of course, it's much different now because it's iterative. And it's like hotfix, live service, real-time iterative.
Analyze player behavior and feedback, and then communicate these insights to the game developers. His goal was not to dictate the direction of the game's design, but to provide data that would help designers make, quote, more informed decisions. Now, why am I so focused on a guy that worked for Microsoft and Bungie in a video about Diablo 4?
Good question.
2010, Hasan would become head of research at Bungie, becoming a pivotal figure in the development of Destiny. Do you know what else happened in 2010?
Are you saying he's the only person that gets involved in the games industry that helps these guys fine-tune their monetary practices? I mean, there's probably a shitload more than just him doing it.
That's right. Bungie strikes a 10-year deal. With who, you might ask? Oh, Activision Blizzard.
Wait, really?
Thompson is on the ground floor as Destiny takes off.
Yeah.
His tenure at Bungie lasts from 2010 until 2016.
I forgot about that whole.
The first Destiny launches in September of 2014, and from that point forward, there are some players that have not put the game down since. Why? Hobson actually goes into detail about why in this game developers conference presentation from 2015.
Okay, why is that?
Simply titled User Research in Destiny, this hour-long presentation summarizes not only the entire philosophy and psychology of the game of Destiny, you can extrapolate what Hobson is saying across almost the entire gaming industry when it comes to games like live service games.
Okay.
I'm going to play you some select segments from this presentation, but I will link the full video in the description so you can see for yourself.
So is his argument, I'm not sure. I think his argument might actually be that this guy didn't actually, like, it wasn't the article about how the psychology affected games. It was more the article and how it, like,
Well, I'm hoping that he eventually changes his point to psychologists are manipulating us to spend more money, and corporations are hiring these psychologists to manipulate us to spend more money on their games rather than concentrating on us having an entertaining good time.
I guess how it gave people the tools to create research data and then use the research data to create fun. Which I think that's, maybe that's true. I'd have to think about that.
Just how much of an impact this presentation from 2015 has on the gaming industry as we know it today.
We started thinking that actually we really want to encourage people to play not just the right activity for their mood, but also to play a variety of activities and to not specialize too much. And this was connected in our heads to the idea of the buffet effect from psychology. The idea that if you have one flavor of food, like a giant bowl of like white rice, you'll feel full and you'll get sick of it sooner than if you have 5 flavors or 10 flavors out in front of you. And so that's why when you go to a buffet, you always end up eating too much. And other games have done this sort of thing before. They've deliberately set out to encourage omnivores. So if you play Hearthstone, which I do too much.
This is also a big reason. It said this guy worked on WoW. This is, I think, one of the biggest reasons why WoW is successful. And it's another reason why Path of Exile retains players better than Diablo. Because in Path of Exile, I'll use that.
Wow, super deep psychological insight. When you have more shit to do in the game, there's a bigger retention and you have more players having fun. Wow, that's so deep.
That is an example, and then I'll talk about WoW. Is that in Path of Exile, there are a lot of different ways to play PoE. Like, for example, you're able to delve, you're able to do maps, you're able to do delirium maps, which are very different. You're able to do bossing, you're able to do like lab runs, you're able to do all kinds of other different types of like niche activities in the game that are fundamentally different gameplay and have a different meta than just playing maps constantly, heists, weird builds, stuff like that, right? So all of those things together provide the player, whenever the player is tired of playing one type of gameplay, they don't have to change game, they just have to change gameplay. And I think with World of Warcraft, that's even more the case. And it's also the reason why Final Fantasy is very successful too. And I think it's also the reason why Lost Ark is less successful. Because most content and most gameplay in Lost Ark is built around doing big numbers and doing big damage. And there's not a lot of secondary activities in the game that are really...
But here's the problem. None of that is true about Diablo 4. Diablo 4 has got a very, very short, narrow gameplay loop. Go smash your character against demons. You stare at your inventory screen for like 20 minutes. Then you go smash your character against demons. Then you stare at your inventory screen for 20 minutes.
Transformative based off of what the game fundamentally is. But if you compare that to Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, you have freeholds. You have, is it called freehold? Like whatever the Final Fantasy housing system is. You have the Final Fantasy housing. You have garrisons. You have pet battles. You have PvP. You have PvE. You have raids. You have soloing. You have farming reputations. You have, let's see, doing time walking. You have doing Mythic Plus. You have doing Battlegrounds. And so there are so many other types of ways to play these types of games that whenever somebody gets tired of playing one game, they don't have to change games. They just have to change the menu.
Except the problem with that is you make it to where you have to do these things that you talked about, even though you listed 20 different things. You have to do them every day because they're dailies. Or you have to do them so many fucking times that even if there is a variety, you have to do them so many times just to get one little piece of gear or a tiny little bit of esteem. What is it called when you have factions and you have to build reputation, I guess would be a better term. I mean, you have to grind and grind and grind and grind. That's why I quit playing World of Warcraft. I mean, the last, let's say, well, let's put it an easier way. The first 3 expansions, I played that shit to death, and I kept playing and playing and playing and playing. And then after the 3rd expansion, I'm like, this shit is just so fucking repetitive. There's so much grind you have to do to just get your gear up. Once you hit level 60, you hit like this giant hump of grind that you have to do just to get a little bit better gear. And then you have to do a shitload more grind after that just to get a little bit better gear. Just so you can do the exact same dungeon on a higher tier. And that's when I quit playing WoW altogether.
And that's why a lot of people stick around in World of Warcraft and these MMOs. And that's why they create professions is another huge factor. That's why they create a lot of these other types of activities, is because it retains player base. I think this guy, if this is what he's saying here, I think it is. He is 110% right.
Until people start realizing that they're getting ground to death just for player retention. Once people start realizing that, they're going to quit putting up with it.
Say, okay, we're going to give you extra gold if you play this class you don't normally play. And so maybe you never play a priest deck, but you have a daily quest for it, and okay, yeah, I'll go look it up. I'll go look up a priest deck and give it a shot. And that way, if your other deck that you normally play stops working, well, you had that priest deck you'd played yesterday. Man, maybe I'll play that instead. Like, if you only play cooperatively with your friend online, and your friend stops playing, you probably stop playing too. Even if you're playing a warlock in Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing with WoW.
We'll drop gear for other classes to give you a little nudge towards trying another character. So it's like, oh, I don't normally play a Titan, but hey, I got this really cool helmet. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Please make no mistake, this kind of testing that I'm showing here was the majority of what we did on Destiny. Was very straightforward user research where it's, can people progress through the game overall, and what does their progression curve look like, and how does is each piece of content working the way we think it should be working? Another topic we did research on was class regret. So, like all RPGs, we ask players up front to choose what class they want to play.
Sure.
And it's really stupid because we ask people to make that class choice at that moment, where they know the least about the game.
Yeah.
And we ask them to make a choice that's then going to affect the rest of their play for the entire experience. And they're pretty much, we're setting them up for failure by asking them to do it that early, but that's when you have to make the choice.
You're setting them up to buy.
True. That's why when I started playing Warlock in World of Warcraft, I regretted it because it was nothing like I thought it was going to be.
A boost. You're not setting them up to failure.
Dots, 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 more dots, more dots.
Great things about the modern age is that everything is on YouTube and Twitch. So if you can find some strange playstyle in the data, somebody out there has put it online for you to watch. And you can tell he is reading the tooltip. That just saying pressing button X dismantles the gear clearly isn't enough to prevent him from doing it. And so we actually ended up adding a safety mechanism that you don't just have to tap a button to dismantle your gear in Destiny. You have to press and hold the button, and the more valuable the piece of gear, the longer you have to hold it.
See, that's smart, because the reason why it's smart is because, I guess you probably should be able to see the guy. The reason why it's smart is because the players aren't. Players are stupid. And if you...
You're telling me you've never accidentally dismantled a piece of gear, or might have accidentally done something in a game if there wasn't a double check to make sure you didn't do that? It's nothing to do with being smart or stupid. Jesus.
You give them a button to delete the important item, they're going to delete the important item. It's what happens. Like, I've heard game developers, I've talked to them, and they've said that they...
Plus, there's the factor where there's sometimes in when you're playing a game where you just aren't aware that you need something later on. How is that stupid?
Their players are so stupid. Like, they can't even believe it. It's astonishing to watch the kind of dumb shit people will do. But there it is.
Dismantle it. So if you have an exotic and you want to dismantle it, it actually takes a long time to fully destroy it. And so just a personal anecdote on this, like the first time I got in a legendary in an internal build, I did this. I accidentally dismantled it.
Oops.
Because we didn't have any safeguards.
Oops.
And I was so angry. I was ready to go over and punch somebody on the UI team.
Smart.
And at the same time, though, it struck me that this meant the game was working. That little pixel gun that I'd just gotten, I was so happy to have it, and I was so invested in that virtual gun that I was so angry that I wanted to go over and hit somebody.
True.
And so I had this great moment of, oh, we're screwing up, but oh, that worked.
True. This presentation was delivered in early 2015. What else was delivered in 2015?
Welcome to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the new WoW token system coming in patch 6.1.2.
Oh, look at that. It's the WoW token.
That's true. Yeah, it's halfway through. Yeah, I was just thinking, yeah, that's halfway through Warlords of Draenor. Yeah, this was towards the end of Warlords of Draenor. Okay.
And what else was released in 2015?
Yeah, I quit playing WoW before the tokens came.
Hello again, Guardian.
Oh, look at that. It's the Eververse store in Destiny. Bungie, Blizzard, these companies were able to take what they learned about the psychology behind what drives a player to play these games and to monetize it. But what happens?
I mean, I don't know.
The psychology was there long before that. They just slowly introduced these things over time, and they keep introducing them. When they get backlash, they might take it out of the game, and then they'll try introducing it maybe next year or maybe 2 years, and then if you get too much backlash, they'll take it out of the game, and they just keep introducing it in different ways until people stop complaining about it. And then they'll just keep it in every game. And then once one publisher gets away with it, then all the other fucking publishers do it too. That's how capitalism works.
I don't know if I agree with that connection. I mean, do you really need to have, like, I mean, I think that the difference was that players had changed the way that they had viewed games. Because in 2015... we had about 10 years, not 10 years, 5 years of mobile game monetization. And at that point, people were much more friendly towards monetization in video games versus in 2005 or whatever, whenever they had the Oblivion horse.
No. It's a slowly wearing people down, plus tweaking it in different little ways to seem like it's more acceptable. And then making it bigger once it becomes acceptable, making it slightly bigger and bigger and bigger until it's full blown. So like Farmville, they started off with locking, the little time gates. And then the little currency was only required if you wanted to unlock the time gates. And then they started adding little monetization for little extra things. And, it's just basically, if you introduce it slowly over time, then people are much less combative when it happens. Whereas if you just try and implement all these things all at once in your game, nobody's going to want to play your game. Plus, the field isn't doing it. So, once you have multiple games that are doing it, it's more acceptable to have it in more games.
Basically, players and people's experiences with like microtransactions, I think that they've become more and more accepting of it over time. So Blizzard at a certain point thought, this is time. I think enough people are going to be okay with this, and we're going to let people buy gold. And I think that's really the reason why they added the WoW token. Now, I think that's the reason why a lot of these games added it. It's the same reason that, like, now a lot of games are implementing gacha mechanics, because there have been breakout games in the Western audience that utilize gacha mechanics and aren't universally hated. I think Genshin Impact was a tremendous big, like, breakthrough for pay-to-win and gacha games. And I think Honkai Star Rail is, like, just another kind of proof of that concept. So yeah, I think that it's more, and also, like, you have to remember, like, with monetization in games, you're burning the candle at both ends, because you have the older players who are either leaving gaming, or now they have enough money to pay to win, so they don't think that it's as problematic. And you also have younger gamers that are coming into the gaming audience who have been brought up on mobile games, brought up with pay to win, and brought up with microtransactions, and they've never known anything different. So whenever you take those two groups of people, the people in the middle who grew up in the golden age of, like, 90s and 2000s gaming, like, that group just gets smaller every year. And it's not just that, like, gaming is worse. Like, I have friends of mine, like, I have a friend, his name's Hayden, and he's actually mainly Zach's friend, and Hayden doesn't really play as many video games as he used to nowadays. Why does he not do that? It's not because he hates video games. It's because he's a fucking manager at a department store. He's got a wife and 3 kids. He just doesn't have as much time to play video games at age 32 that he did whenever he was 21. That's life. And that's what I'm talking about, like, burning the candle at both ends, is that you are going to have gaming and, like, gamers, because, like, back in, like, the 2000s, most people that played video games were, like, a much more strict demographic than there are now. Like, the demographic of gaming has gotten larger as well. And also, I think that with the demographic of gaming growing larger, that's made people's acceptance of microtransactions more prevalent, because real life is pay to win. So it would make sense with people that have more experience with real life would be more okay with pay to win, because it's what they're used to.
When you apply this mindset not to a game that already exists, but a game that's just whispers and rumors.
Yeah.
Right around the time Destiny launches in 2014, Diablo 3 is undergoing a tumultuous dismount. The teams working on Project Hades, the next iteration of Diablo, have the project scrapped. Team 3, the team behind Diablo 3, breaks up in 2014. Fast forward to 2016, teams at Blizzard begin working on not one, but 2 Diablo games, Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal. And who just so happens to take over as Senior User Research Manager for Blizzard at the end of 2016?
I'm back, baby.
The one and only John Hobson takes over as Senior User Research Manager in December of 2016. His current resume reads, quote, I founded and managed the games user research team at Blizzard Entertainment, the studio behind Hearthstone, Overwatch, World of Warcraft, and Diablo. I oversaw research to benefit AAA mobile, console, and PC games in all stages of development, using a variety of qualitative and quantitative methods, including usability, playtest, focus groups, targeted surveys, and analytics. I coordinated relationships with over 40 distinct partner
And if he didn't, some other psychology major would have.
Teams, many of which had never worked with a user research team before, building the relationships necessary to create a data-focused organization. I partnered directly with studio leadership to provide the data they need.
I really I don't have a lot of, like, how many people express what their duties are on a resume differently than what they actually were? Yeah. And also, like, this guy only worked there. What, is he still working there? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's the rest of this here? Fuck.
Hobson takes over as
activity
senior user research.
Whoa, hold up. What was this? Yeah, he works at NCSoft. I think, sure, maybe there's like some degree of like this guy having a negative impact on the way that the games are designed. But this dude left the company 5 years ago. Think about that. 5 years ago, he left the company, and we're gonna blame him? I don't think so.
Analytics. I coordinated relationships.
Did the damage and left? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, what's the logic in that? So this guy comes into the, like,
And like I said, if he didn't do it, somebody else would have. That's the goal of having a business, right? To make money. And the more money you make, the better your business is doing, especially publicly traded companies. So you're going to find these ways to increase your profits. That's why you have these oil and gas commercials on TV where they're like, we're doing our best to decrease pollution. I'm like, you're the motherfuckers that caused it in the first place. What the fuck?
So he planned it. So what's the logic that this guy came in? Because let's see, senior user research manager, like, obviously, like, Warlords of Draenor had a lot of garbage in it as well. Legion was being developed since before Legion was developed.
Oh god, this guy's trapped in here.
In
Jesus.
September of 2016, and Legion had more RNG than any expansion ever. So he clearly didn't have anything to do with that because he didn't work at the company. And then if the logic is that, oh, well, he had this lasting impact and this legacy on the company, well, then how can you use that as an argument whenever at the same time you're implying that the person before him didn't do that and the person after him also didn't do that? This is like such a massive assumption to make. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is huge, especially whenever problems with the company predate his employment. I just don't think. Founded it? Yeah, but they clearly, like, I founded Managed Games User Research Team. I'm sure that they had something similar to this before then. It's not like they didn't have any user research. Do you really think that Blizzard didn't have any user research before 2016? Of course they did.
With over 40 distinct partner teams, many of which had never worked with a user research team before, building the relationships necessary to create a data-focused organization. I partnered directly with studio leadership to provide the data they needed to make decisions faster with higher confidence. Hobson's tenure would last from December of 2016 to September of 2018 at Blizzard. Do you remember what games were released during this period? Or were even in development? Look, at the end of the...
Also, Blizzard isn't the only company doing this manipulative psychological bullshit. Fucking casinos have been manipulating psychology for a long-ass time. Casinos don't have windows, so you don't get tired when it's dark outside. They don't have clocks on the wall, so you don't know what time it is. They serve you free alcohol. I mean, come on. Video games aren't even the only industry that does this shit.
The day, all this boils down to is one thing. Data. Do I believe that John Hobson...
What games were released in this period? BFA. I think BFA was released in that period, and a few months after he was... before he was hired, Legion was released. Overwatch? Yeah, it must have just been Overwatch, right?
Hobson is solely responsible for the state that Diablo 4 is in.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to excuse the pun, but hell no. But what I do think is that video game companies have taken Hobson's methodology and twisted it to meet their needs and bottom lines. After all, Hobson would leave his role at Blizzard in September of 2018, 2 months before this.
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out of seat?
Oh, God.
He's an April Fool's joke.
No.
I will never forget him making the tweet, "Play Diablo Immortal." It was exactly what I thought it was. I quit the game.
It's a fully
Whenever it came out.
fully fledged Diablo experience on mobile, which everybody will get to play, and hopefully which will bring new heroes to Sanctuary, as well as welcoming our community back into it, and something we're very excited about.
We don't have any plans at the moment to do PC. Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have
Everyone's got a phone.
right?
This whole video can be summed up.
I personally, I think that if you really ask the people that work at the Diablo team, I think that the reason why they didn't announce Diablo 4 at that time is because it just wasn't ready. That's really the reason. The
Which is sad because all it is some freaking Diablo 3 DLC.
game wasn't ready and they didn't have it out. Like I personally, this is my opinion, okay? Is it still not ready? Well, look, they're gonna fix it whenever the first expansion comes out, right? They're gonna fix it. It's gonna be fine. And anyway, so the first expansion is the first expansion is gonna fix the game. Yeah, over a year? No, 2 years. And I feel like when did Elder Scrolls 5 get announced? What year did that happen? It was like 2009, 2016. Wait, there's no way. Like, well, I mean, like, I love no, not Skyrim. The one after that, the new one that they haven't released. Sorry, the one after. When did they announce that the game was coming out? 2017. I think, this is my opinion, I think that Blizzard probably intended to do
Oh, your opinion better be 100%, factually correct based on everybody else's thoughts. Otherwise, you're going to get shit for it.
exactly what Bethesda did. I think that they were going to announce Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal at the same time, and the Diablo 4 announcement got pushed, and they got sat out there, and they looked like idiots. Because they saw how well the mobile game reception for the Elder Scrolls was, because it was kind of masked by the fact that they were adding in the new big game. Like, you think about it, right? Like, all of these companies, and also, like, does it really take this guy that worked at Bungie, does it really take this person's insight to come up with the idea of making a mobile game? I don't really think so. I mean, did he work at Bethesda whenever they did the same thing? Did he work at all these other companies whenever they did all of the same things? Come on.
That's what I said.
I think that this is just the way that the market was heading. And you can look at just consumer trends and everything. This person is just simply riding the wave. They're not causing the wave.
Up in this. It seems like what's happened is that data...
Or this person just happened to be working at the company when they decided to implement it. So they pulled him on for his expertise. I mean, are you going to call up a non-psychologist to work on these psychological manipulations? No, you're going to call a psychologist, and he happened to be in that field. There you go.
Now means more than the player that represents it. You aren't seen as an individual.
Data means more than the player that represents it. Oh, true. Like, I completely agree with that.
Sorry, what did he say? I missed it. Missed it completely. What are you agreeing with?
You aren't seen as an individual more. Seems like what's happened is that data now means more than the player that represents it.
Yeah.
You aren't seen as an individual.
Data means more than the player that represents it. Oh, true. Like, I completely agree with that. Yes, absolutely. He's completely right.
Holding a controller or sitting in Discord waiting for your friends to hop in.
Unless you have a company like Larian Studios who actually cares about fun and making people enjoy their content rather than just fucking milking people for every dollar they can possibly get out of them, then That's not true.
A voice channel so you can run dungeons.
Most of the stuff over here. Smile for a snapshot there. Oh my god. That was great.
What is it? Did I just plug into this? Yeah, you just plug in. It's like back
Yeah,
to the
just
future.
keep on going up. Just keep on going up.
Was this
No.
Halo 2 LAN party?
You are the equivalent to the ones and zeros that make up the games that are being sold to you. You
Those are good days.
are just data. I got the idea for this video because while researching Mr. Hobson,
Not just data, you're also a piggy bank.
I came across this article. Here's an excerpt from this game industry article.
Why applying fun scores to games? Here's why the practice needs to change. Okay.
Entitled, Why I Hate Fun. Quote, people keep playing or quit based on their current experience right now. We have to earn every second of ongoing player time, moment by moment.
Yeah.
A game can be good overall while still having giant potholes in the player journey. It gets better later is cold comfort to a player who is not having fun now. It's this genuine attitude that I believe is being warped by much of the game industry. Time is the ultimate factor. Time is money. The more time you spend with a game, the more fun you must be having.
Well, I mean, like,
That's absolutely not true. And why would that be a metric anyway? I mean, it's not like you make more money from people based on how long they play a game. But for some reason, and this is especially true with Blizzard, they make the grind portion of their game huge. Absolutely huge.
look at Shadowlands. I think the best example of Blizzard utilizing this type of research is Shadowlands. Like, you just have to do a bunch of annoying farms and stuff like that. It is just nuts, man. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely what it is that they look at the amount of time that players spend on something, and then they just apply that to how much people like it. Yeah, Renown, I think, is probably another one. And that's, again...
I think it's more of a case of them doing research on how much fucking grind people are willing to tolerate.
And that's the problem, is that, like, these... And also, oh, by the way, I don't think John has anything to do with that. Because keep in mind that Smilegate, Koreans, okay, Koreans are doing the exact same thing with Lost Ark. You even heard Gold River referencing multiple times in the emergency live stream for Lost Ark that, like, the amount of player data and how players were doing things. So they are also designing off of a spreadsheet. They are also designing off of analytics. And the issue is that it's not that the analytics aren't useful. It's that the analytics are not the whole picture. It's that you have to the problem is that the developer...
It's just like almost all the other statistics in the world. People make huge fucking assumptions based on statistics. Incorrect correlations.
have the analytics, but they don't have the critical insight into the analytics to discern what those analytics mean. That's what the problem is. They're able to see players like this, but why do they like it? Or why are the numbers very high?
Or they equate player use with I like it in the first place. Playtime does not mean you like something. Playtime means that you think you're going to get a reward if you put that time in. That's all that means.
That's what the issue is.
Right? I mean, that is what the data says. But when the guy whose work helped inspire the Xbox Live achievement system is immune to those very same achievements, you have to ask yourself one question. What am I letting video games do to my psychology?
True.
Thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, again, please, I ask you.
True, and this is the cuck gameplay, where people are constantly playing a video game, getting cucked over and over and over and over.
That's Diablo.
I think that's definitely true. And I don't know why people do it. People just constantly play video games that they fucking hate. Like, I cannot imagine a person's life. They wake up in the morning, they didn't get enough sleep, they drive a car they hate to a job they hate with people that they don't like and a boss that they resent and pay that sucks. They
That's capitalism.
finally finish, oh, and then they have lunch that they don't like. Then they go back to work and do the rest of their shitty job. They come home in traffic they hate. They finally get home. They get on the computer. They check Twitter and look at what all the things of people that they said. Let's see all the people that said something that I don't like. Let's see what they said today so I know what to get mad about. Okay, now let's turn on the news.
That's why I don't go into Reddit.
And find out what to get mad about. Okay, thank God. Now for some entertainment. Let's play a video game that makes me mad 90% of the time, and then I'm gonna play that video game really late.
Man, it almost seems like life is nothing but experimenting on people figuring out how much bullshit they're gonna tolerate before they snap.
At night until I have to go to bed, and then I'm going to lose sleep at my job tomorrow and do the exact thing over again. Like, what kind of a fucking life is this? I don't understand it. It's like people are like addicted to putting their dick on an anvil and hammering it. What are they doing? Like, what do you?
The phrase used to be putting your nuts in a vice.
What's wrong with you? I don't understand this. It's insane. Like, what's wrong with people? They're going insane. It's literally most people. Yes, and it doesn't have to be.
True, it doesn't have to be. But until we get to the point where people are allowed to do whatever they want and only need to volunteer a small portion of their time to help each other take care of their needs and get rid of this capitalism bullshit, we're never going to get there.
It doesn't fucking have to be.
Like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments if you have a subject that you'd like me to do a video on, or if you'd like me to do more videos like this in the future. Again, my name is Labat. This has been a pleasure. I'll see you online. Bye, guys.
I think this is a pretty decent video. I do disagree that the itemization of time metrics is something that is an outcome of this person. I actually think that it's something of an
Yeah, it's definitely not all because of that one person. That was a terrible correlation.
outcome of the itemization of time. And the funny thing about this is that my dad did this professionally as a consultant, you know, for many years. After he retired, he used to be an executive of a publishing company. He basically retired, and then they fucking hired him as a consultant and paid him more money than he was getting at the company. I don't, it's like, what a fucking scam. Meanwhile, they're paying him also his pension or his like retirement plan. So he's getting paid tons of money to do this. And effectively what he did, and this is also what I was getting a degree in college for, is effectively systems analysis, process analysis. And process analysis is fundamentally just itemizing a process down to each individual time increment that it takes, and then min-maxing each of those increments into the most efficient way, and then turning that into a repeatable process that can be then spread outward for everybody else. So yeah, it's basically, it's automation, but you still have to deal with people. And it's one of the reasons why, by the way, because I was always really into this myself, why I was very good at making gold guides back in the day, is because that's the way I would think about them. That's why my gold guides were so successful, is because I would itemize time going to vendor, time going to dungeon, time going from running back, etc., right?
Or in other words, eliminating humanity from work and then expecting people to just be robots. It's an easier way of saying what your dad did.
So all of these things I would do a lot. And anyway, the point is that this was something that he was having to deal with even whenever he was working at a company. This is like the 2000s and the 90s, is that they would hire people that were completely outside of the industry that would itemize time. And then the way that they itemized the time, they didn't know enough about the time that they were itemizing and the processes that they were putting into the, you know, like a different chart, that they would itemize things that wouldn't make sense, and it would cause massive problems. And let me ask you a question as well. For all of you guys that have been working for, I'd say like over 10 years, maybe, let's say you're working in general. How many of you have a quantitative scoring system at your job? A KPI, yeah, key performance indicator, by the way. Yeah, metrics.
Is there a job where that doesn't exist?
Boss, yeah, it's a little bit different. KPIs rolled, yeah. We do this in cattle industry, yeah, exactly. And so I think that itemization of time and processes is something that is extremely common. And also,
Maybe small companies don't have it, but every large corporation, they try to squeeze every little bit of fucking time out of every employee that they possibly can, and they always have metrics that you have to meet. Sad.
itemization of time and processes is one of those things that whenever it's applied productively and successfully, you can look. Another example of that is Yoshi P actually did this with making Final Fantasy XIV, because if you watch the No Clip documentary, he talked about how he itemized down how people were doing things, and he figured out the scheduling for making the game come out and be processed and made at a reasonable time. And he talked about that actually for like 10 minutes. So I think that itemization of time and process analysis in that way, I think is a very good fundamentally thing. But again, as with all tools, they can also be used as weapons. So what ends up happening is that people who are trying to use this tool end up turning a job into a video game. And so people are no longer trying to perform well at their job, they're trying to hit their KPIs. And this is something that was leaked from, obviously, Blizzard GMs for servicing tickets. And also, like, let me ask you guys.
And the other side of that weapon is that employers try to make sure that you don't do anything that would be considered wasting time. And if you do, you get fired for it, even if you're just trying to be a human fucking being and not take your job so goddamn seriously that every moment of every day has to be spent exactly on your job and absolutely nothing else.
So again, for those of you all who have KPIs and different types of performance indicators, how many of you guys care more about hitting those indicators than doing your job well? No shit. Yeah, exactly. Of course.
Everybody I worked with at Comcast was like that, because that's all Comcast cared about, was hitting fucking metrics rather than helping customers figure out why their fucking internet service wasn't working, when 90% of the time it was just something that they weren't aware about on their computer, and I would help them figure out what was going wrong with their computer or what they were doing wrong on their computer. Whereas everybody else was like, oh, your modem's online, fuck you, you're done. And customers would get all fucking pissed off at Comcast, even though it wasn't really technically a Comcast problem. But when they got me on the phone and I actually helped them figure out what was wrong, they were happy with Comcast. But Comcast didn't give a shit about that because they wanted you to hit your metrics. Good thing I was really fast at helping people figure out what was going on the computer.
It's common sense because you want to keep your job. It was the same thing at the IRS. Everybody knows the government does a 1 through 5 system. Basically, 3 is good, 4 is incredible, 5 is just like you're a wizard, right? And guess what happens? A lot of the people, like, we didn't really have this problem in my department because, like, we didn't really have to do a lot of analytical decision making. But in my dad's department, they did. And there would be tons of people who would seemingly never find a fraudulent document. And the reason why is because the process of going through and marking a fraudulent document takes 6 minutes, and the process of doing a normal document takes 1. So if you're trying to hit your metrics, if you find a fraudulent document, it is actively in your worst interest to report it. That's what happens. And I think this is what happens with games as well. And there's all of these metrics, and it happens with everything. I don't think that it's fair to blame John here for what he was doing or saying, especially whenever, in his own words, everything that he was saying in this this post here was incredibly articulate and completely accurate in a way that I haven't heard a lot of developers talk about really ever. So I actually am not going to blame him for any of this kind of stuff. And also, I think that the problems and the rot with Blizzard occurred before he was employed in September. I think that's
true.
No, it was December of 2016.
And not to mention, they would have done it with or without this guy. They would have found somebody else to help them figure out how to do it.
At that point, Legion...
Or they just would have done it in a less effective way with someone else who didn't know how to do it.
Was already released. At that point, I think Overwatch had already been released. So a lot of the games that people are blaming him for, they had already been released. And The truth is, he worked there for less than 2 years. He worked there for 1 year and 10 months. I don't think that's enough time for a person like him to have completely just changed the entire culture of the company. I think that this is something that was happening not only industry-wide with video games, as I mentioned, like with Smilegate using analytics for Lost Ark just recently in an interview, or the emergency broadcast. I think it's something that's happening in corporate culture in general. So I think this is definitely a very, like, I like this video a lot because it's interesting, it's well researched, and it actually provides data. Like data and information to talk about. I like this a lot. This guy only has 1.5k subs. I'm gonna give him a sub. I'll link you guys.
Man, that's 1,480. Yeah, more subs than I have. So, come on, guys, get on. Click that sub button.
It's the video if you like the video. Chose not to listen to a video. He was saying they used his philosophy to warp shit later.
He has enough subs and probably enough watch time to actually get the YouTube partnership. So, we got some catching up to do, folks. Let's get going. Let's get on it. Click that sub button. Watch more videos. Come on.
He's not blaming him. So you're saying that they used his philosophy to warp things, but they're not blaming him? I feel like that's the same thing. You're attributing his actions. Oh, he's in chat. Yo, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for making this video. These are fucking great. Please make more. Yeah, that's it. I have a good example of KPIs and vanity metrics that I use at Blizzard and WoW for an example. You want me to write it up real quick? It involves LFR. You don't even need to. Like, I will... Like... I will imagine that it's even dumber than what I can imagine. I summed up thesis of my video about... Oh, yeah, this is what he said. He's in chat. I'm gonna go ahead and read it real quick. Summed up thesis of my video better than I could. I thought behind this is basically this guy's work with analytics touched a lot of the live service industry. I think that you could be right that his analytical approach to it was the first time that it may have come into gaming. I don't know. Personally, I think that it was probably the first time that it came into PC gaming, because I know that mobile games work like this and have always worked like this.
And casinos have been doing psychological manipulation for decades, long before any of this shit happened in gaming.
And they've even used emotional psychology manipulation that many games nowadays still don't do that are PC-based games. Holding your breath in time, I know I've got room to improve. No, you did great, man. Like, it was really good. Thank you very much. I appreciate the video. These are amazing. Please keep making more of them. Yeah, I mean, especially from like a person with a broadcasting background. I think it's a different perspective and a different way of having the information presented.
All right, we only got 10 minutes until we hit the 6-hour mark, so we got to wrap this up.
Timed out. We have a...
So, thank you very much for tuning in, and I'll be back with another episode soon. Oh, and if you're wondering why, once you pass the 6-hour mark on YouTube, you can't go in and like edit audio. Like, so if somebody does a copyright claim because of a piece of music Asmon was playing, as long as I don't go over the 6-hour mark, I can go in and cut that audio out. But if I go over the 6-hour mark, I can't do that, and then I have to cut the whole damn video, and then that's basically lost money. I mean, I'm not a YouTube partner yet, but once I get YouTube partner, I don't want to have to cut entire videos out due to a copyright claim. I just want to be able to clip that little bit of audio out if that happens. So that's why I can't go over 6 hours. All right. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be back soon with another one.